In that both in the women's category, they'll be having their first taste of how it feels like to play at the continental stage for the first time. As they take to the field, one interesting stuff is that so DRC starting lineup, you've got the likes of Mvudulu, who'll be playing from the far right-hand side. Bahasa, as we get ready to see the coin toss between these two captains. It's goalkeeper Bongombe, who is a skipper for the DRC. As Senegal will be led by the experienced goalkeeper Sa, between the two sticks, who is a skipper as well.
Victor, I think we need to give compliment as well. Besides this being an under-15 tournament, we have young referees handling these games as well. And yesterday when I was doing the commentary, I needed to talk about them. I think that is one of the big things that I like what this international tournament is doing. It's also developing our young referees for the future.
Well, so Senegal's coach not touching his yesterday's starting lineup with the likes of Dabo, Tio, Tijani, foul, Mama Heads, Faye, the goal scorer, will be pairing in the center circle with Fallow. So there we go for the first 20 minutes, I beg your pardon, between Senegal and the DRC. Where Senegal already in possession, trying to attack from the far left-hand side. Drops it to the center backs. That's here. As they try to see if they can quickly get themselves going. Tijani, lovely play now, finds the man in the 11-shed guy. And the DRC are back in possession. Sambele trying to find a bit of space. It's TT. That's a long hit, isn't it? But Sa will not really struggle to at least find it.
When you look at the two teams just starting off, you can see the pitch is in a better condition than it was yesterday, and there's more football to be played, like CK alluded to on the pitch this morning. So let's hope that we're able to see build-ups from the back and playing out. And yes, the Senegalese are looking a lot more comfortable at this moment than the DRC players.
Well, certainly said. They're looking a bit comfortable. They've got much fitness after playing yesterday against Tanzania. So definitely in terms of physique and match fitness, way ahead of this DRC side. Quickly taking from the side, that's Mvudulu. So Senegal now in possession. This guy, the DRC back in possession. Kososa. That's a lovely play there, but the flag is already up. And that'll be a big advantage for Senegal. Very close to the edge of the 18-yard. And this could be a big opportunity.
Yes, Senegal got a very good free kick. Very close to the penalty area, on the edge of the box. So from what we saw yesterday, the Senegalese have an opportunity now. Let's see what the DRC plan. They're all around the ball. They're waiting to identify. And again, I have to look at the referee, who's quite aware of what he has to do by pointing to the ball and to the whistle to say the ball only gets kicked when I blow the whistle. So those are all good signs of a young referee that's going to do probably well in the future.
Well, certainly it's the DRC right in a 4-man war inside their penalty area. Now Senegal prepares to pounce on this free kick very close to their technical. Just 21 yards out, and it could be very dangerous. And it's the big man,
Number
5.
6, left footer. It's number 5, it's number 6.
No, stands behind it together with the centre back. Ready to be fired. It's kicked. Uganda.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, on his feet. Senegal's big man strikes again. And Senegal are already smiling less than 3 minutes into this encounter. What a game. What a way to punch on match day 2.
For sure. Senegal have come. He was the goal scorer yesterday as well. Number 6. Did he score yesterday, Victor?
Absolutely.
That's him. So he's you can see he's a goal scorer for the Senegalese team. Probably practiced a lot. But very well taken goal through on the far post.
Goalkeeper just cannot reach it. Gombe. And it means that the DRC will now have to change this game as they trail behind by a goal to 0. But Senegal quickly will have it back in their own territory, back to Sa. And it's penalty box, decides to flash it up front. Unless looking for it. 2 big men up front is Guy Bindia on the far left-hand side. That's lovely touch from Guy. But the DRC quickly recovering. It's Kasosa.
Okay.
As Chio will have it.
Oh, nice.
That's
through ball.
Dalo. Another lovely play. Bindia cutting inside, and again Senegal will have another opportunity to see. And we've equally seen the first yellow card of this particular first half department. Just look at the movement, coach.
Yes. I think the initial thing that you gotta praise is the through pass from the midfield between the right back and the centre back, and then he uses his speed and he goes, and I think the Senegalese, the DRC defender has no option but to bring him down on the edge of the box. Otherwise he cuts inside and scores a goal.
So
But
that's the necessary tackle.
I think so, because he didn't look like he had any cover, but we have the 6 and we have, I think, number 11 on the ball. So it could be a right footer this time. The way they set up, it could be a right footer going for goal.
Well, so let's see Senegal. Let's score from set piece. In the last 2 minutes, looks to be Dalo's kick. He starts to bend it in, and that's another big save coming from Gombe. What a lovely attempt from the goalkeeper. And let's keep in the DRC intact in the game. Just tipping it away from trouble.
Free kick.
Quickly thinking. That is out again. Dalo receiving a lot of instruction from the touchline. His coach Osmani Diop. He must be very excited at the moment with the fact that Senegalese are having the lead. They are nose in front in this game.
They lose the ball. We have DRC on the attack. Comes to nothing, but they had a break for once in a while. Senegal has got possession of the ball, and they look like they're happy to be leading at the moment.
Well, absolutely. They must be very excited to be leading at the moment. And it's what they'll be expecting to hang on to. If they cannot add to the tally, they'll manage to keep it this way. 5 decides to hit it to the far left-hand side for Dabo. As they try to come forward again, looking for Binder. He's running down that channel. That's his well watched by Ambele. Just got a very difficult job doing on the right-hand side of the DRC defense. He's tapped back, very close to the edge. And Senegal, by the flag, will halt it now.
Offside. Senegal have got a lot of possession, and they seem to have gone now down the right-hand side of the DRC quite often, and they're going past it again. He cuts back, and he plays. They win the ball, and now there's a counter-attack on for DRC, but the Senegalese are able to keep them in their own half.
Absolutely. DRC now trying to box the ball around, looks for the big man, Mantuala. And he goes down, wins the sympathy of the referee. That'll be DR Congo's free kick. 24 yards out, and again we'll also
Another
see
yellow
the
card
big man for Senegal also getting into the book of the referee, Abdou Diallo, the man in the 3 set.
Number 3.
Well, let's see if the DRC can hit back. That was the incident. I'll lead to that free kick. Let's try to push a lot of bodies up front. Well, start trying to arrange his defensive line to deal with his menace. And it's going to be a free kick. Lovely swung across, but it's just too high to be kept below the crossbar.
Over the top, left footer. Not bad technique, but I thought they're going to play one more like a cross in order for them to get onto it. But he went straight for goal.
One of the best of options. Unless he's got so many choices to make, but decides to go long as we look to hit the 10th minute mark in this first half department. This another big one coming forward from Bukaya.
Well recovered from the Senegalese right back, and he carries it. The eye loses it. He goes forward.
That's TT for the DRC. Just trying to caress the ball, but once again they seem to be fumbling anytime they get to the final third of the pitch, especially in Senegal's final third.
Senegalese look like they're getting back. Their defensive line is always there. They're defending correctly in order to win the ball back. And now they look like they a lot more comfortable playing from the back, and that's what they're doing, which makes the playing the game this more difficult for the DRC. But they have possession, the DRC, and they're attacking down through the middle. And yes, the left wing has got the ball, and he's able to go inside. Plays a good ball to the number 9.
That's absolute TT for the DRC. It's 10 away from Bukaya, and they've given up possession, but the lads in the blue money to keep it piling the pressure at the moment as they'll come from the 3 side. Mvudulu.
The DRC have just received a handball outside the box.
You absolutely can understand why this Senegalese side is such a very difficult not to crack down.
Yeah, well, this just shows you the Senegalese have all 11 players behind the ball. They want to defend their lead. And when you look at how they line themselves up now, you can see they all 11 behind the ball. There's man markers and there's zonal marking.
Well, fight behind it is another wasteful effort from the DRC. Just struggling to at least get into the game, and this time around it was from Vatu with a long hit. One of the best of the season from the youngster. Fails to just kick the ball beneath the mouth of the goal post. Now Senegal will build something lovely from the back. Estier, I feel the bits, but it's quickly swept off. Still look to press this DRC attack.
Yes.
There's another activity down the left-hand side, and it will be DRC advantage.
Attacking down the left-hand side. And yes, the Senegalese are playing a lot like a unit when defending. What I see is they're overlapping on the right-hand side. The Senegalese, he cuts inside.
Absolutely. This is a big moment. Go!
Oh, yes.
Comes up the woodwork, and it's Senegal with a second.
Well done to the good pass from the midfield, from the centre back into the right wing, and he beats the left back of DRC with pace. And as he beats him, he plays a nice cross across the goal mouth. And I don't know which one he scores, but he scores a nice goal.
Well, just look at the movement there from the Senegalese. Lovely ball cuts inside there from Guy. Comes off the crossbar, Christian, and then Bindia with a final touch there to make it 2. Lovely body movement. Agile thinking from the player. But just fails to hit it first time, and it's Bindia will not miss it for the second time with that tap-in finish.
Yes, tap-in finish from, yes, you can call it a little bit of a luck because the ball comes off the upright, and that's how he scores.
Looks like Senegal are running right down the right flank. Well, they've got a lot of quality superstars. And you can clearly understand why Coach Osmani Diop has decided to start Tidiane, Fallo, and Guy on the right flank, where they've been very, very, very troublesome for this DRC side, who are finding it very difficult to tame them in the attack. Well, 14 minutes down, it's Senegal leading DRC by 2-0. And at the moment, having 4 points in their group. So leading Group B at the moment with 4 points, because we're yet to see the other teams play, as DRC will carry the ball in midfield. Kusaso. There's Tite. Ndombele. DRC pushing for another best of touch. And they get up possession. Another hot race here from Senegal. Guy gets to it. He's got a lot of options. At his left hand side, decides to go solo. Ends up missing out on that glorious opportunity.
Even though the DRC are trailing 2-0 to the Senegalese, they are not pulling back. They are pushing. They are pushing to try and get a goal, and this is what I like about this competition, is that the young players, they don't worry about the score. They go in that. But then you got to give credit to, like I said earlier on, you got to give credit to Senegal, because they stay in compact. When they attack in numbers. When they defend in numbers, and that is their strength at the moment. But the DRC, in all respect to them, they are taking the game to the Senegalese, and they're also not playing longer balls and looking desperate, but they are trying to build up and trying to hold the ball and trying to play through the lines of the Senegalese.
Well, a favorable attack for the DRC, coach.
Yes.
With Manchulia going down, stays on the turf, a bit in trouble, and you can see that there's a bit of tiredness setting in the long hours of travel.
It's not showing as yet, Victor, but they have a free kick outside the box, and I hope they try and give it to another player, because the other 2 free kicks they had in very, very good scoring positions, they were not able to execute it correctly. They both went over the bar, and let's see what happens with this one, because it's also in a very good position. But their organization, as far as taking this free kick is concerned, I don't see anybody doing anything exceptional or trying to do something different. They only have 2 players inside the box. The others are all on the outside.
Well, absolutely. Take Chris it across the wall, and it's back in possession. Is DRC dragged to the far right-hand side?
Yes. They play a through ball to the number 7, the winger, and again, Senegalese players are there to clean up the mess and get back into position as defenders.
Less than 3 minutes to close the chapter on the first half. And that's a very comfortable lead for Senegal at the moment. DRC is struggling to put 2 passes together.
Yes, like I said, they struggle in moments, Victor, but when you look at it, they're still taking the game to Senegal. And Senegal have to get back and actually defend. For example, if you look at the picture on your screen right now, Senegalese have got 11 players in a block of maybe 15 by by 15 lengthwise. So they're all back behind defending the ball. And there they have a free kick now. Oh, well done. Senegalese goalkeeper comes out. And now they're coming out to build up again.
Well, that's for Senegal. They skip up the side as well, leading this team by inspiration. Very big presence at the back. Well, coach, we've seen the Senegalese side use the flanks very often.
Yes, especially the right-hand flank of the Senegalese team. He's the one who created the first goal. He's the one who created the second goal, I think. And it looks good. They do have a lot of options on the left-hand side. They had the free kick that came from the left-hand side, which was very good. But in saying that, I look at the DRC team, and like I say, they might be struggling and losing the ball in the final third a lot, but they're not giving up. And this is a team that you can see he's come to the tournament and said, you know what, we're going to push as hard as we can.
Well, they're trying to push hard as they can. It's this time Senegal. I was trying to push with Tijani.
The referee's in the way. He gives a throw ball to the Senegalese now, because that's what the new rule says.
Oh, just forcing their opponent to commit those simple errors and wins the 50-50 balls. And it's the man in the 8th shirt coming for it, Mohamed. Lays one to the right-hand side, and to Diani, who tried to cut in, but it's been cut up. But they'll have the advantage to take it from the corner kick arc. Quite inspirational.
This is the first corner kick for Senegal in the game, and let's see what they've tactically prepared as far as corners are concerned.
Well, let's see what they've got with this set piece. As they try to push a lot of bodies into the box. That's well delivered, but lose everybody. So certainly, that's the end of the first 20 minutes. And Senegal will smile big into the dressing room for the halftime break.
Yeah, the halftime has come, and the Senegalese have really had the better share of the first half. They pushed forward and they scored 2 goals, and also in the build-up play they were a little bit better than the DRC. But in saying that, I don't take it away from the DRC. They have not come back to sit back and play on a counter-attack. They are fighting to go forward against the Senegalese.
Oh, so the first 20 minutes is up, and Senegal at least leading the DRC in this intriguing fixture. Senegal 2, DRC 0.
Second day of the games, the Africa School Football Championships, Accra, Ghana 2025 picks up where the first day left off. 2 goals from Senegal. What a dominant performance in the first half. But if what my eyes told me are anything to go by, it's far from over, and we expect quite the turnaround or potential fight from DRC in the second half. But who cares about my opinion when I have 2 fantastic analysts by my side, one of which is a player. I can't say former player. I think she should be on the pitch right now, 100%. An amazing forward, so she'll be able to say a thing or two about attacks. That's Gifty Apia, and along with Charles Akinor, the coach, former coach of Ghana Black Stars, looking at the future and thinking, ooh, Africa probably does have a lot to promise. Let's delve straight into what you made of the first half. Let's start off with you, Gifty.
You made mention of number 6. What's the name? Fire?
Fire.
Yes, you made mention of him. And the moment the free kick came, before he kicked, you said, that's a goal. That's a 1-0 goal. And then he made the best decision because usually, coach will tell you, the instruction is that when the free kick is closer to the penalty area, if you go high, you are most likely to miss. And he did the basics. He went low, and it was a goal, which is beautiful. You could tell the Senegalese forward is being very swift. But not to take anything from the Congolese. They arrived last night, and they're playing their first game. It's not even in the evening, and it's this morning. You wouldn't want to discredit them for the output they have put so far. They are doing okay. They are doing very fine. They just have to be able to make good use of their decisions when they get to the final third. I think at some point they were really controlling the game, and you even mentioned that if this guy is really settled down, they're going to be a problem for other teams. And you could tell there is a display of talent. They are able to express themselves. They're not putting themselves under too much pressure, which is very beautiful for kids their age to be playing at this point in their careers. That's what I would say for now. So it's been good. The midfield battle, it hasn't been a one-way traffic game, even though technically Senegal have had the upper hand, but Senegal better watch out for the Congolese during the second half, because they might have a few corrections to make, and if they boost their confidence and be like, we are not really here for the goals, we just have to play and express themselves, the goals might come with that.
I love what Gifty is saying. Senegal might have to watch themselves come the second half. In fact, other teams in the tournament will have to definitely watch themselves when it comes to meeting the DRC. This team is looking quite promising. On the balance of play, though, Coach, with a 2-0 scoreline, do you think it's a fair result, or what did you see in the first half?
Of course, it is a fair result because Senegal this time around kept the possession. They were very calm about how they played, and they've used their wider areas wisely. They have the speedsters there, and therefore they play with timing, and then they put the ball at the flanks, and we saw the second goal. The guy was too faster than the guy, and they got the goal. I think DRC has to work defensively very, very well. They have to work as a unit because they've opened that area too wide for the opponent to play there.
All right, so some of the highlights of the first half for DRC before we get to the goals that we saw from Senegal. Titi Wazafa, that's the man in jersey number 9. You'll probably want to keep an eye out on him. But here's the man himself, Faye. Scored yesterday against the defending champions. Did so today. You could see the confidence decides to go near post for the keeper, far for him. The keeper sets up the wall. You expect it to protect you from an aerial ball going to your further side. But then he just decides to slide it right back in there. And then this happens. Andre Bindia makes that run, hits the upright, rebounds. Papa Demba guy is there for the goal, easy one. But questions were asked and complaints came from both Gifty and Coach Akano about Alex Bahasa Itongo of the DRC. Look at him, almost being left for dead. And then what does he decide to do there? Is it indecisiveness or is it a case of miscalculation?
I wouldn't want to say miscalculation. Let's just attribute to inexperience, because it was just like, okay, here we go, you can go. Because even though he looked a little slower than the winger was just speeding up, but you don't give them that free space. You know he's outrunning you. You just have to cut the angle, even if you're not gonna get the ball. Don't let him have a free kick. You put a body in there. Coach is right here. I'm sure he would. Yes, you put a body on him. Even if you're not going to get the ball, you don't give him that free space to play. And that was what he did. He cuts across him, and he was like, okay.
Let's take a look at that second goal once again for you here, Coach. And you can talk us through what you saw in terms of Itongo and his defensive mistake, for lack of a better term. So he's running first and foremost, as you could see from the replay. Bindia was way faster. So first of all, this is the goal. No questions about the quality of this one. No questions about Faye. By the way, don't be surprised about that goal in this player. He was player of the tournament in qualifying and the Golden Boot winner. So no surprises there. But here we go. He just changed gears and just went around him. What do you do as a defender there?
Yeah. I mean, he knows he's slow. And so if you know you are slow, quick of thought. your positioning has to be effective. He didn't position himself well. Therefore, when he came closer to the guy used his speed to outsmart him. He wasn't smart enough. Of course, he's a young player. You expect him to do such mistakes, and he will learn from this mistake. Very, very huge one for his team.
Well, ultimately, that indecisive nature and that lack of pace, that one has cost them the second goal, but it will be said once again, as we stated at the beginning of this analysis at halftime, DRC look far from gone. In fact, some leading lights, Dane Nsondo Vatu, we see him on the left flank, if I'm not wrong. He's a player that if they just brought him into the game, you have a feeling that they could possibly get into this one at DRC. But there's something about them. They're calm, they're collected, they put the ball on the ground. Coach, you were saying, unlike yesterday, we're not seeing a lot of long balls from them, and that tickled your fancy.
That is good. That is good. I'm very, very happy about that. And I think we should not rule DRC Congo. They might come back good, but maybe it might be too late, because 2 goals in 20 minutes to equalize is a very tough one.
Gifty, your thoughts in the second half?
2 goals, 20 minutes, it's tough, but it's highly doable. They did 2 goals in 20 minutes, so they could also come back and do 3-4 goals in 20 minutes. But nonetheless, the DRC, they are here to play. And just like Coach said, they didn't look like they were in a haste for anything. They were really expressing themselves on the ball. They were calm. They were possessing the ball on the turf. Unlike games we had seen previously yesterday, the balls were flying. But with this game today, the ball is on the turf, and the guys are able to really control and express themselves well. So I think, if anything, the coach of the DRC make a few decisions, and then it might go right for them.
What's the strongest point for you, Akano, in terms of the DRC that they should be capitalizing on?
Well,
the pitch.
They are good in possession, and they have the one Sabile, the 9 shirt, showed some glimpse of lights for them, and I think they should use him wisely and get. They should be also direct in terms of equalizing the 2 goals.
All right, there we go. Well, enough of our talk. It's time to watch the boys in action. Remember, after this one, we'll be delving straight into the girls' game. Uganda up against Gambia. Looking forward to that. But before that, we have quite the game on our hands. 2-0 to Senegal. DRC are about to make a statement or not. Let's find out.
Well, thank you very, very much. As we return for the second half between Senegal and the DRC. With Senegal taking a big step in the first 20 minutes. 2 goals from Faye and Bindia, giving the Senegalese a big advantage as they return for this particular second half department of the game.
Yes, I think we can expect a very good second half, especially from the DRC, because I think they're going to come out and press, because that's what they showed they're capable of doing in moments in the first half. So I think the Senegalese should not be sitting back. They should try and get the 3rd goal, because, you know, as they say in football, 2 is the worst number to ever lead by in football.
Well, so there we go for the second half with Senegal. Well, let's kick in this particular half. And he expects a very sharp reply from the DRC. Mantulia with that lovely crossing, but it's just too high.
Hey, from the beginning, this DRC showed their intent, but again, the cross not the quality that is expected, or not the quality that we want in order to attempt to score goals. And yeah, we have the Senegalese team again like they did in the first half. They're building up from the back, which is nice to see. And he carries it, but then he sees the goalkeeper off his line, and he tries something from way out the line.
Well, I think yesterday we saw some of the teams with 8 of the goalkeepers standing very long to find their forward men, resulting in 2 goals yesterday. And they'll be loving to kick long, but here's Senegal trying to box it. He's looking for a bit of space. Bindia, and yes, another lovely run from Senegal is quickly pushed out of the tunnel. Now the lads in white are back in possession. Double. There's Guy, wets it back. Steele will turn it quickly onto the right-hand side. Well, the DRC trying to come for it, and it breaks down. Not the best of passing rates from this team.
No, not the best of passing lanes from the team. And yes, they're trying to win the ball back, but the Senegalese have, the Senegalese are holding the ball very well, and they're playing. But again, we have a long ball instead of going for the proper build-up, and they lose, and they on the counter attack DRC. And let's see if they get numbers into the box. No, they don't.
Well, just struggling around this rock-solid Senegalese defense. But here they have another opportunity to try and see if we can attempt something. This is TT running into the traffic of Washed. Well, they're just trying their best. But it's not just enough in terms of getting the needed result and hitting back at Senegal, who've taken 2 big steps already. But they have a free kick.
They lose the ball, and they seem to have the DRC has the Senegalese a little bit under the cosh, but yes, like I said earlier on, the Senegalese are able to pack their defense and defend the ball properly. There's a change been made, bringing on the number 4.
So Ndombele is out for the man in 4 jersey to come in. Kabundi in the 4 jersey, just about enjoying share of today's game as they also get ready to take this free kick. And he'll be looking to add his presence to this DRC side. Otega Kabundi.
Senegalese have their whole team behind the ball, defending.
Just has to go long, and that's a lovely idea, but just not anywhere close to the mouth of the goalpost, but not a bad idea either. From the man in the 5 sets, Bahasa.
They're building up again from behind, but it looks like the DRC have got their number now. They're able to force them one side and set a trap for them, the Senegalese, but they come out of the trap.
Well, let's see how long this Senegalese can come out of the traps that the DRC is trying to set for them. Matula, and he wins it. It's Kabundi, the man who just came in having his first touch. Loses out on possession.
Out ball towards for the DRC, and let's see if the Senegalese can win the ball back and go them on the counter attack, or if the DRC can build up properly.
Well, 4 minutes and a few seconds already
in the game. The DRC pressing, they have the Senegalese, like we said, they got them on the back foot for a little while, but the Senegalese defend quite well. Away.
What is the man down? That's Bindia.
Senegalese free kick.
Absolutely a team that is in charge of this game. Very dominant performance from them in the last 25 minutes. And here they are again. He'll drag it to the far right-hand side of the field.
Senegalese are awarded a free kick on the right-hand side where they were strong in the first half, where they were able to run at DRC and create both goals from that side. So let's see what they do with the free kick. Oh, you have a left footer, probably an in-swinger.
Absolutely, it's Fallo who goes behind it. But I've not just seen so much of this DRC defense. Bengele has been very, very quiet, as well as Bahasa. That is a very long one into the channel. Big opportunity. And the whistle goes up. Big moment for Senegal. But DRC have been saved once again by the whistle.
Yes. A nice idea with the left footer making crossing a flat ball, but the DRC was able to play them very intelligently offside, even though it was very close to the box. I mean, close in the box. Now we have the DRC on the overlap, and let's see if he's able to get past his defender. No, he's not. We have the number 12 on the ball, and they're holding the ball well, the DRC, and they lose it.
Oh, that's Fatou losing out to Bindia for Senegal as they try to come forward from the left-hand side now.
Oh, what a ball.
Lovely ball in from
Beautiful ball.
Follow. And this is a big moment, and
Yes,
it's
and
that
he
is the third one. Senegal running riot here. It's a avalanche of goals.
I think that is what they needed, the counter-attack. The left-sided winger attacked very well, but once he passed that ball, the right-side striker of Senegal completely open. He could pick his spot, and he did. And even if he was not able to pick a spot, the right winger who created the 2 goals in the first half was available for another pass.
So just look at it again, coach. Taking his time and then just hits it beyond the reach of.
There he gets the ball and is able to pick his spot and score the goal. But
That's the man in the nice sets. This time it's Guy with that lovely hit to take Senegal's tally to 3. Goalless, the big striker, have now got in one. What a game they have it. Match day 2 seems to be sliding hugely in your favor. It's the contrasting result we saw on match day 1 when they took out Tanzania.
yes,
We stayed 1
Yes.
at the end of full time.
yes, for sure. It was 1-1 in the first game for Senegal against
Tanzania.
and that was 1-1 against the defending champions, right?
Absolutely.
So they showing their mettle now, coming to the second game, Senegal. And if I look at tournament playing, then Senegal are doing the right thing, because when I see the pitch side now, I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. They're bringing in 5 new players. So the coach has to be given credit now. It's a tournament, and he's giving everybody with fresh legs to come on. And those who have played yesterday, give them a bit of a rest.
Absolutely stated in the tournament rules that the teams have got the opportunity to make many substitutions as long as they wish to. But here's the DRC Tite with a touch on the edge of the 18-year goes for long hit there, and Sa with a moment of brilliance to palm it away.
That is a great moment of brilliance from the Senegalese goalkeeper. Not many able to save that shot, but what a strike from the
It's Mantula with a
the
lovely
line.
touch there too.
What a strike.
Fine Tite.
Yes. And the goalkeeper makes a brilliant save. But what a strike. And again, I have to give the DRC compliment, because even though they're trailing by 3-0, they are pushing to score a goal at least. And as I said, the fair play rule has to go to Senegal at the moment for making so many changes and giving players rest.
Well, absolutely. Sa will make another very important catch. Yeah, we've seen Senegal really enjoying himself today, as far as today's game are concerned.
Can we see?
Half an hour played already, and in Senegal, who is trying to construct something from the back, is Diallo. Hits the long one. Looking for Bukaria. And the interesting stuff is that Senegal, they are not just retreating at all.
What I'm noticing from Senegal, Victor, is that they're not only looking to build up. Sometimes they go long. And that shows you that there's been a bit of a variation within the training. So sometimes they build up and sometimes they go long. For example, the opportunity they just had now 2 seconds ago, they went for one pass at the back and a long pass. There's other times they go for a long, short, and then long. But that's the variation that I'm noticing within the Senegalese team. So I'm happy to see that in their play. But again, the DRC have the ball on the left-hand side, and they are taking the game to the Senegalese. The DRC are taking their game to the Senegalese, and this makes a good competition for the last few minutes of this half.
Well, very good competition. That's Demba. That's DRC will up to attack from the right-hand side, sensing a long one, but it's been blocked. Managed to keep possession. Then Gele over Budulu. Lovely run into the channel looking for Tite again, but it's been well cut out there from the man who just came in a few minutes ago. Keita in a 13 jersey. Another lovely supply into Senegal's box by Kabouni, and the Senegalese managed to deal with that one. Well, Senegal looking a bit scrappy now in the last 2 minutes, giving away so many balls to the opponent. Got the interesting stuff is that the DRC are playing lovely. This is Tite, but the flag is already up there.
Yes, that is correct. Good call from the young referee. It was offside from my point of view, and a good call. But again, I keep on insisting that the DRC is taking the game to the Senegalese, and I think if they're able to get one goal, they should probably force themselves to get a second goal. So it's about the Senegalese now reading the game properly and managing the game properly, and that is all left up to the coach to give those instructions at this young age of football players.
31 minutes. Are we yet to see lots of substitution from this DRC side? But Senegal will prepare another lovely substitutions, likely to be seeing the man in the 19 jersey. Dion coming. And it tells you that they are very, very interested in making most of their players enjoy this tournament.
Yes, the Senegalese have made 5 changes, and I think that's what the coach wants them to do. So, in all respect, let's give those guys, they have a corner from the left-hand side, from the right-hand side, and again, you can see they're going to attack the ball, and the DRC get it out, but it's a foul.
Well, big opportunity now for the DRC to try and attack.
And the Senegalese have actually completely changed the team. They're bringing in 3 new fresh players, and they're taking 3 out again. So this coach is, you should give him credit for doing this in this school's tournament, whereby he's giving everybody a moment to play. And yes, they've changed everybody. Brought in three centre-back. They've kept the main centre-back. They brought a new striker in, the DRC, the Senegalese. And let's see what the DRC done. They have not made any changes yet, the DRC.
Or just make a change, that is Kamburi, who came in.
Oh, they did.
Just one for a team that is struggling to contain this ferocious Senegalese side. And here they go again from the right-hand side, Tite. And the supply has been cut still. Drag onto the right-hand side.
Right far side.
Foul, lovely play now into the channel. Looking for foul, and I say that's a big moment there.
That is a beautiful game of football from the Senegalese, but if he just had the moment to look up, the left wing was completely open. That could have been number 4.
Absolutely. Foul, struggling to just tap it on. Big opportunity as the DRC will now option to go through the middle. Decides to hit it to the far left-hand side. Drag across. Tite once again been set for in Senegal's box. Picks it. It's 1-on-1 with a Makassas in the grounder. And it's cut out. Tio with a life wire for Senegal at the back.
The DRC are pressing. They're pushing the ball. And there was a good switch of play from one side to the other side. And the individual flair of this particular player, wow, what? He just didn't get it across the goal in the right way.
DRC still on the offensive here, trying to at least get a consolation goal. But Senegal making it so difficult for them.
And on the counter-attack.
Absolutely. A 3-on-3. Well, they managed to win it. Here's the man in 12 set, Vatu. By the way, still goes in his favor as well. Vatu, very quality player, has been a bit silent in today's game, and of course you can understand because Senegal's midfield is such a very tight one for the DRC side to run it into those pocket of spaces they create.
Oh, they're trying all the time, Victor, to get into the spaces, but every time it's just a technical error and they elude. The DRC can't pass the ball in the last third. They've been struggling to get past there. But again, I'm saying they are forcing themselves. They are forcing themselves onto the Senegalese players. But let's see what happens now. The DRC get a free kick at the left back position.
Absolutely, that's Bahasa. And that big challenge with Dion.
Yeah.
Such a very scrappy one. Also came in the second half to enjoy some few minutes as the DRC will change direction of attack again.
Switch the ball to the right hand side. And there they're trying to build up. They're trying to take the ball, but yes, the centre back starts pushing, and right midfielder plays a nice ball to the right back.
And for Budulu, and it sends it across, but Senegal at the right place to deal with the menace.
And there the Senegalese have a counter attack. 4 against 1.
Absolutely.
If he looks up and he plays the ball across.
Yes, foul, and again that's a piece of brilliant defending.
4 against 1, they should have scored the 4th goal. They should have scored the 4th goal.
And Sa picks it up, not in a hit that beautiful understanding with his back line. They skip up the side. Asani Sa. Let's go there, beautiful work with the likes of Ibrahima Kamara. But it's now with the DRC's keeper, Mugombe, as the player lies on the turf as well. Just look at this challenge. That's foul, and Bahasa stopping him in his tracks. That must be a bit painful, at least with the awkward way to stop.
Very, very, very good defending. I don't know if he was aware, but I'm sure he's not with his age. It was 4 against 1, and he was the one who won the ball. So, and he's injured now, but there was very, very good defending from the DRC player. And Victor, when you see the DRC players now, a lot of them are looking like the traveling has caught up with them.
Absolutely.
And the fact that the Senegalese man has made so many changes, they look the fresher team now.
Coach, with your years of experience, I mean, coaching at that top level, aren't you surprised that a team that is trailing behind by 3-0 have not made so much changes as compared to the team that is having their nose in the lead, but still changing the entire starting lineup here?
Yes, for me it's surprising that the DRC haven't done that, because you have given the freedom within the tournament rules that you can make as many changes as you can, and they have not taken advantage and analyzed that. They traveled, they're from far, they haven't recovered from the traveling as yet, and he hasn't made any changes. So that is surprising for me.
Oh, so quite surprising, but Sane Sa will ship it out of his own territory. We've done more than 40 minutes in any moment from now. The referee will certainly take a look at his watch. But it's the DRC that have been gifted another glorious opportunity. Just miles beyond the halfway line.
On the left-hand side, they have a free kick, and they come in to attack again, the DRC. And let's see if and that's what I'm talking about. They're losing the ball too quickly in the attacking mode when they are There they go, and Senegal have the ball again.
Well, it's Senegal's man, but Udolo in a very tight space, still managing to find his colleague. Foul for Senegal, drops it to Faye. 1-on-1 with a man, finds his strike partner. Foul makes his way into the box, but he's giving a top. That's a lovely ball swept across.
Yeah, great across, and they still have the ball on the right-hand side, and they're playing. Oh, yes, he's inside, and they go. Oh, misses the ball, misses the upright. But I think the Senegalese are showing more enthusiasm because they're a fresher team at this time of the game.
Oh, absolutely, and that ends it for this particular game. What a game we've seen. Senegal just cannot be tamed. And just look at that last minute chance that was missed at the death of full time. Just swept across agonizingly.
If Senegal used the opportunities better, the score could have been at least a 7-0.
Absolutely. But I'm sure they're very content at this moment as they jump on top of Group B with 4 points.
Yes.
After securing one yesterday. Very exciting stuff from this particular group. Well, it's full time. It's Senegal 3, DRC 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back to the Africa Schools Football Championships. It's Accra 2025, and we have been entertained to a 3-goal thriller in which Senegal pretty much cruised past the DRC. It is a tough start for the DRC, but we'll keep in mind that they've played their hearts out. They have shown that they have potential, at least to retain the ball and create some chances defensively. They will have a few questions to answer. Meanwhile, Senegal are a team that could have easily made it 5 or even 6-0 if they had taken all their chances, especially those which they created in the second half. It won't matter to them, though. 3-0, a clean sheet, a victory, a draw against the defending champions in the opening game. They are well on their way to the knockout stages and still on course to winning 2025. I'm joined by two football lovers, to football in the blood, 100%. What a coach, what a player. We've seen some wasted opportunities there from Senegal. Very quickly, from you as a forward, Gifty, your thoughts?
I think Senegal could have been up by 4 or 5 goals by now. After they got the 2 goals, they became a bit wasteful up front with the left winger, the number 7 guy. Yes, he wanted to go for glory a lot of the times. He had about 3-4 chances where he could have just laid the ball for the upcoming forwards to just tap in, but he wanted to go for glory, which, I mean, we could pardon that because these are kids and they also want to be in the limelight. But other than that, unfortunately for DRC, they met a very good team, a very composed team, and then at some point in time in the second half, we were looking at the end of the first half, we were looking forward to DRC coming in stronger, but at some point you could tell fatigue has set in, and you can't really fault them for that. They are jet lag, and then they are playing under this weather, very scorchy. So all in all, they have good composure of the ball. Their technicalities are beautiful. I think with time, DRC will be a problem.
We'll keep an eye out on them.
Yes.
The player she was talking about, number 7 for the Senegalese side, you want to keep an eye on him in the next game is Fofana Fall. That's the man who wasted his opportunities. This game, though, that's coming in has seen Uganda going into this one against the Gambia, and they will be walking in. And just a quick one, Coach, sorry for this one. We're going to cross over right now. It is Uganda up against Gambia. Uganda victorious yesterday. As they walk onto the pitch, you will remember they managed to pass South Africa 1-0. Grace Kawino, the name you want to keep an eye on. Meanwhile, for the Gambia, very interesting for them. They come into this competition on the back of a great result. It was penalty shootout against Guinea to qualify. Jarab Jong, the heroine for the Gambian side, as she saved 2 spot kicks in the shootout and was named player of the tournament. Remarkably, by the way, she was a midfielder. She is a midfielder. Went into the goal, managed to get them through after an injury to the regular goalkeeper. Haiba Koulibaly from Guinea took home the golden boot. They will not be questioning the capability of this team, but can they manage to score and win? Here are the anthems.
Oh, thank you very much. Welcome to the first game in the girls category as Uganda takes on the Gambia in a game that promises to be very, very exciting. What a start for Uganda against defending champion South Africa. Youngster Grace Kawino's goal made a difference yesterday, and Uganda will have to keep the momentum against this Gambian side who are yet to kick a ball at this CAF African Schools Football Championship. Once more, I've got Coach alongside me in commentary position.
We hope to see a nice game after the handshakes and everything like that. And again, we see young lady referees in the middle, handling the game, which just does well for youth football in Africa. So let's see, yesterday Uganda beat South Africa.
Absolutely, by goal to nil.
By 1 goal to nil with the young.
Absolutely.
Yes, we had a...
Well, a very exciting start. Let's wait to see this game.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Also, thank you very much as these two teams take their position on the field. Uganda in their favorite colors, dominant red and a touch of black. As the DRC will be kicking from left to right in your shots in that deep blue colors. And you can see their coach, Chibemba, on the touchline there. And we commence with action with Burundi's young referee, Kirumugushi. And let's blow in for the whistle.
Yeah, we were fortunate enough yesterday to see Gambia, and I'm looking to watch my number 8 player. She's the best. But Uganda. Gambia coming to this tournament playing their first game, so they should be fresh, but hopefully not like the DR Congo done in the first game, whereby in the end the players were fatigued because of the travel. But let's see what happens now as far as Gambia versus Uganda.
Well, so let's see. Is Uganda quickly takes that one out of their own penalty area. As we try to see what these two teams have got to offer on the table. Well, Uganda is a very quality side on the continent. They've come to the ranks in terms of women football development, becoming a powerhouse. And it's just important that they start to nurture after their legends. Gambia with a free kick at a very advantageous position as they try to push a lot of bodies into Uganda's box.
Well, now you can see the Gambians are all excited to be at the tournament, and they have their first free kick just 25 meters outside of the big box. So let's see, they have right footer curling in, an in-swinger, and they are really pushing themselves now. It's man-to-man marking.
That's Sanya behind it. The young lady will be looking to send in a very incisive one. As he's got so many players on the edge, Baje, Mende, Trawale are all in the midst together with Bojan. That's a lovely kick there from the young lady, Sanya. Coach, nice kick.
Yeah, nice kick, but direction and height and position of the ball, not really what I expected, but a good first time one. Let's see what they do with the next one. And Uganda have the Congo have the out ball on the far left hand side, left back throw in. I want to see the build up. I want to see the mentality of the Gambian team against the Ugandan team.
Well, they've had so much rest after arriving 2 days before the tournament, but failed to kick a ball yesterday as a result of the DRC arriving a bit late at this CAF African Schools Football Championship. We're giving them further rest ahead of today's game.
Uganda, at the moment, because they don't have position, they playing a lot man-to-man marking, and I can see that very close.
Well, Gambia looking at a side that has got the ability to cause a bit of trouble. Just pushing this Ugandan side into their own territory. Maybe they would have to break out of themselves, the ladies in red.
Yes, they have to, because they play in a man-to-man game in dead ball situations. But the minute they win the ball, I don't see them looking for the main player on their pitch, which is the number 8, to have the ball moving.
Well, Nasaka, but it's back to Gambia's defense. That's Jata nearly giving her that big opportunity. But Manga at the right place to clear her line, the goalkeeper of the side. Well, it's very slow build up from the two sides, and it's just very usual.
Ball from outside into a counter-attack position for DRC, and Uganda put the ball out for out ball. They have the ball. Let's see the build-up from the Gambia, and oh yes, Uganda's able to defend very, very well, and they're on the back foot.
Also, that's 10 out beyond the sideline. The advantage will stay with Uganda.
My observation now is that I see Uganda playing very similar to Gambia. It looks like they sussing each other out, man to man, playing long balls. So let's see who's able to settle first from both these teams.
Oh, the skipper of the side, Aketwengwa, not springing into life at the moment, together with the leading agency Nasaka for Uganda, together with Nabalanzi, another player to look at. Kirenga in the 15 jersey. But of course, they've got a champ in the lady who normally comes from the bench in Grace Chiwino. Aketongwa tensing that one into Gambia's half, but it's been quickly pushed out of danger. Ready to be gracefully picked up by Namoy Waya. Well, since had a great game yesterday against South Africa, which they managed to win by 1-0. It's still Gambia. Well, it's been, to be fair, it's been Gambia's showmanship in the last 5 minutes.
Yes, for sure they've had the better share of the ball, but from Uganda's side, like I said early on, it does not look like they are settled. They are not as comfortable as they were yesterday on the ball, and the main player on the pitch for me yesterday was the number 8, and she's not on the ball often enough in order to make them play. Well, they have a free kick now, and the Gambia look like they've all gone behind the ball, and they defended with 11 players. And let's see what Uganda has set up as far as this tactical awareness is concerned.
That's Belinda on it. Really, it's a long one in, but there's nobody in the red set to hack onto it. It's to be picked up by Manga, who seems to be having a free day at the moment. Very slow build-up from the two sides, but take nothing away from the Gambia side. Ball's been very comfortable on the ball so far. Excitingly entertaining themselves. Aketongwa with this one forward on the left-hand side. Just playing some very, very quality football. And there's a skip up the side again. Looks to be the main orchestrator in midfield for Uganda. Uganda trying to box something from the left-hand side. Can she break into the box? Lovely send. Across. This is a big opportunity for Uganda to take the lead. Oh, that is just a feeble shot, and it's cleared away.
Oh, they almost got through. They almost broke through the Ugandan team, and it came from a cross from the left-hand side, and their captain has the ball now, and she's really looking to build up. They look like they've changed their tactic now. They started playing again Uganda, and let's see if they can maintain that in order to score a goal against Gambia. Again, a long free kick into the box, and the complete Gambian team is behind the ball except for one.
Agetongwa with a long one into the channel and picked up by the lady, the Latin Shets. Nabukere is trying to quickly break away from him. Tense one in again, but it's been blocked from Belinda. That is the Gambian number 5, Sonko, with a lovely stop there. And you can understand, she's got it. They're not looking like a side that is.
Yeah, they have a corner to the near post, and then the captain comes of Uganda, wins the ball back and crosses the ball. Not a bad ball going in. Oh.
So you can see this Ugandan side not correcting anything, inspiring at the moment. Most of their big players have been so quiet so far. Nabukira has been silent. Nasaka quiet as well. Nabalenzi as well as the big lady herself, Namase Ruka.
Oh, there's ball stolen from the Gambian team.
But Gambia, Uganda instead will keep possession. Nabukira sends the cross into Gambia's penalty box. Lose everybody. Pursue chest for it. Namase Ruka goes down in the penalty box. Oh, the Burundi referee will have none of that.
Yes, no foul. No foul. Uganda have the team back, the ball back again. Oh, well said. Well done, goalkeeper. Taking no prisoners, coming out for the ball, making sure that the Ugandan player doesn't get to the ball. And now they have a free kick, and they look like they're building, but they want to build up, and the centre back has the ball, but then they go long now. The Gambia have also started changing a little bit. Ugandan have the ball on the right hand side. Poor ball fumbles on the ball.
Well, absolutely. It's Gambia. And they're just trying to push the ball to the far side, but the referee will point the other way around as we've done 10 minutes, a few seconds already.
Okay, Uganda have the ball. The captain has the ball on the left-hand side. She now goes down the left-hand side, and she's cutting inside with a nice cross. And if someone's able to get onto that, could be a goal. Oh,
This
almost.
was
She missed it.
nearly the first moment for Uganda, but to miss narrowly. Or just watch it once again. It was delivered long into the channel, looking to pick the big lady that was in plenty of space. Not the best of touch, and she arrives to say late. Looks to be Belinda. But what a touch from Nabukira. And the lady in 8. Makisaka on the ball at the moment, arriving and set late. They still have it as the Gambia is trying to defend. That is also blown out. Jata blowing that one out for a twin advantage to the home team in this fixture. Lots of exciting stuff from today's game. Yes, Uganda in the center cycle, presses down to find it, skip up the set. Aketongwa, not the best of pass.
Gambia steal the ball back again from Uganda, and not the best of passes, but Uganda have the ball again. It's a little bit scrappy now. Ball's going from defense to attack all the time, and it's just bouncing around. Possession is being given away, and Uganda have a free kick. Long ball to the left-hand side, and there we have the across the right fullback overlapping.
Well, so let's see what this Uganda side is trying to do. Trying to, find a bit of space. Try to spread this Gambian side very wide on the flanks and see if they can create some bit of space to run through those channels. But it's proving a bit difficult at the moment. Gambia's opportunity to send in a long one out. That's what to send in a long one, but it's stopped in the center cycle. Sanya and the Uganda will have to defend as the Gambia Sanya goes down in the center cycle.
Yes, Uganda get a free kick now, and the medical aid has been called up to have a look at the player. But like we said, it looks like Gambia is trying to switch the ball quicker from one side to the other side in order to go down the middle.
And the lady will stay on the turf at the moment as he tries to receive some treatment. Should be a bit dangerous from what we are anticipated, owing to the fact that the stretcher is around and maybe she will be carried off the pitch, which might be a bit disturbing, but she's good to continue. Nasaka, as the coach, will have a bit of worse with her charges on the sideline. Nabukira in there as well.
Yes, I like that. What the coach is doing is giving the Ugandan team a little bit more instructions to see how they can break down the Gambian team. But in saying that, they have a free kick on the halfway line, and it's the centre back that's going to take it. And they're going to play from the back. Captain has the ball on the left side.
Akechongwa will turn it into the center cycle, picks Nabukira, but the referee once again spotting something unusual, and will keep the advantage with Uganda, who are already on top of that particular group alongside South Africa. You try to come for it, but Gambia now struggling a bit to contain this Ugandan side, who were a bit quiet in the first 5 minutes of this first half department. But are now looking to slide into the game a bit better now.
Yes, from what I can see is that, like we alluded to in the first 5 minutes, Gambia and Uganda were just feeling each other out. And now it looks like the Ugandans have actually settled down and they're having more of the ball and having new instructions given to them a few minutes ago by the coach. Let's see what happens.
Well, most of them playing from some very exciting clubs back in the Gambia, with goalkeeper Manga playing for Kanifia.
Outball for the Gambians, and they've got the ball back, and they go wide, and they get another outball. So let's see if they can attack. They're on the halfway line. Let's see if they can build up, because we are 16 minutes into the first half. So let's see whether the energy levels have dropped, or if Uganda can get through the way they want to play.
Well, look at the lady Nabukira running through the traffic of blue set there, managing to keep the ball. But Gambia will ship that one. Jame coming through from the far left-hand side, but not the best of touch. And again, it takes a great effort from the lady to turn it off. And certainly that is killing.
Gambia have another outball, and they're on the halfway line, attacking the Ugandans, and let's see. It's good.
Well, coach, in terms of the investment into this tournament by CAF, invested so much, $10 million into this project.
Oh, what an initiative by CAF. You only have to take your cap off, because when we look at the tournament and we look at the talent that's been on show going forward for Africa, I think it's one of the best African tournaments, if I may say, for the future of African champions.
Well, absolutely. As Uganda will have to come through the middle. But the referee, she's got other ideas. She's been on top so far in the last 17 minutes. Giru Mushisha is taking charge of this game. Rosine, as well as the other colleagues. Assistant referee 1, so far, Zuma from Ghana. Assistant referee 2, Agbemabo from Benin. All doing so well.
Another part of the upset that we have to give CAF is to allow younger referees to blow this game. But as the game goes on, Uganda has just lost the ball on the halfway line, and the Gambia have an outball throw on the right-hand side.
18 minutes, less than 2 minutes to go for the first half department of the game. I think the referees will not add any minutes. That means that to stay even, as we head for the halftime break. But it's Gambia in possession in the center cycle. Jame lifts it for Jata, and that's a long one. But to nobody in particular. Picked by Uganda as they try to put some passes together. Nabukira can't reach it, and it's tipped away by Sonko. Sonko what against his serving. Playing some very lovely football. This is a lovely footwork in, and again it's a class alliance. And there's Sonko once again into the rescue for the Gambia.
Uganda in the last third, they have an outball, and the captain has been very influential for me, coming back from the left-hand side. He crosses the ball, and wow. Uganda, yes, they're only getting into the last third of Gambia. In not as many moments as I expected. But let's see, the captain has got the ball again, and she goes forward down the line, down the left-hand side.
Uganda will spread the ball onto the far right-hand side, but there's nobody there to pick it up. Jata will pick it for the Gambia. She's got a lot of upsets. With Sonko on a standby, but decides to go solo, ends up losing it as Gambia force an onslaught from the far side. And they win. A throwing advantage for all their effort. As Jata takes a few steps back to help with the menace she created herself.
Yes, I can see the outball on the far right-hand side for Uganda. But today, for me, and I look at the first half as far as Uganda is concerned, and I can criticize them because yesterday They're number 8, and their captain was very, very influential in the game, and today they're not as influential. On the other side, Gambia have come, played their first game.
Also, it's halftime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium with the Gambia holding Uganda in this particular fixture. Halftime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Uganda 0, the Gambia 0.
Welcome back. It is halftime between Uganda, a team that yesterday surprised us, defeating South Africa 1-0. Grace Kawino was the star. Today, all of them have been held silent, apart from one player who the coach Akanor has been smiling about and saying, now there's my star player. We're about to delve into an analysis of what we saw in the first 20 minutes of the game between Uganda and Gambia. Gambia playing their first game. Coach Akanor on the balance of play. 0-0 at halftime. Not many chances created. Uganda looking like they are more in control, having played their first game already in the tournament. Gambia making a start to the tournament. Do you think there's anything that has captivated your attention or something you'd think of writing home about in terms of the play?
Of course, I think Uganda, I would say, have done so well. They are very, very compact, and so it's very, very easy for them when they have to gain possession. They are able to gain possession quickly because they do press a lot in terms of when they have the ball, they're able to play. The game, one of the key players in the team is the number 11 shirt, I think Lillian, who has been very, very instrumental in terms of going forward, creating passes leading to goal scoring opportunities. And I think they've done so well. They've created chances, but they've not been able to score.
The girl in the jersey number 11, Lilian Nabukira, is the girl that has been pretty much the spark of this first half in this game against Gambia for the Uganda side. Gambia, though, resolute. We know they came into this one on the back of a goalless draw against Guinea, was it, to qualify for this one. In fact, a midfielder was in posts for the penalty shootout and somehow, just somehow, managed to keep it a clean sheet. Now they're showing us just why defensively they're organized. You can't exactly pick out a specific player, more of a unit kind of play. And
that's beautiful. In as much as you would want to have your star player do all the magic, it's beautiful to have a team where everybody is equally up to the task. And that's what the Gambians are doing now. They haven't really been able to threaten the Ugandans a lot, but all in all, I think they have been very compact and they're very composed in their defense, which is great because we are not seeing the Ugandans we saw yesterday. But for Lillian, it's been a pretty average team for Uganda, average performance for Ugandans this afternoon because the Gambians, although they are not able to surge forward as much, they have been very composed and are really keeping an eye on who an eye should be kept on, and which is good because their defensive line has been very robust, which is great. The one problem with the Ugandan team is the fact that their midfielders, their final touches, their final balls are not reaching the target. which is something they would really want to have a look at in the second half.
The three names that stood out for us in the first game as Uganda somehow managed to beat the defending champions and dominate in that game as well. One of them happens to be Lilian Nabukira, who we've just spoken about. She's in jersey number 11. Number 7 and 8, jersey number 8, Brenda Nasaka of Uganda. She was the Golden Boot winner coming into this tournament. Contained to a certain extent yesterday, but she showed flashes of brilliance. And then there's jersey number 7, the girl who scored the goal, Grace Kawino. None of them have been able to come alive in this game. Is it down to lethargy? Is it the sun? Is it Gambia? Who gets the credit here?
Probably. Yesterday you saw the coach did a remarkable change when he brought in
Grace Kawino.
And she scored. The first touch she scored.
Immediately.
Hopefully, this time around, there will be a change, fresh legs, and they will perform again magic. But so far, I think the Ugandans have had a bit of the game than the Gambians.
What would you do tactically if you were the coach, considering what you've seen from Uganda, because they are slight favorites in this one?
They are playing, they're good, but the final third is the problem, and maybe you'll be forced to bring in somebody who can make some magic in the attacking line. They need to do that because that is what is left now. In terms of possession, in terms of control of the game, they are a bit ahead of the Gambians. So they need somebody a good finisher, who can come in and score.
Well, they don't have a good finisher in terms of the finisher we have here, experience, but they do have some girls who will promise to be great finishers. As a forward, a Gifty, what would you like to see? I know the coach is talking about bringing someone in, but if you were there as a player going forward, you see Gambia are set in their way. They're playing as a block. In fact, they're playing a low block and moving forward as a unit. What would you want your teammates to do to create space for you?
I would want to have a player who is slick and also able to keep the ball in behind the strikers, because it's really very painful when the striker makes a run and the ball doesn't come. So you would want to have a player behind the strikers who has an eye for penetrating balls. So then, in my opinion, I would want to have a player like the number 8 play right behind the strikers, where she's either able to give those penetrating passes or she's able to take defenders off, because she has the quality to do that. So you would want to have players behind you as a striker who are able to feed you and not make your runs irrelevant.
Interesting. So at the moment, it is Goalless. Uganda, the team that we expected to do something in this first half, have been silenced. Now, we can talk about Uganda and individual players, but as a coach, how proud are you or how frustrated are you if you're the coach of Gambia? Which section do you lie in? Frustration or pride that while you can't pick out a specific player, this team is impenetrable to a certain extent and playing exceptionally well as a group? What would you like? A Uganda side where you can pick out stars, or a Gambia side where it's one team?
Well, I think for both sides, I think they've done well. They should be proud of themselves, the coaches. I mean, if you look at it...
Coach, what about you? Forget what they should be. I'm asking your opinion.
My opinion is what I'm telling you. For the Gambians, they've been able to defend very well. And therefore, it's important that you are proud. You don't need to stress them too much. These are kids. Allow them to do what you've taught them. They might not get it all as you want, but they are improving. They are doing well. And you know where you took them and where they are now. You should look at those things and you'll be proud.
Gifty?
Talking for the Gambians, I think their coach is doing a good job. He should relax, because we saw Ugandans yesterday, and from the first half we have seen Ugandans are a bit ahead of them. But the beautiful thing is they are able to keep their composure, and they are a lot compact, and then they are doing the basics, which is helping them. They make the game compact for the Ugandans where the Ugandans have the ball, and they try to open up when they have the ball. Even though they haven't been able to open up a lot, I like the compactability. They are able to keep their compact and make their defensive third, so they can penetrate. So, which is a good thing. If you're able to keep your opponents from penetrating, that's good.
As you can see from the warm-up, Uganda already warming up. There was a sense of urgency. They came out real quickly. They're about to go. We saw them yesterday. We're about to see them again for the second half today. It is currently goalless between Uganda and Gambia. A lot to play for, a victory to be reached, and time is of the essence. 20 minutes, second half coming your way.
Very much. Welcome back to the second half between these two teams, Uganda and Gambia. at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium is CAF African Schools Football Championship, Accra 2025. Well, watching what, in case you've just joined the action, is Uganda, who will now be playing from left to right in their dominant colors of red and a touch of black. That's the Gambia kicking from right to left in a dominant blue.
Well, we hope to see a better second half than the first half, even though we have to give credit to Gambia on that, because they were able to keep Uganda out, and this is their first game. So let's see what Uganda can do and play more or less like they played yesterday in the second half, where they ended up winning the game. And I'm sure both coaches have spoken to them. The time is of essence, regarding you only have 20 minutes, and you have to try and win the goal or try and get the goal in order to get to the next stage of the competition. So let's see. I haven't seen any changes being made, so they're both satisfied with what they have and what the players have given them. Yes, there the kickoff is starting, and let's see what happens. Oh, Uganda are making changes. They're making 2 changes, and Gambia is making 1 change. So let's see who they bring on.
Well, absolutely. Uganda making very instant substitution. Unless they have to register their presence in today's game. But for Gambia also, they've just taken off the lady in the 19 shirt, Bajia. And they decided to bring in the lady in the 3 shirt. But for Uganda, they've thrown in Grace Kawino in the 7 jersey, the lady who made a difference yesterday. And absolutely, she will be the player to keep your eyes stuck onto in this Ugandan side.
And we've just started now, and yes, these are the moments that stop the game. Sometimes they have a late tackle from one of the Ugandan players on a Gambia player, and the medical team is being called out. Like we said, we'd like to see a different game, more open game in the second half from both teams, because they need to get the points, especially Gambia. But Uganda have 1 point. They have 3 points, so they're doing well. But let's see if they can keep up the momentum in order to take them to the next part of the tournament.
Well, absolutely, Uganda is the team. All in terms of written on paper, definitely Uganda will be ahead of this Gambian side, owing to the fact that they were able to outclass South Africa yesterday. And for Gambia, they've just thrown in Jobate in the 3 jersey as they took off Bajia. They send across. And it's this Gambian side who will have to quickly make a bit of impact. That's a long one coming from the far side. That's Bojang. That has been stopped by these Ugandans as they try to build something from their own backyard. Lovely play now. Big opportunity for Uganda to take the lead. It's 2-on-2. She's got a lot of options. That's the right-hand side. Decide to go long, and it's in. Uganda scores. And guess who scores? It's Nabukira. What a finish there. And look at the celebration from these Ugandans. Really, really having party.
I think when you try and analyze the game or try and analyze the goal, she uses her strength and her speed to run about a few meters, but she uses the strength there, and she has the option on the right hand side, but she goes for goal, and she connects well with the ball, and she puts the ball in the far post, which is very clever for a young player to score in the far post.
That's confirmation of the scoreline for you. Uganda 1, the Gambia 0. Just tell you that they've taken this particular group by surprise. Now with 6 points, if it stays this way, that's a long way out for the rest of the team to catch up with. The Gambia maybe have got Adabal Switz as well on the bench, and their coach will need to quickly take a look at his squad for this CAF African Schools Football Championship and throwing some of a card.
Yeah, maybe look to rest some of his players, but probably not now. Maybe in another couple of minutes. The thing I'd like to comment on, and I've seen this from yesterday, is the goalkeepers. When the team is leading, the goalkeepers seem to catch the ball and dive. Why? I don't know if it's trying to waste time, but what I'm seeing now is Uganda have the ball again in the last third, and they looking to really attack the Gambians now.
So that's the lady, the goal scorer, Nabukira on your screens at the moment. Enjoying herself in Ghana's capital. Yesterday, wonderful performance against South Africa, and today she's continuing with the same momentum. Sonko hit it up front, but not the best of it. First to the lady in the 11 set, Mende. There's still Mende trying to see if she can outwit the marker. And it's back to this formidable Ugandan side, who will now try to push up front a bit. There's a big run down the right-hand side. Sonko is at the right place to stop here.
Ugandans are pushing now. They're pushing for the second goal. And the Gambians, yes, some of them, I think, looks a little bit lethargic for me, especially when they play the long ball going forward and they have to run onto it. That's when it looks like their legs give in. But I think if they keep it small and keep the passes small, they will be able to get past. Free kick to Gambia again.
Well, taking advantage of such pieces in this encounter has been their strength. But watch this once again. This was a big push from behind. And it's Achin who was the culprit on that occasion. And Gambia now have the opportunity to try and see if they can send in some long ball into Ugandan's half. And that'll be a long kick, but there's nobody in the green. That is why it seems to be falling in terms of the pecking order in the final third of the pitch.
Gambia keeps on getting into the final third, but the final pass is also not good enough for any Gambian player to get on the end of it, and that's causing them problems. Now we have Gambian, and you have the number 11 again, all free. She can use her strength and her speed. No, she can't. She had the ball again, the goal scorer.
That's Nabukira. She has been a very difficult customer to be stopped by the Gambian side. Loves to run a lot, very agile anytime she's running up front. As they quickly takes that throw in. Trying to pass it into the Gambia's box again. Release a long one, and that'll be the second one for Uganda. And what a tournament they're having. And guess who is Grace Awino with her second of the tournament. And look at the celebration again. It's the same Uganda, and it's the same lady who scores their second.
When you look at how the goal was scored, and I look and I analyze things, the Gambia were not able to clear their lines or clear the ball, but when the number 7 gets the ball and she's able to cut inside and play the ball across, what a goal scored, because she plays the ball nicely at the back pass. And I don't know, but when I like to look and I say international football, most goals are scored from the back pass nowadays. So they are watching television, they are watching the big teams play, or the big girls play in the Champions League, and this is what I'm seeing.
Well, confirmation of a scoreline for you. Uganda leading the Gambia by 2-0. Or coming in this particular half. 27-minute play. And less than 15 more minutes to go. There seems to be a bit of problem in the referee. We'll have the ball changed. Kind of suspect. As the Gambia also trying to at least See if they can track their tactics a bit. Well, certainly we have a new ball to at least continue from where we left off.
When I look at the situation in the pitch right now, I would expect the Ugandan team to make as many changes and give them as much rest as possible. And I'd expect the Gambian team to do similar in order to be able to get a goal at least to make the game a lot more exciting in the end.
Well, we might be seeing a new face coming, but we'll confirm that to you as Uganda try to build up from the back. Into the center cycle. Caps off the referee. And she would have to press the restart button.
Because the ball touched her.
Absolutely. Well, we spoke about how Uganda were a bit sluggish in the first half, and they've just sprung to life in this particular half. But the interesting fit in the puzzle is that Grace Awino seems to be the clear difference anytime she comes in the second half. She is the obvious difference.
Is this the number 11?
Just the number 7 who scored yesterday.
Number 7 that scored yesterday, yes, for sure. She's one of the outstanding players in the Ugandan team. I said that you have the number 7, you have the number 11 who scored the goal, and I've noticed now the number 8. She's come of age again in this game, and she's starting to let them play.
29 minutes as we look to hit half an hour. And it's Gambia. Who might just be making a change or bringing a new player. And it looks like somebody's off, and it's the lady in the night jersey for the Gambia is going off. And for Uganda, another player is also going off. So it's the new entrant Mane who comes in. And for Uganda, Kiringa is off as we get ready to see the new entrant, Mungu Timu, coming in.
Is that a more of a defensive midfielder that is bringing in the Ugandan player? Because I can see the player that the Gambia brought in is more an attacking player. That is the left-sided player of right-sided player of Gambia. So let's see what happens if Uganda is happy with 2 goals to score, and they try and close the game in the midfield. And let's see what Gambia does. But I expect Gambia to make more changes.
Well, let's see if the Gambia will listen to coach advice from commentary position. As Uganda will try to push forward, lost the ball in the process. Hits one up front. But it's amount to nothing. But they have the advantage to take it and try to box it around. Kidding. Gambia building forward. They find the lady in the 7 shirt country. Brit forward. Sanya. Back to the lady in the 8. Joff. And Uganda back in possession. Nasaka. Using the flank quite well. But there's been traffic of blue shirts. But Uganda maintaining the still and their composure. Looks to be a dead ball here. It's tipped out. Yes, Grace Awino drifting into the middle. Nabukira might not just get to it. Oh, that's a beautiful piece of work rate from Nabukira.
Almost Gambia made a mistake, and the number 11 again almost stole the ball in the attack to score the goal, but they have a corner now, and let's see how Uganda set themselves up and how Gambia set to prevent this goal from coming. What I like is that the Ugandan team is making lots of changes. Every 1 minute now, he's brought on 3 players so far. So let's see. Corner from the right-hand side.
Well, they swung inside and Gambia dealt with it. As they tried to bring it onto the left-hand side. Mendy. Again, the opposite Nama just too strong for Nabukira. Nasaka for Uganda. Nabukira. Nawalda. And it's picked up by Manga for the Gambia.
Oh, nice little bit of rondo played there by Uganda. They had a nice rondo going here, and all the good players were involved. The number 8, the number 7, and they played a rondo, and they just passed the last ball into the final third a little bit too hard. So let's see what happens.
Well,
yes,
3 minutes.
The number 7 has the ball.
And it's Grace Sawino sprinkling into the Gambia's box. Bits one, decides to let it back there. That's Nabukira, and that is Uganda's third. And a brace for Nabukira. Oh my goodness, can't they just stop scoring? And look at it, celebration this time around. Classic one from a classic Ugandan side.
I think the number 7 has so much awareness on the pitch, and she's able to run at the ball, run at them, bring them to her, and then make a trick, and then be aware that the number 11 is all by herself. And she gives her the ball, and she picks a spot, and Uganda are now 3-0 up.
Brilliant eye from the super substitute, Grace Sawino. And again, it's Manga for this Gambian side who struggle to contain the ever-pouring Uganda attack. And they've got lots of substitution as well. They've just seen that the lady in 8 just said Yoff is off. And they might be bringing in a lot of ladies. And one of them is Yoff, who's just walking off the pitch. As we see Lala Mane taking onto the pitch.
That's what I like happening from the last game, Victor, is that there's a lot of changes been made by the Gambian team.
Well, Jalo has also walked into the fray for the Gambia. Confirmation of the scoreline. Looks to be in the lead with 3 points and 3 goals. As we've just got a few minutes left in this encounter.
I think there's a good combination between the number 7, the 11, the 8, all on the right-hand side. They're able to play little rondos around the Gambian team, which makes them look very efficient.
Dropped into the middle now. And it's brought back. Namasereuka. That'll be the captain. Aketongwa. Namakula decides to retreat it back. And it's all the way back to goalkeeper Namu Waya. As he brings this onto the right-hand side. It's drifted into the middle. Beautiful piece of play from this Ugandan side. There's Grace Awino cutting onto her right foot. Was looking for Nabukira, couldn't find her. Namakula will have it, drops it back. Namakula again. Brilliant piece of work. Kidding. And it's back to their defensive line. Here's Kidding again. Was trying to find her colleague. Well, that's the changes we saw with Yoff coming in. And the rest of others like Namakula all making their way into the frame. But just look at that lovely touch there from Uganda, resulting in that advantage.
The Ugandans are showing their technical quality and their tactical awareness on the pitch, especially on the right-hand side where I alluded to having the number 7, the number 11, the number 8. They play nice little rondos on the side, and they're keeping the ball better than the Gambians at the moment.
Well, it's referee Girumugisha having such a very wonderful time on the pitch. The Burundi international. That is Uganda back in possession, deep in the half of the Gambia. Well, now they're just taking their time, box the ball around, enjoy themselves in this competition, absolutely, with big legs out of the group stage into the knockout phases with big 6 points at the moment. The referee once again spotted something. Just less than 2 minutes away from full time.
When I look at before the free kick, there's one unsung hero in the Ugandan team that we got to mention, and that's the left back. I think she's played well. They haven't come down that side. They've come a few times down the right-hand side, but on the left-hand side, she's been solid.
Well, let's see, they're deciding to use their left flank now. Sends one across, looking for Nabukira. They couldn't pick her. Gambia will try to have possession, but Uganda will not sit back. Pushed onto the right-hand side, very close to the edge of the 18-yard. Grace Sawino will have to cut in, but this time around it's blocked. And it's whisked away by Sanya. Mane. And Aketongwa for Uganda waste it. They skip out the side, leading by Zampo. Nabukira. Namakula. Just running in there. Plenty of space. He starts to go for the power. Miles away from the mouth of the goal post. Another big opportunity flapped from outside of the 18-yard.
Yeah, they made another change, and Uganda has full control of the game now. I think they're enjoying themselves. You can see, I mean, when the number 8 takes a shot from outside the box while she's running, she's really trying to do exactly what the others are doing. That's score goals.
Well, so the skipper is off, Sanya, and here in comes the lady in the assistant set, Asiatu Soy, coming into the fray now. Well, interestingly, we're almost up with this particular game, and it's 1 minute of additional time as Gambia will have to press and get a consolation. They're looking to get into the game slowly. Maybe not just today against this wonderful Ugandan side.
Yes, yesterday they started off very slow today. I think they just they try to feel what the Gambians are all about. What do they bring? And they've grown into the game a lot. They've grown into the game a lot, Uganda, and they should be happy with the result.
Well, time is up, and it's the Burundi international, Girimu Gusha, who blows the final whistle to end this intriguing fixture between these two sides, with Uganda finding the back of the net 3 times from Nabukira, who scored a brace, and Grace Sawino, who adds to her tally in this tournament, making it 3 for Uganda. Pole position atop of that particular group with 6 points. And you can see some of the Gambian players a bit disappointed with their performance. Well, absolutely, it's full time. Uganda 3, the Gambia 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Fun right here at the touchline. Welcome back. We're having a host of fun right here at the touchline. Apart from the games, which are way entertaining, we're also just have an amazing crew. Hopefully, we'll run you through them at the end of the tournament so you can see some of the people who are making it happen here, courtesy of CAF. Thank you very much to CAF for these Africa Football Championships. It's the school games. We're in Accra, Ghana, and I just want to turn our attention to the game that just ended. Coach, what a performance, what a second half performance from Uganda.
Indeed, they did so well, but I recommend the coach. I mean, yesterday when they played, he benched Kawina and brought her in the last minute. She scored. Today, he started her and also, again, did so well.
There's Lillian Nabukira with the first goal. We were talking about it, and 2 more goals from herself and Kawino, wrapping it all up. And as you look at those goals, I just want to let you know that walking onto the pitch are 2 teams that will give us amazing entertainment. It will be South Africa and Ghana. South Africa, by the way, were sensational in their opening game of the group, and they managed to beat Algeria 2-0, while Ghana will be looking for John Ando, who scored both goals for them as they cruised past Uganda. It is 2 players who found the back of the net in an identical scoreline against Algeria for South Africa. Sekoto and Lutando, those 2 will be the players to look out for. Setondo is a man who will be wearing jersey number 7. Meanwhile, number 11 will be Lutando Talent Mkise, and South Africa will be a different competition altogether. Coach and I, along with Coach Calvin, will be back. Right now, it's over to commentary, Victor and Gifty, to walk you through the first half of Ghana and South Africa.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to this intriguing fixture between host nation Ghana and South Africa. As far as this game is concerned, host nation running riot yesterday against Uganda, which they won by 2-0. And the man to keep your eyes stuck onto is the young chap in the NJC, Ando, who plays for Tedward FC here in the country. As Ghana paused for the camera, but it's the young South African side. Quality showing yesterday against Algeria. Won by 2-0. It's Koto and Lutando finding their name on the score sheet as well. You can see the match officials also in your shot.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Very much. We ready for this big action between Ghana and South Africa. And you can see the referee is also very ready as well. So there we go for the first 20 minutes, I beg your pardon. We've always enjoyed 45 minutes of football. And it's we'll have to come to terms with the fact that the African Cup Schools Football Championship is just 20 minutes in both halves. And Ghana will hit it along onto the right-hand side, trying to attack the South African box. And they'll be forced to retreat once again as Cam there. South Africa back in possession now with number 6. Lafo in possession. Sehoto. And Ghana back in possession. Kenkam on the right-hand side. We'll have to push it up front. Ghana into the box. That's a big opportunity, but it's been brushed off. And Aquahagan couldn't really get in, but great defending from the South African.
Yes, that's a great defender from the South African defender. He kept his composure. He paid attention to the running player, which was a good thing to do for a defender. And then I think he did well. They just have to keep an eye on the flanks of the Ghanaians, because from yesterday's game, that was what they were using most of the time.
Absolutely. There's Ghana's corner kick as they push a lot of men into South Africa's penalty box. Is quickly cleared. That's a big clearance there. And it's out for a training advantage. That'll stay with the chaps in the white shirt. Coach Kwekudansu, what a big man has been. Head coach for the Chain United. Well, interestingly, he's picked some of the chaps from the Chain United, the likes of Kenkam and the rest, coming from that particular team. South Africa will have to now attack. Looking for Ferguson. Here he is on the ball, but being given a bit of activity down the left-hand side. And Sadao scores full marks.
Oh, that's a very beautiful play. The boys are playing with a lot of strength. The South African players from the flanks, the striker, I mean, he had to move to the flanks to get the ball, which is a very good thing for giving options to your midfielders. And it's a great thing they are doing now. They are trying to possess the ball. All the Ghanaians have to do is also keep an eye on them. And I think so far, I mean, it's been a few minutes into the game, and then it looks promising.
There's South Africa trying to exchange some passes on the left-hand side, and it's the man in the 5-set who will have to bring it forward now. Buki and Ghana back with the ball, stopping the center cycle. Guat, long drive looking for Ferguson in Ghana's penalty area, but it's out. Ferguson trying to beat his mark up, but it's a big tussle for the ball. With the likes of Kenkam falling very deep to help. And South Africa, lovely one into the channel. And it's Delwyn Makwaba with a lovely strike into Ghana's box.
That was a beautiful run from Ferguson for a striker to be moving to the flanks. That was great. And he kept his composure. He kept onto the ball. And the South Africans are doing something good because they are keeping the ball. They are trying to possess the ball as much as they can, and that's the only way to actually score goals, to keep the ball, to be able to keep the ball. The Ghanaians on the other side have also been great with the defensive. They have been composed at the defense, because if you are not composed, then you cannot do that.
Well, you can see the South African goalkeeper trying to form his three-man wall on his radar. And it's a very, very important one for the South Africans to defend. But for Ghana, it's an opportunity to attack. With just 4 minutes and a few seconds into this particular half. That's a long drive and a wasteful one.
Yes, that's been very wasteful. You would want to have a direction and then lean on the ball a little bit when you are taking such free kicks, and then it's hard when those qualities are not displayed. But the Ghanaians are taking very good advantage of their midfield strength, which is great. The ball moving to the flanks. Ooh.
Oh, that's another lovely.
That was a mess, because that was a free header. That
Absolutely.
was a free header. He should have made something good of it.
That's textbook header from Ghana's number 9, Hegenakwa, top scorer in Niger in Arizona with 3 goals. Here to register in it at the Continental Finals.
That was a good choice from the defender. He fumbled with the ball. The striker was coming on. The best thing he could do was to put it to safety.
Well, absolutely. And South Africa at least now have a breathing space, as they love to use their right flank. Matenji drops it in. That's a foot-up challenge, but the referee have none of that. That's a hot chase on the right-hand side. It's been end-to-end stuff from both teams.
Yes, it has been an end-to-end stuff for both teams. And the beautiful thing today with those two teams is that they are both technically inclined, and they are really using it. The Ghanaians, we haven't seen the runs from the flanks as compared to yesterday's game. That is probably because
Well, hold on for a minute. It's Ghana with a lovely strike out there. Captures somebody, but the flag is already up. And Ghana's dream of taking the lead have just been halted.
We were just talking about them not using the flanks, and you could see the number 8. He moved from the flanks to cut in with his speed, using his pace and power. And just when we were about talking about them, they almost got a goal.
Well, absolutely. It's South Africa coming forward now, looking for Ferguson up front. Who's giving a matching order between Ghana's two centre-backs, Mensah and Razak. Well, he's trying to keep the eye stuck onto South Africa's leading man up front. Sehoto, that's it. We'll drag it across onto the left-hand side. South Africa will have to come through Makweze. And it's out for advantage for the man in the yellow jersey.
That was a good trapping back from Shaibu. He kept his composure and just calculated what the defender, the attacker wanted to do, and he just placed the ball out of play, which is a good thing. It's one of the basics you would want a defender to do.
What is South Africans enjoying themselves at the moment? Started so well in their tournament after beating Algeria by 2-0. And they'll be hoping to add to their points in this particular Group A, which is a very difficult group at the moment, with the fact that you've got the likes of Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, and Algeria themselves. That's a very, very tough group, isn't it?
It is. It is a tough group. And I think every team that is here is really deserving to be here, and then there is no walkover. There is no team which is a walkover. So if you are really here, I think you must take every game as though it is a final. The Ghanaians team trying to build attack from the defense, which is what they tried doing from when the ball went out of play, which has been great. The midfielders for the South Africans are being quite robust and very decisive with their passes, which is great.
Well, he just lost out on possession in Ghana, having it, Kankem, and that is out. And the advantage you stay with the host nation, Ghana. We've done 9 minutes already, but they're starting to show off after all the attacking threats we've seen from both teams. Again, on to Ando, whole lot to cut in. Beautiful work from Ando, sets one into the box. Ghana have got 2 men standing in. And South Africa, through Makasha, will clear their line. And there they'll go. Strong from Sehoto in the 7 jersey, outpacing his marker. And that's brilliant defending from Mensah, unless to strip that one off the face of Sehoto.
That was a beautiful run from Sehoto, because if you look at where he started the run from, he got the defender to the left side and then played onto the right side. He created space for himself at the right side, which he utilized very well, which is great. We saw how the Ando tried doing the same thing at the other side of the pitch.
Well, South Africa was just trying to get themselves in a good position to see if they can pounce on that one. Well, the West still once again coming to the rescue of Ghana. You can feel it, feel the rivalry between these two teams, feel the panache and the emotion between these two powerhouses on African continent. Even at this level, you can feel the tension.
Like I mentioned earlier, the Ghanaians trying to build attack from the defense, which is a great thing for them to do. Now, what they have to realize is the fact that the South African defense are being a lot more robust, especially when it comes to the air ball. So you would want to keep the ball on the turf, because so far the South African defense is winning all the aerial balls.
Let's see if they can continue in that trajectory. Estrella will send it across onto the far left-hand side. Cutting, going past everybody. This big opportunity for the Ghanaians. Oh, narrowly misses by inches after all the work. And guess who it is? Ando.
Yes, that is Ando again. And he scored a goal yesterday from the same, very similar play, two goals. But for his first goal was a very similar play. Today, his decision-making, I think it could go both ways. He played a shot across pole, which other players are supposed to pounce on it. Or he also had the option to cut back, because to cut the ball back, because there were other players waiting at the edge of the box to tap in.
Well, you can see Ghana's talisman already beginning to lace his scoring boots. And that is a lot of red alert for South Africa's defense. And the likes of God, Matjeni, Mohosha, Edmo, Kabuki needs to be very, very careful. Ando drops it into midfield. That's Adai. Onto Kankem. On the best of the station. Well, it's picked by Mubarak. Here's Hagan up front. Narrow space by Mane to go past the two players. It's still Hagan. Cuts across, but there's nobody in the white shirt and is brushed off on the edge. Ghana, this could be long. And the big opportunity is wasted by Jemfi.
That was a good run from Hagan. That was a very good run. It was rather unfortunate that Jemfi missed that, but that was a good build-up of play.
Just look at it. Misses by inches. Big opportunity fluffed from Ghana's number 15. And it's really living up to the billing in terms of the free-flowing football we're witnessing here. As Ghana will run again on that far side, and it's cleared out by South Africa's keeper.
There is a positional awareness from the South African defense, because they have realized that Ando is a speedster. And if you are defending a speedster, you wouldn't want to do zonal marking. You would either have to do man marking or be highly calculative. And that is what the defender, for the central defender to make a cover up for the right back. It was good.
Well, Ghana just regains it. It's Aqua Hagan bringing it forward, but it's the man in the two-shot. Ghana is changing some passes deep in South Africa's half, trying to test this last out of their defensive shell. All has been Ghana's showmanship. The referee will place an advantage. And that's Dra onto his left-hand side. Looks to be Ando cutting in again, and it's well picked up by the goalkeeper Raider.
That was not the best options for him. I think he had better options than to cut the ball back rather than to play it straight, because he did that the previous play and we were talking about it. He should consider his decisions when you get to the line, to the goal line. Your best option is to cut the ball back for your other players to tap in.
Adai has it. Ghana running on the edge of South Africa's 18 yard. Well, South Africa will have it back. And Misi will be the one to stop Ghana from attacking, as he rewards his team with a twin advantage, quickly taken. Mahasha with a long one in, now onto the right-hand side. As the Heltos press one down there, but it's well collected. Ghana really keeping their composure, very relaxed, falling back anytime they are out of possession.
These two teams are really tactical with their plays, because you can tell none of them is here to defend. They are both here to win the game, and then They are both able to express themselves with the ball. They are not phased away by anything. They don't feel too pressured. They feel quite relaxed, and the possession has been beautiful so far from both teams.
Marshall returning back to his goalkeeper, Raider, as they try to build this time around from the far right-hand side. Guad back to his goalkeeper. Back to Guad again. The chap in the 13 jersey will spread it on the line, picks Sehoto. Drops it into the middle, and it's Makoba. Was looking to pick Ferguson, couldn't pick Ferguson. Well, they'll come forward through Olafo. And they're out of possession. Ghana coming forward. Big run from Ando. This could be a big moment. Could this be Ghana's first goal? And it is Ghana with an opener against South Africa. Dance Ghana. And this Ghanaian side are just a team to watch in this particular tournament. And right now, what is on? Absolutely a bit of disappointment, and you can see the fans all over. A bit excited. And it's Aqua Hagan with Ghana's goal.
Yes, like we were saying, see, he has the ball and he runs. That has been his quality, his greatest strength. He runs down the line, and like we were talking before, he brings it out for the player to tap in, for his striker to tap in. And that is basically what he's supposed to do. He takes it far post, yes, cuts it in, and then he scores. And that is beautiful, because he had about 2 or 3 chances where he made other decisions, trying to score from that acute angle. Now he brings it back, and we have a goal.
Well, you can see the scoreline on your screen. At the moment, Ghana 1, South Africa 0. And that goes settling from Scandi Football Academy man, Aqua Hagan. Well, there's a Ghanaian player on the turf at the moment. Who need a bit of medical help. Well, strike me to is that really under on the floor? It might just be him. Well, a bit of disappointment written on the faces of this goalkeeper for the South African side, Cruz Raider.
Yes, I mean, he is disappointed because I'm sure on 3 occasions when Ando had those kind of balls, he was able to defend the post. At this point, when he cuts the ball back, the goalkeeper expected his defenders to be able to do the job by covering and then interceding on his behalf. They didn't do that. They left the striker open alone, and then he took advantage of it. I mean, every striker would want to do that, and that is exactly what happened. He took his chance.
Slick movement from Ghana's number 8, cuts it back, and then they drop into the lead. But I'm sure so the South African coach definitely will be having other ideas of dealing with this Ghanaian side. Could have scored 3 goals in this tournament so far. And this time around, it's Ghana's top man who found himself on the score sheet. A few seconds ago, we just saw South African head coach Seleke Tulani Mogole on the touchline. South Africa patiently building from the back. Lovely play into Ferguson. Tried to chip back, but it's not in front at the moment. Well, the best of clear from Mubarak, but can Camu pick it? Hagan, Prentice marker. Onto the left-hand side. That's disappointing pass, isn't it?
It is disappointing, but you would want to give credit to the defender for being able to read that and intercept the play.
We're going to pick this one to be a train advantage. And it's Ankuma who will take it from the far left-hand side. And that certainly ends it for the first 20 minutes. It's the host nation that breaks the deadlock, heading into the dressing room. And Coach Kirkwood on so side, absolutely a delight to watch after making their debut appearance as the host nation. They've never been here before. But it looks like a team that have already had a feel at this stage.
Yes, I mean, you are playing home. You are hosting this. You have the fans behind you. You have everyone rooting for you. And then the most important thing is these are talented players who are very expressive on the ball. They are tactically being disciplined. So far, so good for their 2 games. They have been tactically disciplined. They have a lot of technical abilities. So then you have everything.
Well, it's halftime between Ghana and South Africa. Ghana 1, South Africa 0.
Ghana, South Africa, first half is over. It is 1-0 to the home side, the host nation, making a statement. No clean sheet for South Africa, having done that in the first game against Algeria. This, they've already conceded. As for Ghana, boy, oh boy, what a promising unit we're seeing right here. And what a few players that are set for the future. Well, speaking of Ghana and South Africa, I have 2 coaches from the respective countries. Kevin Johnson from South Africa and a man known as Charles Akinor from Ghana. You should see them. Usually they have breakfast together, they hang out together. It's quite sickening, actually, the friendship that they have going on. So we're going to pit them against each other this afternoon. And we'll start off with you, Coach Akinor. Looking at South Africa, what did you see in the first half?
Well, I think they've been structured very well. They've kept their position, but it takes too long for them to go up front. It takes too much, and they lack physical presence. And that is what Ghana is using to outsmart them.
All right, so lack of a physical presence. In fact, coming into this tournament, that was one of the weaknesses that was identified, and it's playing out right here. Algeria, you can understand, are not a physical side as well, so you can see how they managed those 2-0. But when you look at Ghana, how would you evaluate their half, Coach Kevin?
From what I saw, and like CK has alluded to, Ghana is a very direct team at the moment. And when you look at past years and past day, yes, they had the one that passed in the past. You have the 1 or 2 players that's technically sound. But going forward, the physical strength and the close control of the ball, I mean, Ghana, in all respect to my country, Ghana should have been up by more than 1 goal. They had 3 or 4 opportunities that they should have put away. But that's because they're direct. And they have, I think it's the number 11 and the number 9.
Yeah, Ando and
that's very, very, very direct. So that is what South Africa has to avoid, is getting the direct opposition against them. And like he says, we are well structured, South Africa, but we need to be better structured in order to go forward.
Well, you heard that name. John Ando was the man yesterday as he scored 2 goals to give Ghana that 2-0 win. And today may not have found the back of the net, but he's been a problem running down that left flank once again. Same style of play. You know what he's going to do, but you can't seem to stop him. This time he created an opportunity for Akwa Hagan, and here's that goal. We can just walk you through this one, and I'll ask you, Coach Akinor, to walk us through this goal by your nation.
I think Ghana has played to their strength, knowing exactly what they can do with Ando. They get the ball, move. The rest is very, very easy. They've played to their strength. The likes of Adai, who is very instrumental in the midfield, trying to keep the ball and keep the passes going on. But always when they get the ball, they are very, very direct, like my colleague said, to and they look for Ando, and Ando is the one who makes the magic. Yesterday, the same story, and today he's doing it again, and we're very, very happy to have him around.
You're absolutely right. We can't fail to give credit to Eric Adai, the man in jersey number 12, not just breaking a play in that midfield, but he broke up the play, got hold of the ball, and then created the opportunity for the run for Ando.
They've linked up very, very, very well in the midfield. Jemfi is the one who sits back to allow Adai to operate, to go forward and back, and keep the passes going on, and very, very quick in terms of how they keep the ball. They don't waste too much time like South Africa. South Africa want to play a little bit in the midfield before they go on attack. For Ghana, we're very, very direct, look for Andor, and then the action happens.
Coach Johnson, anything you saw in terms of defensive frailties or failures leading up to that goal?
Yes, like I said, the South Africans, we have to pick up the runner quicker and try and avoid the direct pass, because the direct pass creates the physicality that in one moment when you look now, you don't have that. So what do we have to do? And like CK said, if we play small passes in the middle, we need to go 1-2 and go direct. Go to the wings, because that's where we are quick. And we need that quick and get in the box as quick as possible, because when I look at the first half, I think we were only maybe twice in the Ghanaians' third, and we lost the ball. So we need to get there more often in order to create more chances. Unlike the Ghanaians, like I said, they could have been 4-0 up, and we are lucky they only scored the one. But they had 3 very, very, very good opportunities in order to score more.
I love the way every time Coach talks about how they could have been down, the numbers are just increasing, 2-0, now 4-0. It does show you how powerful and how good Ghana have been in that first half. What would you like to see from Ghana in the second, though?
Well, the chances that they are creating, they should be able to utilize it. You know, when you come across a team against South Africa is not a bad side. You know, so the chances you get, you make sure you utilize it, make use of it, and then you are settled. You know, but you know they've shown their physical presence in the game in terms of one-to-one game. They've won most of the fights. They've controlled the midfield, and they are very, very direct, and that is what has helped them. I strongly believe they should continue, but then the chances that they create they should be able to make use of it.
Coach, let's just talk about Ando. South Africa are experiencing what yesterday the opponents for Senegal, Tanzania, the defending champions, experienced. His pace, he just seems to be able to just shift gears and speed past you. What do? Do you ask the winger to stay back and help the fullback? How do you handle him?
For me, as a coach, I would tell my players to make sure if we cannot play him in an offside position, then we have to double on him. So one picks him up and the other one watches the run where the ball goes. That's one way of trying to stop that. But for me, South Africa, you are 1-0 down. You've played yesterday. The Ghanaians have played yesterday as well. Bring on fresh legs. Make sure that you're able to bring on the fresh legs that will take the team to the next level. You play in a tournament, you only have 20 minutes. So you got to come out flying like they came out flying. You got to come out really, really run. There's no time to settle down. Where do you settle down? You settle down in the dressing room now, but when you come out in this pitch, it's 20 minutes. And I always said this to my younger players. You breathe once. And 20 minutes is over.
Coach Calvin Johnson, if you can see from the pitch, South Africa is the team that's already come out. They have intention. They have a second half to, manage to at least pull one back or possibly win it. It is 1-0 to Ghana right now, and they have been dominant in the first half, as you've heard from the two coaches. All right, Theodore Roosevelt, U.S. President, once said, believe and you're halfway there. For Ghana, that's the truth. For South Africa, space and opportunity presents itself.
Well, thank you very much. As we get ready for the second half between Ghana and South Africa in this big match of who takes the lead in this particular Group A. Also have alongside me in commentary position, Gifty Apia.
Yes. I think it's been a beautiful game so far. It hasn't been a one-way traffic at all. The Ghanaians just seem to have the advantage with the goal, but I think the South Africans also stand a big chance of equalizing and probably going ahead to win the game because they have shown a lot of quality and they just have to make a lot of positive and then effective decisions at their final third.
Well, cross-section of some of the fans in the stand, especially for the Ghanaians, who definitely, as host nation, it will be here in their numbers to show their weight behind their participants in this CAF African Schools Football Championship. You can see these young lads also here in the stand, now let's enjoy the beautiful game that have been brought to us in Ghana's capital by CAF. Huge investments in this project.
This is one project you really want to applaud CAF for because I have no idea how else to describe the beauty and the efficiency of this because these are young kids who are playing now and then. It's beautiful for them to have such an experience at this age. It will make them dream about the future. It will then make them dream about how it really is or is going to be when they are out there exploring to be the next Asamoah Gyan's, to be the next Adwoa Bayos, the next CK Akunos and all. It is great. And the beautiful part of all these, apart from the players, is the fact that the technical team, the officials, are also youngsters. These are also teenagers. And it's such a beautiful exposure. It's so great.
Well, so scoreline, Ghana 1, South Africa 0. And second half is underway. Ghana quickly trying to come for it. The supply has been cut off. Well, we've also seen some new faces coming in. Molombo coming in for South Africa, as well as Moloisi. And sharp in. The number 3, Modesane, also coming in as well. So 3 changes from South Africa's head coach. Selekede Tulani Mogale.
I think the South African coach has made a good decision because if you are down, you would really want to consider the position of your team, and that is what he is doing. He has looked through it and has seen the need to bring other players. I hope those players are very impactful because they would want to have players who are a lot more decisive when they get to the final third.
Ghana decides to go long. That certainly is not the hit that is going to trouble goalkeeper right there between his 2 sticks.
The South Africans are also starting to build attack from the back, from the defense, which is good because if you go with the long balls, then long balls are just floating balls and it's everybody's chance to get the ball. But if you start attacking from the defense, then you get to put the ball on the turf, you possess, and then you know where your ball is going. So.
Well, let's swing a bit into the world of what this CAF African Schools Football Championship is affording the continent in terms of investing into these young referees. Also, we've also seen a program for young people who want to go into media and stand on the screen like yourself. Also being given a bit of tutorial by Canal Plus University. What do you make of all this initiative by CAF?
Everything. I mean, everything about this initiative is such a, it's great. It's such an exciting thing to be a part of. It's great for CAF to bring this on because then you get to give the players the exposure.
Well, so the Black Stars head coach is there, Otu Ado, in your shots, alongside some of the legends, Yao Preku. I can see him smiling behind in his glasses.
It's great to have them on board. Again, going back to what we were talking about, it's great that CAF give these kids exposure at this point because we all know how things are in Africa. Kids, especially like these ones, don't get a lot of opportunities. So for them to have a competition, a tournament set out specifically for them, it is very laudable by Kickoff. They get to experience how life could be out there when they get to play professional. They are able to express themselves, and it builds a lot of confidence. It gives players the reason to dream. It makes them believe. It makes them feel belong, because then they know somebody out there is really looking out for them, is looking out for their future, is looking out for their welfare. And it is great for their confidence, it's great for their development and all that, especially at the officiating side, because, I mean, the players are eventually going to get there with a bit of exposure and hard work. But you barely see anything with the officials when it comes to development. And in Ghana, the Ghana Football Association has a similar thing, and they call it
Catch them young.
Catch them young.
Refereeing policy.
And I love it. I love it. You see these young girls and these young boys officiating in the women's game, and they are robust. They are very composed. They keep their grounds. Listen, you have a record, and these are kids you see, and you are towering over them on the field, and they are not fazed by it.
Absolutely. Well, we'll talk about the prize money a bit later, with the winner of this CAF Continental Championship taking a whopping $300,000 home, and the second place team also running away with $200,000, and the third place absolutely $150,000. Huge investment from Dr. Patrice Musepe, the first CAF president to have this initiative unfolding.
I think, in all, he has been positively impactful on the continent when it comes to football, especially for the development of the game. Those monies will go a long way in helping the federations of the various countries in developing the game, because it's hard. It's really hard to get sponsorship from corporates for the kids. So with this prize monies, I think it would really go a long way to help with the development of the kids. The kids, what they need now is the right facilities to do what they have to do.
Well, so we've just seen Ebenezer Ajay come in for Dra, who's been retracted by Coach Kweku Danso. 25 minutes played, 5 minutes already into this particular second half, and Ghana still hangs on to that first half goal from Akwa Hagan. That is the big boots. Looking for Akwa Hagan. Can they pick him? But sandwich between two South African players. Ghana's leading talisman picks it up. Will have to break into South Africa's defense. A big opportunity, but we still save South Africa at last.
That's a lot of strength from Akwa Hagan for a striker to be sandwiched between two defenders, and he's still able to get the ball even though it was coming from earth. That is great composure, that is great strength, and he has the strength. He has a beautiful stature for a striker, and then he's utilizing it, which is a plus for them.
Well, but as a player that lies on the turf, and we equally seen the first yellow card flashed out by the referee. The bit of complaining from the South African player, and his Majola, very excited about something. The chap in the edges, absolutely mad about something. Filele Majola. It means that we would have to wind in a bit and attend to the player that lies on the turf. Well, Gifty, I was just talking about the prize money on this particular tournament. I've mentioned them, $300,000, $3,000 and then $150,000 for third place. And even at the zonal level, it was $100,000 and all of that. Oh, that's Coach Mercy Kweku Tego in your short, a legend by nature, and also a referee as well. I've also coached and also played for the Black Queens.
Yeah, Coach Mercy Tego, we love to call her Coach Mercy Tego because she coached us as a player. I love to call her coach, but she has really experienced the game, I think, in all departments of it. She has played the game. She has officiated the game. And now she's teaching the game as a coach. So you couldn't have it any other way. She has paid her dues. And she's still paying even more.
South Africa with a train advantage. And it's picked by Molombo. Will send one across. South Africa shooting across. And it's Ghana's goalkeeper, Faith Ajano, who picks it up. Looks to be his first test of the day.
Yes, I think the Ghana goalkeeper has not really been tested today. So it was a good thing for him to have a feel of the ball. Like we were saying before, their defense has been composed, and that has been very protective. They have been very protective about their goalkeeper, which is great. Now you see them trying to build attack from the back, using the flanks with Endo as the speedster on there. If they have anything to do, they better get another goal.
Well, absolutely. But at the moment, Ghana is in pole position to already get into the next round of the competition with 6 points. At top of Group A, followed steadily by South Africa, who themselves managed to beat Algeria by 2-0. But struggling here to contain the power and the presence of the Ghanaians. It's a lovely ball on this side. And you can see that there's a lot of activity going down between those two players. With a tip away finally, an advantage will stay with Ghana.
We talk a lot about Endo because he's been a speedster and he's been like star boy. But the Ghana team, I think, really operates well because of the composure of their midfield in the person of Adai. He does a lot of job. He does a lot of work for the team because he's protecting the defenders, and he with his other counterparts.
Well, hold on a bit, Gifty. Is Sohoto sending it across looking for Ferguson, but he managed to get to it. Sensing it in Senegal looking for Sohoto, but it's just too far away from where he is. Managed to pick it up. Modaseni, Sohoto. Is South Africa threatening Ghana in their own backyard?
The only thing South Africa didn't do in this build-up was the fact that they did not have enough players at the edge of the box, because when the player cut the ball back, then there is no one. It's all Ghanaian defenders. Next time they would want to, as you build, if you are building attack, you are building attack. You are all joining, not everyone, but interpositional play. Your sense of run is very relevant, because in this case, he tried, he cut the ball back, and then there is no one to tap it in. The defenders had a free day. They just had to clear it off.
9 minutes left, and it's the same old story. But we might just be seeing lots of substitution from the two managers. Ghana preparing for the big onslaught. And South Africa also preparing the legs of Buthelezi. And the chap in the 14 jersey, who might be coming, Mosana. Let's see the impact of these two changes for these two managers. But it's Ferguson for South Africa trying to run down that far channel. Ghana defend their line. They've been very impressive in terms of stopping all South African runs on the flanks. And also making life so difficult for the men in the yellow in the middle.
Why do you allow only one person to number? You need numbers, so he didn't tell you.
8 minutes more to play for. South Africa from the middle. Onlafo. And they give out possession to their Ghanaian counterpart. Lovely work from Ando finds Kankam on the flanks. Kane cuts but fails to get his footing right.
I think the defender did a good job. Sometimes when you are not getting the ball, but you are closer to the attacker, the least you can do is to give them a little push, and that was what he did, and he lost the foot. He misplaced his touch, and then now it's now out of play, which is a very disadvantage to the Ghanaians. But in the course of play, it's an advantage then for South Africa.
Majola. And here's Philip Kankam, who goes out. As we have the number 13 joining the fray, Akologo. Seems to be hailing from the northern part of Ghana. We know Gote Akologo. But just watch it here. That was a bit tricky, isn't it? And a bit dangerous with a foot-up challenge. South Africa stripped it off from the penalty box. Wanted to stay with him as he tried to quickly attack its captain. Well, Sahoto, lovely back heel there. Sahoto once again beating the man, the main orchestrator, Modasane. But goalkeeper Ajano arrives first and, importantly, get his hands to it.
That was a lot of bravery from the goalkeeper, because you going down on a 50-50 with an attacker is always dangerous. It was brave from him for a teenager at his age. It's great. That was a beautiful build-up from the South Africans. They kept their composure. They were very confident on the ball. It took the intervention of it took the bravery and intervention of the goalkeeper. That could have been something else.
Ghana now using the left flank. But Nkuma will fail to break through, and it's back to Modasane. Such a very quality player. He's got a huge eagle eye to detect where the likes of Sahoto, Majola, and Ferguson are absolutely based to pick them with a very short pass. Done a lot of credit to the Ghanaians for being able to at least cut those supplies from entering into the channels.
I think Majeni is really doing a good job keeping tracks on Andor, because he hasn't been as explosive as he's always doing.
So confirmation of those substitutions for you there. Ferguson is off, as well as Majola is also off as well. We've got new players joining the fray, with the likes of Buteleze and Mosana coming in. But yes, Ghana's advantage there, not the best of hits. South Africa now have it onto themselves, drifting into the middle. Just struggling to at least find the cloud of yellow shirt, but now they'll have it now at the right-hand side.
That was a beautiful run from Endor previously, and like I was saying, Majeni has been keeping an eye on him, but he took advantage of the fact that he joined the attack and he was late in recovery, and this almost resulted in a goal.
Well, it's a bit exciting. If the right flank isn't working, then you shift to the left-hand side. That is what the man in the edge sets.
I think the Ghanaians are a lot more focused using their left flanks because of the speed of Endor, and then with the supply that comes to number 9, Akwahagen. I think they have a very good relationship on the field. So Ghanaians, I think the Ghana team is a lot more focused on using their left flank as much as they would have used the right flanks.
Well, playing as a unit, staying together as a team, in a telepathy in terms of understanding between these players, absolutely off the roof. As Andor comes off for the man in the 10 years to come in, Ramsey entry, making his way now onto the pitch. His first game of this particular tournament, CAF African Schools Football Championship, and immediately he's been given the captain's armband. Confirmation of the substitution for you as well on your screen.
I think it's a good decision from the Ghana coach, because Andor today, the game today is not his style of play is not really helping, because he's more explosive. He uses a lot of power and pace, and with the power and pace, the right back of the South African team has really figured him out, and he's not doing any zonal marking. He's been very robust on him. So when that happens, you would want to keep players who can be a lot more possessive by playing move and get interpositional play, and that is what I think the sub is supposed to do for the team.
2 minutes more. And the host nation will smile and smile big. But for South Africa, your campaign have been taking a step back a bit with his scoreline mistakes this week. Aqua, the tormenting chief up front. He's got options on his left-hand side. They decide to go through that narrow space on the right-hand side, ends up giving it away. As Kashim will leave it for his colleague to pick, and then looks like it's going to be a long throw into the box. South Africa ships it off. The Ghana still managing to find their foots around it. Ankuma. Entry. You'll look for Ankuma again. And it's been blocked.
The positive effect of the sub the coach made. He decided, unlike Endo, who would have tried to use his pace, he decided to hold the ball and they do interpositional play.
Well, just a few seconds away from the final whistle. And it's select Kede Tulani Mogale side who are trailing their Ghanaian counterpart by goal to nil at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. It's currently out of the field and it will be a train advantage. Modasane will bring it back to Matejeni, who drops it into the middle. Mahasha, and it's back to Ajano in his own penalty box. Well, 14 minutes is up, and any moment from now the referee will take a look at his watch. Well, that really confirms it. It's full time, and Ghana are on top of Group A with 6 points after match day 2.
You cannot discredit the South Africans for anything. They have been good. They have really given the Ghanaians a run for their money.
Well, so it's Aqua Higgins' goal that made the difference between Ghana and South Africa. Ghana 1, South Africa 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Okay, sure, God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to this big match between Morocco and Malawi in the girls category. It's a game between two sides who lost to their counterparts in this particular group. Morocco losing to Ghana, whilst Malawi were at the receiving end against Benin when Bemonato's goal made the clear difference on that occasion. And obviously, most of their fans will be here as well to throw a bit of weight behind them. But interestingly, this stage is beginning to build up as we have the two teams take onto the field. Led by the referee. And Morocco will come through the left tunnel in the red jersey, whilst Malawi are clouded in the green outfit with a touch of red. And it just tells you that we got to go in terms of this exciting fixture between these two teams that have promised so much at this particular stage. Two teams that will be keen on earning the 3 maximum points today. Once more, give to your PS stays with me in commentary position for this particular match as we have the two teams exchange pleasantries. That's the Moroccan side exchange pleasantries with the match officials. Yeah, looks like a team.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Kickoff.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be. One step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Thank you very much. We're back for this big action between Morocco and Malawi. And you can see the Moroccan team, the likes of El Taleb, El Manoti, or in the free at the moment. And that's the Malawi side with the head coach on the bench. Should be looking to cause a bit of inspiration for his side. And that's Bridget Chiwa. And the lady in the fourth set, Juliet Kalua, also in there in the fourth jersey.
This is a match which is supposed to bring a lot of excitement because...
Well, so two teams on your screens, Morocco, South Africa, 0-0 at the moment. And this first half is underway.
Both teams have everything to play for. They both lost in their first games, and they would both want to get their first 3 points in the game. Morocco, it was rather unfortunate yesterday. They played against a stronger Ghana side who were robust. But Morocco would want to redeem themselves and then win these 3 points. Malawi on the other side would also want to win this game because that is what they are all here for. They are all here for the ultimate. And if they lost their first game and if they lose their second game, then their chances of progressing to the next stage becomes a lot slimmer, which is not what they want to do.
Definitely on paper, you tip Morocco ahead of this Malawi side. But the interesting stuff is at this stage, you just underrate your opponent at your own peril. And I'm pretty sure that the Moroccans are aware of that particular statement. So Morocco in possession at the moment. It will be a train advantage taken by Bulifa. It's back to Bulifa, sends it infield. Larry be the skipper on the side, place her calling in. Could this be the best moment? But it drifts away from the mouth of the goalpost. And it's the lady in the 18 shirt with a lovely hit. Hiba El Macau with a lovely hit across the face of goal.
El Macau, that was a good shot. She just didn't get the positioning right. She just didn't get the the ball go on target. But that was a beautiful run. That was a beautiful build-up from the Moroccan team to find their striker and place that ball to her. And then she made the right decision. It just didn't go on target. The Zambians on the Malawians on the other side are also doing a good job. They're trying their hardest. They are, like we are seeing right now, they are very aware of their defensive positions, which is good.
Well, you can see, let's see if they can really match both for both this Moroccan side that are led by Laribi, the skipper of the side. But interestingly for Malawi, a sighting back line of Enoch, the lady in the 14th shirt, Mashamba, as well as Sinchaya, the ladies who have been stationed on the back for Malawi this afternoon as they take on the flying Moroccan side, who struggled against their Ghanaian counterparts. Well, Ibrahimi on the left-hand side, lovely play from Morocco, drips it in, not the best of touch, and is quickly cleared off the line. Enoch with a lovely intervention.
That was a beautiful run from the attacker. That's what you would want to do. You drag defenders and then create space for your other forwards, and that was what she did. She played the ball, she trapped the ball, and then that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Those are the basics you're supposed to do as a forward.
Morocco back in possession, trying to go from the back, but it's Malawi skipper who has it, placing the lady in the 11 shirt to get the early, but she'll still need to keep on to it. Remy Kabanda twisting in Morocco's box. Back to the skipper. And that certainly is Fabiano. Banda has it now, spread it to Fabiano, and Morocco collects their line.
Both teams are playing good. It hasn't been a one-way traffic. It has been back and forth. I think what the girls have to do, what the coaches have to tell them, is to relax. They really need to relax, because it looks like both teams are in a haste. Of course, it's very understandable considering the fact that they both lost their first game. They would want to really redeem themselves, which is really what is reflecting now. They are in a hurry to get a goal.
Oh, that's a great foul from Morocco's number 7, El Gando, gifting Malawi a big opportunity. That is a skipper of the side.
Even though she got a free kick against her team, that was a very good defensive work he did. The team really needed somebody to intercede, and she stopped the play, which is good.
Well, absolutely. 4 more. Is it man? It's 4. Ladies were erected by Morocco. And NLS Fabiano decides to go long, but fails to tame it below the crossbar, and that certainly will be a goal kick for Morocco. We're a bit relieved with that huge boot from Malawi's skipper.
Yeah, usually when you have such infringements at the edge of the box or right behind the balls, you would want to go mid or low. Because usually when you go up, the possibility of the ball getting over the post is usually very high.
Well, still build up from the two teams, as we are already into the 7th minute of this big exchange. Both teams live hanging by a wire. Two very troubled sides. I'll still look to rescue the 3 maximum point and keep their chances of entering into the knockout stages alive. Laribi, she's got a lot of upsets. In Uganda, the starter goes long, and Manga will have a fill of the ball. And you can see the Malawi goalkeeper, Dorothy Manga, struggling to keep that one at all.
That was a beautiful shot from Larib. the captain of the Moroccan side. That was a beautiful shot. You would have thought she would have placed the ball out wide for her winger, but she saw the space and she took it. See, she took it, and which was good. It just didn't go past the goalkeeper. And kudos to the goalkeeper. She knew what to do.
Well, not a bad showmanship from Malawi so far. They've been able to contain the pressure of this Moroccan side. Well, that's when you've got the legs of Laribi, also a very slick player. Very agile anytime he is moving or trusting up front. Very nimble-footed. Has got a lot of firepower in the loins. Yet they'll have to come again. But Malawi has got other ideas. Kachala fails to keep it. And Morocco break for it. But he's driven away from that spot from Enoch. That's Morocco's number 18 putting a bit of pressure on the Malawi backline. Mekawi. But El Gando will stay on the turf. That's Kachala in your shot at the moment in the 15 jersey.
Yes, that foul was necessary. In my opinion, it was very necessary because it was dangerous. If she had gone, then she could be in the ball in the box. And when forwards get into the box, it's dangerous. It was a beautiful play, and it was necessary to get that foul.
Well, it's Morocco's free kick from the right-hand side. And it's El Gando, clever idea, decides to go for the very near post, but ends up overhitting it at the end.
I mean, being a right footer, taking a free kick from that point, I thought she was going to put it across for her teammates to pounce on. But being a right footer, taking that decision, it wasn't the best.
That's El Gando in his shots. Made him showing so much promise. Morocco seems to be boxing this game right from the blast of the whistle as we look to hit the 10th minute mark. Khalifa. And is driven up front again by Kalawi. Seems to be looking for Khalifa down this right-hand side. But Malawi will watch the line and shot that, so they make life very difficult for Morocco to come a bit up front. Obviously, Kachala intercepting that one, an advantage will stay with Morocco.
Yeah, Kachala is doing really a great job out there because she's very aware of her environment and her positional. Yeah, her positions out there is great because she knows what's at hand. She's not giving anyone zonal marking. She's just doing man marking, and she has eye on the ball.
Well, there's a player down, and that looks to be a skip out of the side. No less, Fabiano. After crashing off with El Gando, stays on the turf. There's some deep trouble. That's the culprit there, El Gando.
She's been a thorn in their flesh. El Gando she's really been troubling them, and it is only right that the Gambian, the Malawians, is only right that they keep an eye on her, which is something that Kachala, so far, I think she's doing good on that.
Well, the Moroccans having a bit of sleep at this time as they try to have a bit of chit-chat with the managers on the touchline. Same for Malawi. Temperatures definitely very high, around 31 degrees Celsius over University of Ghana Sports Stadium at the moment.
Oh yes, that water break is really necessary because it is burning. It is really hot out there. And for these girls, they need to hydrate.
Let's see, it's now onto the far right-hand side as he tries to bring it forward. Lifa looking for a forward lady to run onto it. But the big question is Sulwengwe is in the position to run onto the end of those balls. Rejoice Silwengwe in the night jersey for Malawi.
That was a good turn from El Ibrahim for a defender to keep that composure and be able to turn a forward. That takes a lot of guts, and it's beautiful to watch.
Absolutely beautiful and a delight to watch this Moroccan side as they try to come for a through the middle. Lovely interception there. Quality stuff from Malawi, and it's Kachala once again who comes into the picture. This could be Morocco's moment. But the whistle is up to save Malawi. But it looks like they have ended up conceding that foul at the end, despite the lady in the...
Bolifa has been a thorn in the flesh of the Malawian defenders. I mean, for her stature and for her technical abilities, she's really giving them a good run for their money. It's great for strikers to take defenders on, because, I mean, that is what you are on the field for, to take defenders on and eventually get goals for your team. And I think so far, she's doing a great job.
All right, it's 30 minutes. Less than 7 minutes for this particular half to be concluded. And it's still goalless between these two. But in terms of who has shown more promise, in terms of cutting hard, it will definitely be Morocco, who have come through the likes of Mekawi, Bolifa, Manoti, a couple of occasions trying to test goalkeeper Manga in between the lines for Malawi. And that's Manga in your shot. Such a very tough goalkeeper, very lanky at the end. Very good anticipation from this young Malawian goalkeeper. Just drag it onto the right-hand side again.
Again, Kachala does the job for the defensive. For her defensive duties, she got the job. She got the job really done. And that's great. I think so far, the Moroccans have had the upper hand when it comes to possession, but you wouldn't want to take credit from the Malawian team, because they have also been very composed when it comes to their defensive duties. They are able to make the game, they make the field compact for the Moroccans, which is hard. I mean, if you have the ball, you would want you would love your opponent to open up so you could have spaces to play, and which is the luxury the Malawians are not giving the Moroccans. Whenever they have the ball, they make it compact and try to open up when the Malawians have the ball, which is beautiful to see these kids. To see these kids actually have that mentality and have that understanding of the game at this young age is beautiful. You have the ball, you open up, you lose the ball, you make it compact and make it hard for your opponent to play.
Well, certainly, yes, Morocco on the ball now. Certainly attacked from behind on Alubani, and the referee with that right go. Here to see match of Alubani in Morocco's midfield. She's been a bit silent. As Malawi through Kachala was sending a very long one, but not the best to beat goalkeeper Amazime between the two sticks. And that's the goalkeeper in his shot. Did well against Ghana yesterday, but conceded unfortunately. Meziani, as Morocco would have to defend this one. Rebecca Banda forcing her opponent to commit that error. Drifts back. Fabiano going through the traffic of red shirt, and she'll stop at the end. So that ball will break down after the lady in the HFL Manote cannot be picked.
That was a good strength showed by Ibanka for a defender to be able to keep their strength and keep their composure and turn their opponent on, especially in the box it takes a lot of guts.
Less than 3 minutes to conclude this first half. And it's becoming a bit more dire for these two sides. They stepped out at Taleb. Morocco now coming for it, but that's a strong challenge. For Malawi's number 4, Kalua is the culprit.
I thought that was a fair challenge because they were side by side and she had the ball. I thought that was a fair challenge. It's a good defensive play.
Not the best of header from Mekawi, Morocco. Malawi instead of back in possession to their captain. Fabiano is now onto the far right-hand side. Leifa. A lot of scrappy play there, but Malawi managing to keep full stack onto it. Sulongwe at least wins them advantage.
El Ibrahim did the most. She did what she had to do. When she put her whole body in there, because at some point she was missing her foot, and then she had to do what she had to do, which is beautiful. She put her whole body in there.
Well, talking about Rejoice Silungwe, a student of Muzuzu CCAP Primary School back in Malawi. She's been a real revelation in this Malawian side that is led by coach, who have been able to do so much. Bridget Chiwa, 32 years of age. And I must say that it's exciting to know that almost 11 of these Malawian girls are coming from Luwinga Inclusive Academy in Malawi. So just tell the fucking of this Malawian squad, they've got a telepathy, they've got understanding.
That makes a lot of sense because you can see they have a really understanding of each other's play. They know who goes where at what point in time. And for us to know that majority of them are all coming from the same academy, that makes a lot of sense. So then what it means is that they have the team chemistry already. They have a good understanding of each other, how each other plays, which is always a plus for a team.
Well, interestingly, Malawi, by the aid of their coach, managed to finish as runner-up last year in Namibia when they lost to South Africa in the finals by 2-1 at the COSAFA level. But here they are on the continental podium, showing what they've got under their sleeves. 20 minutes then, and the referee and a moment from now, take a look at their watch.
I think Malawi is doing a great job. I mean, upon hearing that they have a lot of them coming from the same academy, it really excites me because then it's not a lot of stress on game understanding, like players, talent, all that. Plus, they have, I think Malawi has a lot of inspiration. They have players to look up to. There are others who want to aspire to be the next Tabitha Shawinga, and her sister, Temwa Shawinga. She's killing it in the NWSL, and these are girls who look up to them. They are the stars of the country, and it's always a great thing to have younger ones looking up to. They have somebody to look up to aspire to be. And for the Malawians, I think they have a good inspiration. They have good mentors to look up to.
Absolutely exciting first 20 minutes between Morocco and Malawi. It's halftime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Morocco 0, Malawi 0.
Half-time between Morocco and Malawi. Both teams will be looking at this one as some sense of good news considering the results yesterday. Malawi losing 1-0 to Benin. Similar scoreline for Morocco as they fell to the host nation Ghana. And now those two are playing out to a goalless draw. What did you make of the first half? Hope it's entertained you at very least. Let's find out from the two coaches by my side, Coach Akinor and Coach Johnson. Coach Johnson, I'll start off with you. 45 minutes, 20 minutes of football and 0-0. But you could say Morocco have looked slightly brighter.
Yeah, when we watch the game now, Chico, and you see the performance of yesterday, we weren't able to see Malawi yesterday, but we were able to see Morocco. They looked a little bit better on the ball. They brought in a new striker today, and in all respect to her, they had the one chance where they had to score in the first half, and it went past the post. The goalkeeper was completely out of position, and when she took the shot, it just went past the post. So that's unlucky for them. But in saying that, I think they looked a better team today, Morocco, but they should have scored the goals. The same with Malawi. Like I say, they looked to bring the ball to Morocco, but in the final third, again, there was not enough players in the box to sort of score the goal and things like that.
Coach Akinor, what did you make of the first half?
Well, I agree with Johnson. Morocco, he said that they are more of defensive-oriented in their last tournament and yesterday's game. Today, you can see them going forward, trying to move forward, using Hiba, the number 18 shirt, who is very huge, and stood very well in terms of how to attack, and they've shown that greatness of signs of attacking, and that is very good. With Malawi, we've not seen much. They've struggled in terms of possession, but in the final third, it has always been poor.
Hiba Makul.
Yeah.
I'm not certain I pronounced that one right, but Hiba has been sensational. It's the physical quality that she brought to the front line, but it's not just down to the physical quality. You can see technically well-gifted player as well.
She is, and I was surprised in the first match they didn't use her because she has given them a lot of advantage to attack, to go forward, because the way they've played in the past, I've seen them last year, is the same. This time around, it was the same thing. Today, I've seen a little bit of progress from what they've been doing. I mean, defensively, they're very sound. They are able to defend as a unit. They are very good in terms of how to defend. But on attack, there's been very, very poor in that sense. And Hiba has added some good stuff in their game.
Malawi, weaknesses, if any, spotted, Coach Johnson?
You know what? I think it's probably a weakness for all the teams at this time of the tournament. The sun is at 90 degrees. Mm-hmm. It's not only affecting the people outside, but I think it's affecting the players a lot more inside. And that, for me, you find there's a different first half, 10 minutes, first half, second half, last 10 minutes. You know, the fatigue is getting to the players. So really, really, because it's so short, Chico, we really not able to see the real quality of Malawi going forward, or holding the ball, or losing the ball and then going on a counter attack. You know, you're not really able to identify real tactics, although it's hard because of the age group. But like we saw in the first game, South Africa can play small rondos, but they can't play the long rondo and use the physical part. So that's affecting Malawi. It's affected.
We had discussion on how they warm up.
Yes.
You think it might be that probably one of the reasons why they take too long in warming up, and you only have 20 minutes. These are kids, and when they get on the field, the little energy is somehow being wasted.
You know, CK can't hit it better on the head because we sitting there and we're watching the youngsters warming up. As you can see now, they're still warming up, and they've been out for more than 20 minutes.
Yes.
So by the time they have to go on the pitch to really do the work, that is carry out the instructions, carry out the technique, use their technical ability to go past players, they don't have the energy. So maybe we should think about
Maybe it's
that.
one of the factors, maybe, yeah.
Well,
Interesting. The team they were talking about that was standing right in front of us happens to be the Senegalese side that is still warming up for over 10, maybe 15 minutes. And they've just come from a game, so perhaps the technical team, the coaching staff would find that as a bit of advice for them. Meanwhile, on the game that we're going back to in just a second, currently goalless for Morocco, goalless between themselves and Malawi. Malawi hoping that they can make a statement on their debut, having lost their first game, opening game of the tournament, and their first time in this tournament, 1-0 to Benin. Meanwhile, Morocco were rather surprised by the Ghanaian side, who stood out as a firm favorite, not just for myself, not just for the fans, but also for the boys here who are standing next to me. Coach Johnson, Coach Akono, sharing their thoughts on the first half. We have a great partnership in commentary where we're sending you back Victor and Gifty.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half department of the game between Morocco and Malawi. What an exciting first 20 minutes from this Malawian side, keeping their composure. But unfortunately lost to Benin yesterday, just by goal to nil. Marcel Bemonato's goal really denting the chances of this Malawian side. So at least they've got the opportunity to redeem themselves against this North African side, Morocco. You can see the Moroccans warming up a bit, trying to get themselves ready for this big task. That'll be up in the next 20 minutes. Likes of El Manouti, Bulifa, led by their skipper, Laribi, just trying to at least keep the hits going.
It is very relevant. They have everything to play for in the second half because both teams have shown a lot of quality, especially when it comes to the attack for the Moroccans. They have possessed the ball well. They have kept their composure. They have been very open with their play. On the other hand, the Malawians have also been very compact in defense and have tried their hardest, and really they've done what they have to do, make the game a bit tougher for the Moroccans to penetrate their defense, which is what they are doing. And I think both teams have a game plan and they are sticking to it. The girls are being tactically disciplined.
Well, so number 10 has just come in. Chilimba is on for Kalua, who has been recruited by coach. Morocco as well preparing to bring in El Ghanami. And let's just confirm who is going off. So off for Morocco's side is El Gando, who will not return into this particular half. You were full of praise for El Gando, the lady in the 7 shirt for Morocco.
Yes, I mean the coach has a reason for making the decision he made. He made a sub to get somebody run at the flanks. Giladi.
Absolutely not yet.
Yes, she's supposed to take on the from the right flanks.
Well, so confirmation of the scoreline for you: Morocco 0, Malawi 0. Morocco in possession at the moment, trying to at least get into Malawi's final third. For the end, I'm losing on possession. And it's Fabiano, skipper for Malawi, on it right now, trying to cast the ball out front a bit from the far left-hand side. Beautiful, brilliant piece of work. Sends it across, but there's nobody in the green to hatch onto it. And it's picked by Amaziani in between the sticks for Morocco.
I think that was a good run from the flanks. They were able to keep their feet on the ground without falling. Even though they fell, they had the strength to get up and carry on with the play, which is beautiful.
21 minutes. And there's nothing to separate these two teams on paper, even on the field. Malawi picked this one up. Sichaya with his long throw in, trying to pick Kachala, but still not pick up Kachala. Decides to go in long, but Morocco will pick it up, send across. El Ibrahimi and goalkeeper Manga at the right place to claim it. Big performance there from Malawi's goalkeeper. She's been a real difference. You can tell that she's quite experienced.
Yes.
Despite her young age.
Yes. They are showing a lot of composure out there, which is beautiful. I think the Moroccans have realized that it's so hard to penetrate the Malawian defense, and now so far they are trying to do the long balls. They are trying to shoot behind. They are trying to shoot outside the box, which is good, because if your goal is to penetrate and you're not getting those penetration balls going through, then they try to do the shooting rather.
Mark here will pick it up once again. No trouble spilling for Malawi as they stay intact in this game, but it's just the lady who just joined the fray. Al Ghanami, who came in for Uganda on the right hand side. Big opportunity for Morocco. Can they take the lead? And yes, Morocco takes the lead against Malawi, and is the lady in the 18 shots. El Makawi with Morocco's first against Malawi, and even in this competition.
It had to be El Makawi. It had to be her. And for the one time they were able to get that penetrating pass through the Malawian defense, we have a goal. For the one time they were able to penetrate, we have a goal. So then what it means is that if the Moroccans keep their composure and they keep an eye, because apart from the pass, apart from the fact that the pass was a beautiful pass, it was a great pass, that was a great run. That was a great run from the goal scorer. She made a beautiful run, and then the pass came through and they utilized it.
Also confirmation of the scoreline for Morocco 1, Malawi 0. And it's El Makawi's goal separating the two sides at this juncture. "24 minutes. Or certainly Malawi. Or need to find a bit of inspiration. Maybe perhaps through the skipper, Fabiano, and Kachala, who have been very, very rampant up front.
Malawi would want to consider running forward a little more, because if you are going to defend now at this point, what are you defending? You're already down by a goal. What are you defending? So they might as well open up and just try to attack as much as they can, because if they keep playing the way they played the first half, which is to contain the Moroccans, then they have a lot to deal with, because at this point you are down by a goal. You have nothing to defend. You might as well open up and play.
Look at a brilliant piece of individual work coming from this youngster, who's trying to quickly break in from the left-hand side, El Manotti. Kilawi and Malawi back in possession. And she's been tripped from behind. Leifa. Hamid Leifa in your shot. After first of that challenge from the lead in the 10. Alobani. And it's Malawi's free kick, very deep in their own half. And Kachala will stuck it up front. Could not pick the captain, but it forced somebody in the green shirt from the far side. Could this be a hit performance there by side netting?
That was a good run, and that was a good decision. You would not want to track back with the ball when you are in such position. She made a good choice. She just didn't get the direction right to be on target.
That's Rebecca Banda in that plenty of space there, but decides to hit it against the side of the net. Malawi have not fared bad at all in this game. The only mistake or error they've caused at the back is to concede. As Morocco, El Manouti now in plenty of space and a straight into the hand of Manga. No troubles for Malawi's goalkeeper.
That was a great build-up, and then she made the right decision. She got in front of the defender, create space for herself, and then play. She played on target, but I mean, I think she had a little bit more time that she could have made placement to the sides of the post instead of playing directly into the middle.
27 minutes, and it looks like this particular group is a bit open now, with Morocco also having 3 points, same as host nation Ghana. Oh God, a tie later in the day against Benin in Group A. That is Morocco's throw-in, quickly taken on the left-hand side. El Ibrahimi will find her colleague again, and El Manouti brought down. So a cute angle to concede that free kick. So you can see both players rolling on the tap. In some deep trouble. Just look at it, that clash again, very clumsy, isn't it?
I think both players are hurt. Both players feel the touch, because I think it was a collision of their knees. It was a collision of their knees, which hurts. It hurts. The defender really had to put a foot in for the team. And the striker tried as much as possible to outplay her, but it didn't happen.
Well, again, some fans here really watching this game from the stands. We're just taking your time, having a bit of chit-chats, enjoying themselves as these youngsters all over from Africa entertain their onlooking fans. That's Tony Buffo in his shots, as well as former Blasters player Ajuman Bedu. Tony Buffo, the big man, worked with Cap at some point.
Yes, and then he's currently with the PFAG. They are doing a great job for player welfare, and I think all in all, they are doing a good job for Ghana football in general.
Absolutely. And you can see there's a new entrant onto the field as El Aloha is out. Wash is rather in. The lady in the 13 shots as Morocco prepares to take this free kick. Well delivered again, but just rising too high as it rolls out. Alobani. .30 played so far. And that's Alobani's free kick. It looks like Malawi are just struggling to have any ball at the moment, but again, Manga with a touch there ends up injuring himself in the process.
Again. When they get a penetrative pass, it's almost a half goal. That was very brave from the goalkeeper. That was a brave save from the goalkeeper. I can't really tell if the ball hit her or it was her foot that hit her. But that was a great pass. There was a great build-up from the Moroccans midfield. The way she had to turn defenders, saw the striker, and she made the run, and then that came the ball. It was almost a goal. I think it was a beautiful build-up from the Moroccan side.
Oh, definitely. But you can see the other goalkeeper is also warming up in case Dorothy Manga fails to continue with the game, and that certainly be a big blow to The chances of Malawi, considering the fact that she's been very quality in between the sticks, saving the situation on numerous occasions, but she's up on her feet.
Yes, she has done a great job. So far, so good for the Malawi team, because there are some saves, there are some balls she comes out to get, and you're like, ooh, for teenagers, that's a lot of bravery. It takes a lot of guts for players to be able to do that, especially for a goalkeeper. She's doing a great job. I am excited. I am glad that she's able to continue the game.
And she looks to be good to continue, but they would have to sort out one or two stuff between the youngster, who needs to be really good to continue with the game. Also, it can be a bit disastrous for Malawi with the way Morocco themselves are trying to fancy their chances from outside of the 18-yard. And the pressure is on again. El Makawi just becoming the, so I say, the queen in front of Morocco's attacking line.
But Kachala is also doing a very great job for the Malawians at the defense. She has touched her compared to the striker. I mean, there's a big difference, but when it comes to her sense of the game, her understanding of the game, her understanding of her role as a defender, she's doing a great job.
They send across, and that's a Banda sends it across, but it's picked up by Ameziame in between the six for Morocco, having an eventual holiday on match day 2. Not as busy as he was against Ghana yesterday.
Yes, I like the fact that the winger chose to go low instead of the usual lobbying the ball on top, because he has seen that when it comes to the air balls, the Moroccans, in the final third, the Moroccans are actually winning the air balls. And it was a good thing. It was a good decision. It was beautiful to see her think that through and then go.
Malawi, could this be a consolation or nearly? But Ameziame for the second time grabs it. And you can see how furious he is at the back line. And guess who is the skipper? And that is Fabiano, who nearly broke the heart of the Moroccans with that long range from outside of 18 yards.
I like the fact that the Malawians are actually opening up to play, because like I said, you are down by 1 goal. What are you defending? And I like the fact that they have taken that chance off. And then a few times they have really opened up to play. They have been a threat to the Moroccans.
So this Kosafa team, Malawi, well, failed to qualify for the continental stage in the 2 previous editions. Was absent in Durban, same in Tanzania, and happened to be here in Ghana. But in terms of performance at the zonal level, finished 10th in 2022-2023 at Kosafa level. Not the best performance in the 2nd edition, finished at the group stage. Next time around, they finished runners-up against the South Africa, who, by the virtue of the fact that they were winners or defending champions, are automatically at the continental finals, giving that ticket to Malawi to be here. 35 minutes. Malawi once again on offensive. Sloingwe. And that's it. A clever piece of defending. Referee have none of that. Leifa picks it in the middle. Drops it to the right-hand side by the skipper of the side. Fabiano just too late to arrive. Also been tapped away by Alua, who just came in. Beautiful to drift it infield. Sinchaya. Banda. He's got Kachala, sends it across him, but that certainly will not trouble Morocco. Second one, and again, it's Ameziame, and the Moroccans will clear their line. Jittery moment of the Moroccan defense.
A beautiful double save by the goalkeeper, which is great. The agility was beautiful. The Malawians, I mean, Well, it's so exciting to watch. It's so exciting to watch because to be down by 1 goal and get this confidence and actually go on to play. Yes. And he pulled it back and she saved it again. I mean, she punched it, which is basically all she had to do was to keep the ball out of the post.
Well, I just want to get into the mind of goalkeeper. Meziame looks to be struggling a bit because of the sun ray. I kind of suppose because she was just too good yesterday to be committing such errors today.
I mean, she's young. She's. But I think those errors are pardonable. It happens in the game, and then she made up for it. She spilled it, and then the ball came again, and she saved it.
Hold on a minute. Manga to the rescue of Malawi. And still limping. That is a worrying situation. Back into her arms safely once more. 37 minutes and 30 seconds. Tells you that we're almost about drawing the curtains on this particular fixture.
Like I was talking about building attack from the defense. Now what the Malawians are doing because of time, they are in a haste and just ballooning the ball from defense. When that happens, when that happens, the ball is anybody's ball. It has no proper direction, and that's what's happening. For 3-4 times in a row, they had the ball in the air, go back to the goalkeeper, in the air, go back to the goalkeeper. And it is something you would really want to talk to your players about. You would want to build attack from the defense.
Well, certainly. Oh, big moment here for Malawi, but he's tipped out of the edge of the 18-yard. A lot of twisting and turning coming from the youngster. Alubani trying to play Malawi into that space, but Kachala will just be too good. So we basically brief past like that and she managed to stand her ground.
That was a good recovery run from the Malawian defender because she outrun the Moroccan and actually got the ball in front of her, which is great. Considering the fact that you are down and it's hot and fatigue is setting in. But you are not even seeing the fatigue in these girls.
Absolutely, I agree with you, Gifty. Few seconds to hit, 40 minutes. And it's Malawi's coach that is a bit troubled on the touchline. Bridget Chiwa just edging his side on as Morocco will have to come for it through the right flank. Currently out of play. El Ibrahimi on his piling pressure of Malawi's defensive line. Was the referee asking that it should be taken to the right position to be taken? El Alua and Morocco are just a few seconds away from a very important victory at the Kickoff African Schools Football Championship 10th edition. That a bit dangerous there. And NLS Fabiano stays on the turf after crashing off a marker.
That was a tough tackle. That was a tough tackle on the Malawi. Whew. That was a tough one. But I mean, Morocco has to do what they have to do. It's getting to the end of the game. You would not want to take chances. If anything, you would want to put one in for your team, and that is what they are doing.
But anyway, the advantage stays with Morocco. And once again, yes, letting you know watching what it is. The 10th edition of the Kickoff African Schools Football Championship, Accra 2023. We've had 2 editions already back in Durban and also in Zanzibar when South Africa lifted that one. And for the men division, it was Tanzania that hosted the one. Well, the big question is, can they repeat their enormous feat on the west coast of Africa, Ghana to be precise? as Kachala got behind this one. Well, this should be very straight in case they find the back of the net. Oh, the scrap pace is twice in there. And it's swept off finally. Ibanka coming to the rescue of Morocco at the death of full time.
Whoa. Wow.
Well, that certainly ends it here at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium between Morocco and Malawi. And you can see how excited they are.
Yeah, they're excited because I mean they are on the field and they know this was not an easy game for them. They had to dig deep to get the 3 points, and they have done a great job. But I mean, Malawi should not walk heads down. They have put in beautiful performance. They have done great. Kachala for that free kick. It was beautiful. It was great. It's been an excitement, especially seeing these young girls being able to be so expressive on the ball. It's great.
Well, so definitely, Makawe's goal giving Morocco that needed advantage. Full time, Morocco 1, Malawi 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Oh, the sun is out and boy, is it burning, but it's far from hotter than what we're seeing on the pitch. Morocco celebrating there at the end. You can understand why, having opened up with a loss to the host nation, they have come out and recorded the first victory in the competition 2025 Africa Schools Football Championships. I'm joined by Coach Kevin Johnson, who watched that game and now is turning his attention to the next game where defending champions Tanzania are up against the team that is back after the first edition. Didn't make it for the second. They're back now, and they'll be hoping their first game gives them the kind of result that they would, well, consider good. It is DRC up against Tanzania. What are your thoughts, Coach?
Yeah, I think the number one thing is that Tanzania is coming to this game. They're the defending champions. They lost yesterday.
A draw, the 1-1 draw with Senegal, sorry.
Oh, they drew 1-1 with Senegal,
correct.
Sorry. Okay. Today they're playing up against DRC, who haven't played yet, so they should be fresh. But Tanzania will want to keep their championship medals in their pockets. So I expect a good game from Tanzania, the first half, and let's see if the energy levels stay in the second half. The DRC, I'm just worried about whether the traveling and acclimatization might affect them, but we hope they bring a good game to us, and we're able to see two teams that really want to go forward in this competition.
Absolutely. DRC find themselves in a rather inviting position. They wouldn't have been here were it not for the FIFA ban on Congo, but they are here, and so here we go. They get a chance to make a statement, albeit against the defending champions, who on the back of a 1-1 draw against Senegal will be looking to re-establish the authority in these games. Now, the man to look out for is the man who scored for Tanzania, Rashidi Nuruddin. We're yet to see anything from the DRC, so we'll keep an eye out on the key players, but we saw him yesterday, yes. Nuruddin, and he was sensational. If they can get him into the game, Coach, things could happen.
Yes, I hope they're able to get him onto the ball and allow him to go forward. So let's see what happens.
Well, we are about to see what happens in commentary. Of course, Victor and Gifty will be walking you through the next 20 minutes. We'll be back at halftime to analyze that one. I beg your pardon, Victor and Coach Akono. Gifty and myself and Kevin Johnson will be back. Meanwhile, let's cross over for some live action in the game between Tanzania and the DRC.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the University of Ghana Sports Stadium as Tanzania take on the DRC for match day 2 in the boys division. And it's a very tough one for Coach Kawasai's side after settling for a 1-1 against Senegal in the opening fixture. As for the DRC to be a first kick at its continental finals after arriving late in Ghana's capital. And there we'll have the pleasantries exchange between the two teams. You can see most of them at least will hope to enjoy the moment at this continental stage. Exciting stuff, a lot of white and blue all over the stadium here.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be. One step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, thank you very much. And it tells you that we're back for the big action in the next 20 minutes between Tanzania and the DRC, who lost earlier in the day to Senegal by 3-0, with Bindia scoring, as well as Fire with a brace in that particular game. Well, taking his tally in this competition to 3, but back to this particular game, and I have the privilege of being joined by Coach Sike Akono, former Black Stars coach, in commentary position. So there we go for the first 20 minutes with Tanzania in their blue outfit, kicking from left to right, and Senegal in white playing from right to left, even at the moment.
I think Tanzania have to show more than they did in their first match. They've played the game around the captain, Nuruddin, who is brain of the team, and it didn't go too well. And this is their second time to be able to perform very well and for them to qualify for the next stage. With DRC, it's rather unfortunate. I think they came in late. They came in yesterday, and so everything was to them new. I'm sure by now they've settled down and they have to also perform very well. It's a very, very big challenge for them.
Also, this actually is a Group B fixture between Tanzania and the DRC. Yes, Tanzania against the man in the 8th set. We'll have it. Barua. Oh, there's a play out now, and he wins the sympathy of the referee. Well, like Coach mentioned, DRC losing in their first outing on the day, and so there's a lot to play for and a lot at stake in this particular match.
It's very important that they get a good result out of this match because of their first match. They've lost 3-0 and it doesn't look good. They must try and do well. But of course, it's important also that they're able to express themselves, play good football, and move forward. They must also be direct a little bit in terms of what they want and what they will have to achieve in this game.
Yes, DRC always trying to box the ball in their own territory. Lovely touch from Bengele. It's down to Tanzania, Rene. Beautiful back work from the player in the 17 jersey. That's Gideon. And it's back to Shah, the man between the sticks for them. Decide to find a left channel, but that is just too strong for a pass.
Yeah, indeed, it was too much, but the target was good. He aimed at the target, but the ball was just too much. I must say, I like the way some of the goalkeepers are distributing the balls, especially when they get the ball quickly. They're able to initiate a counter-attack situation, which is very, very good.
Well, 2 minutes, as we have done 3 minutes already, and it's still goalless between these two teams. As Tanzania will lace up another long one into DRC's half, but is well collected. Bongombe at the right place to claim it. He will not struggle at all with that one. And he will have to keep a clean sheet. Yes, Tanzania again, Gideon direct on goalkeeper. Struggles the first time to catch it, but for the second time, he'll make it simple. And we can see the sense of urgency in Tanzania's play. And you need to be looking out for the man in the 6th set, Nudin, who happened to be the skipper of the side. He'll be hoping to increase his goal tally in this CAF African Schools Football Championship. That's Nudin. Turns it in. And Bongombe, could he increase his tally and is swept off?
What a chance.
Timely intervention.
That is very poor from Nuruddin. That was a big golden chance. It was given to him, but I think he was not aware, and that he made such a big mistake.
Well, absolutely big mistake, but now they have the opportunity to try and set the waters up front again with a twin advantage. So it looks like the big boy between the two sticks. Bongombe is in some deep trouble there as he stays on the turf.
It's very important for players, especially the attackers, to be aware of where you are. The awareness, he wasn't ready for it. It would have been a goal, and he's one of the key guys in the Tanzanian team, and the captain Nuruddin.
Well, the goalkeeper stays on the turf to receive further treatment. Very, very important. As he looks to be the life wire for this DRC side. Mehdi Ngombe. Well, also the opportunity for some of the players to also calm their nerves a bit and try and re-strategize and see how they can break the shell of this Tanzanian defense.
I must say, I like the way the DRC Congo have started playing. They want to possess, they want to keep the ball, develop the attack. But unfortunately, it has not ended them in the final third of the Tanzanian side. So they must try and do well in that aspect.
Well, 5 minutes played, and it's Tanzania's opportunity. So let's take a corner kick from the right-hand side. Lupuga, that's the man behind it. And you can see the likes of Masasila or in the DRC's boss. Lovely header, but who missed the action. But can it be cut by Lupuga? He keeps it for a 10-1 again into the DRC box. And it's cleared away by Ambele. Double touch there means that it'll roll out for DRC, throwing deep in their own territory.
After a while now, the ball has been played in the half of DRC, and it's important they come out of it, because if it keeps on like that, it means they have the goal, an easy chance for Tanzania to score.
what we've seen a lot from Tanzania in terms of the attacking ability. Just pouring men upwards and upwards in terms of the trying to get an early lead in this fixture. But you can see the DRC head coach not very excited. Kalambai, Chibemba, and that's another.
Tanzania is well organized. They know when to press, when to. They open the chance for DRC to start developing an attack, and once they do that, they press on them, and they've kept them in their own half for quite some time now.
Goalless free kick. And it could be taken diagonally considering the position of the ball. And it's Lupoga. Looks to be the set piece aspect. And it's Tanzania setup. Well, been given the confidence by the head coach and even his colleagues to deal with such situations. Lupoga pulls it out. By the way, still saves DRC at last. That's huge relief. Well, big run from Tute, but it's been checked.
DRC has to be very careful in the style of play. Maybe they look to put the ball behind the Tanzanians, else it will be a little bit difficult for them.
Ndombele. And here's Tanzania. Mantula. And again, we're still coming a bit too much now, impeding the quality and the flow of the game. But it's a bit understandable already. Goes there, referee have none of that. Here's Nudin. And he will fail to go past the big boy out the back, Bahasa. Slupuga slicing another one, Chris the crossbar, and it's been turned away. A very, very panicking moment there. But you can see that Tanzania is still piling on the pressure. Looking for the lad in the 7 jersey, call it.
Tanzania have managed to put too much pressure, a lot of pressure on the DRC Congo, and they are not able to come out, they are not able to play the way they want to play.
It's swung in, oh, that's a clear opportunity at goal. Textbook header, but it's been fluffed from Rene. Big opportunity, but the man in the 15 jersey just fell into find the back of the net. Rene Sinkayanka.
DRC kept on doing the same mistake every now and then. They allow the Tanzanians to press on them, to attack them in a way, because they are organized and they give the space to start to develop the attack. Once they do that, they press, and it's been difficult for DRC.
Oh, lovely defense splitting pass coming from Tanzania, where Barua going to the ground at the end. And there's trouble spilling from the DRC. As Barua lies on the tap. Well, just watch it again, coach.
Okay.
Send across into DRC's penalty area. And the man in 5 came across it, Bahasa. And it will be Tanzania's penalty, the first of this tournament so far.
This was something that can be prevented. Obviously, young players make mistakes, and it has happened in that way. Very, very negative for DRC.
Well, so get to see the skip of the side, Nudin. Rashidi Nudin against goalkeeper of this DRC side, Mehdi Gombe. But the big question is, has Mehdi Gombe got the ability to stop Nudin's take from the penalty spot? Nudin, and it's seen. Tanzania takes the lead against DRC. Looks to be the whipping boys of this group. Slaking it.
Yeah, Nudin is the brain behind the team. Every time he's there when he's demanded. A very good one, very smart, you know. sometimes you can fake to the other side and put the ball in the opposite direction. That's what he did. 1-0 for them, you know, very, very good. But they've shown great team spirit from the beginning. They've never given the DRC Congo chance to operate.
Also, the confirmation of a scoreline for you: Tanzania 1, DRC 0. They would have to check this game once more.
Yeah, Tanzania, like I said, has shown great spirit, team spirit, unison. They know exactly what they have to do, and they kept allowing DRC Congo to put the ball in, you know, in terms of possession, develop the attack from the back, and then they press. And as a result of that, they've played like 10 to 15 minutes. 10 minutes in the half of Tanzania. DRC Congo.
Well, absolutely. It's now the DRC's opportunity to see if they can cancel Tanzania's lead. And it's a very, very lovely position. Very acute, just 1 meter away from the map of the 18-yard, and it can be a big opportunity for taking. Is it going to cross or is it going to go direct? And it's a wistful one.
No.
13 minutes with 7 more minutes left in the first half department of the game. And what a magnificent short pace we've already seen from Tanzania.
Sometimes it's very important to analyze and know exactly what you are doing wrong. And what DRC have done so far have not really helped them in terms of how they start the attack. They've rather played in the tune for Tanzania, and it has made Tanzania look a bit good in terms of pressing, when they press and how they squeeze them when they have to defend. Yeah.
Well, absolutely. So we just hanging on to that 1 goal lead from the invited penalty spot. As the DRC will have to attack TT, push it down the left-hand side. Let's drop this a bit into the middle. Masasela losing out on possession, but again, as the referee comes to the rescue of Tanzania. With that way still.
One of the key things Tanzania has in the game is how they defend as a team collectively. They're very good in that. The 2 center backs are well organized, and they put the team shape in terms of defending. And they are very. It becomes very difficult for any opponent.
Masasela is going to continue, and it means that Tanzania are good to go. But it's DRC in possession of the ball. Back to Bongombe. Ambele looking for the danger man. Tite down the left-hand side, loving to drift into the middle. Cuts onto his favorite right foot. Tips it away with his left foot. And it's back to the man in the white shirt. Tite finally brings it back. Ambele will have it. Will take his time. On to the number 20, but that is just too strong for a pass, and Bengali will not have a touch of it. No the intensity. But they are watching the alliance closely, unless to avert every danger that is likely to spin towards them.
Maybe the referee should also allow the game to flow a bit, you know, so that they can have the momentum where they are playing and passing, you know, keeping possession. I'm not blaming him, but there are certain infringements he must probably allow for the game to flow.
Well, maybe absolutely, but there's the man at the helm of affairs. What we wish, but he's in charge and make all the decisions on the field, isn't it?
That's true, that's true.
And it's Tanzania's free kick, and you can see Mehdi Bongombe arranging his wall. Comes off the wall that have been erected, pushed onto the left-hand side, and the flag is already up. 16 minutes in a few seconds left. As the DRC have got a free kick. They have not shown the attacking threats they showed in the morning against Senegal. Looks to be a bit relaxed. Rene with a big run there. Sinkayanka Rene. And it's blocked by Bengele. And Bongombe also thank you. And press the restart button all over again. Well, just watch it. Clever run from the two players. A lovely piece of skill. Bengele. Tanzania have it back. Masasila. Back to Shah. Back to Masasila. On the right back position. He takes it into his own penalty box.
Maybe DRC have to find a way of playing. The way they are playing now is really not helping them. It doesn't make them look dangerous. They take the ball from their back and they easily lose possession. And it doesn't look too good.
Lovely back flick there, attached to it. Then that Rene looking for a skipper, Nudin. But the touch just too strong. Scores full mark with that 360-10. Bokaya. And on the DRC trying to change direction of attack to the far side. End up hitting Kususa in the 18 jersey. Here's the man on your screen, Kususa, a bit quiet in this afternoon's game. Also a bit expressive in the opener. TT trying to orchestrate things, nearly getting into that lovely position.
TT has been the guy who sort of lead the attacking line of the DRC team. He's not been used cleverly, because if you know he's the strength of your team, you must use him very well, like they've done with Nuruddin, with the Tanzanian side.
Well, let's see, maybe coach Kalamabaye, Malvis Chichimba will be listening to you. Maybe he's just hacked onto the CAF TV, at least to take care and listen to the commentary, even as he instructs his charges on the field, isn't it? The sighting staff at this stage in terms of the investment coming from CAF here, but it's a big opportunity for Tanzania. It stays Tanzania, and again a big miss.
That was a big chance. Sometimes when you get into the box, composure. You need to keep your composure and be able to finish.
Couldn't just really hit it so well there. Well, so that certainly ends the first half of this, what I say, end-to-end start from both teams. But at the end of 20 minutes, it is skipper Nudin's penalty take that separates these two teams heading into the halftime break.
I think, like I said earlier on, DRC have to find a way of playing. If they continue like that, it's not going to help them. The team, Tanzania, is well organized, better than them in terms of how to defend and attack. And so they have to find a different way of playing.
Well, so certainly you can see a bit of chit-chat between these two teams, as the skippers will have to have a bit of word with them before they head over to the technical area to talk to the man in charge. And that certainly is going to be Joseph Pawasa and Chichimba for the DRC, led by the captain, Nordin. Was proving to be the difference so far. It's halftime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Tanzania 1, DRC 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it. Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Welcome back. This is going to feel like... Welcome back. This is going to feel a bit of like deja vu, but bear with me. Tanzania is leading 1-0. Rashidi Nurdin is the goal scorer. Only difference is it is not against Senegal. This one is against the DRC. Now, like the last game, the opening game of the tournament, Tanzania were leading 1-0 at halftime. Things changed very quickly. Nurdin, the same player who scored for Tanzania, only he had a match in Faye, number 6 of Senegal. Will DRC pull one out of the bag? That's the big question, and it might be answered by the two who are watching the game from the sidelines alongside with me. Back from commentary, back into the heat. Good evening, good afternoon, Gifty. What did you make of the first half?
Good afternoon. It was good. It was a beautiful display of talent. What really excited me with the first half is the fact that the players are very expressive on the ball. They're able to really express themselves on the ball. The Tanzanians, like they did yesterday, I think they are just building off of the work they did yesterday with their captain, inspired by their captain scoring that penalty for them. I think it hasn't been a one-way traffic at all. It has been a back and forth play, but with a little bit dominance from the Tanzanians.
Your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, like Gift has alluded, Chico, the Tanzanians have been really, really going forward, using their talent, using their skill, playing a little bit more constructive now. And like we say, we liked what we saw. The problem, I was watching the DRC as well, and their left side looks very strong. But again, they're using the talents to move the ball around, go forward. But to get into the last third, it's always the difficulty for a lot of teams. When they get to the third, they tend to lose the composure and the technical quality that some of them possess.
Well, Tanzania have created opportunities, and Ahmedi Juma, the goalkeeper for the DRC, is one man that a lot of concern will be around. He's dropped the ball twice and, conceded a penalty. Not necessarily his fault, but let's walk you through what brought about that penalty. Coach, as you take a look at it on the screen, a soft penalty, according to your reaction immediately, and as a forward, of course, Gifty had a differing opinion.
The one thing when I watched it is that, yes, it can be a penalty, but a more experienced referee might not have given it. Why I say that is because the defender does make a foul, but the player is going away from the goal scoring opportunity, and that's away from the goals.
Gifty, having watched that replay now,
I have watched the replay, and it's still a penalty. In my opinion, it is. You are in the 18 box. You didn't get the ball. You got the player. It's a penalty. Because, coach has a point. The player was going out of the goal. The ball was almost somewhere. But he's a forward. He's a striker. You have to commit the defenders. You have to cause them to play nonsense. And he did. And it's a plus. Now they are up by 1 goal. I'm a striker. So.
No, in one moment, I think that is what strikers are bred for, Chico, to take every opportunity you have within those 4 lines. If you're able to elude your defender, whether you're facing goal or facing, whether you're facing or not facing, you are all, the one thing at your back of your mind is, if I can't have a shot at goal, I'm going to look for a penalty. And that's what that...
Coach, if you were the coach of DRC, would you have made noise about that one? Would you have complained about that one if your team had conceded such a penalty?
Not from where I saw it from the beginning. I have the luxury of looking at it again and then making the decision. But on that moment, live in the game, I don't think I'd make a comment.
All right. Well, it was decided by the center referee to be a penalty, and it was taken none other than the Captain Fantastic himself stepping up to take that one. Proud of that one, Gifty, as we take a look at the penalty and how it was scored.
I mean, we have seen him to be a very good controller of the ball and a beautiful passer of the ball. So he just did what he always does, just pick a spot and pass to the back post. And that is the basic principles of penalty with power, though. And that is exactly what we all thought he was going to score. When we saw that he was the one going to take the penalty, we knew it was 90% a goal. So.
Now, there's something very interesting at the end of that penalty. If you noticed, two players from Tanzania rushing to the goalkeeper, a defender from DRC, having scored this one. They rushed the goalkeeper and they fight for the ball. And you weren't there, but I was seated right next to Coach Kevin Johnson, and he was incensed with such behavior. In fact, saying if he were the coach, what's the problem, in your opinion, for this?
For the goal or the
reaction, the players running and fighting for the ball at the goal line having scored the penalty.
I always try and teach my players that it doesn't matter. You're not going to change the time. You're not going to change the decision. Take the ball, allow him to take the ball and get to the center line. The other thing is I want to allude to now, Chico, just off air, if I may call this, is that we are starting to see players in different teams that are starting to cement their ability within this tournament. The Ghanaian team, the number 8. This team, the number 6. The girls team, the number 8 of Uganda. This team now, I think it's the captain of DR Congo. You know, so there's players that have played 2 games and you can already see they cement in their ability within this youth tournament. And slowly, we're trying to pick those players also.
All right. Well, you heard from the coach, Kevin Johnson, very impressed and starting to take note as to who is the player to watch. Meanwhile, it is a team effort, and Tanzania will be looking for the team to make a good result. So here we go. Second half, Tanzania, DRC, 1-0 to Tanzania next.
Well, so thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half between Tanzania and the DRC, the game that have shown so much promise in terms of its hit-set nature. And you know very well that is Nordin's goal that separates the two teams. What a take from the penalty spot and beating goalkeeper Bongombe to his very, very near post on the left-hand side. And he expects the coach Chibemba is going to make a lot of substitution, which is just about doing. As you can see, lots of Jesse on the touchline there. That's a big goodbye for some of the boys. And we've got new faces coming in. The likes of Undombele have all just come in, as well as Wafaza and Tite, as well as the chap in the 16 jersey. What confirmation of a scoreline for you? Tanzania 1, DRC 0.
DRC have to find a way of playing to be able to equalize, and even if they want to stay in the tournament, must find a way of winning. This is a very good platform for them, and they've shown qualities of their game, but it hasn't been enough so far.
Well, so let's see. Tanzania loving to move down that side once again, quickly turns it in, but camps of somebody, and certainly the man in the 2, Ambele, who interfered with that crossing from Farijala in the 3 jersey for Tanzania. Well, you can see Farijala, the centre back, he loves to overlap there, but there's trouble spilling here for Tanzania. Tite on it, twisting and turning. They'll manage to keep it. I've not really seen much of Kabunde this particular game against Tanzania. You need players like him to up their game and catch up with the pace. And the way this Tanzania side are just boxing them around, especially down the middle. Lovely play here, lots of energy. thinking they have ideas of dealing with it, but unfortunately beyond the sideline.
Tanzania is, as usual, well organized at the back. They link up very well in terms of defensive, and they stand for each other. And so it's always difficult will always be difficult for DRC to penetrate. But I think DRC have sort of changed a bit of what they've been doing. Just now, in the first half, you see the goalkeeper trying to develop the attack. This time around, he's kicking the ball to a target man, which is a good sign.
So we'll get to see more of the man in the three shirt, Buildup. As Kabonde prepares to take this one. And he's also got to his right-hand side. Buildup was just on standby in a case any trouble spills, so just pounce on it. Decides to go for him. This Buildup sets one, and Tanzania clears their line. On Dombele, but he loses out. Tanzania taking their time, and obviously a foul on that occasion. An extra man in the 16 jersey. Dimas, who have just been brought now. And Tanzania will have the opportunity to attack. So he's the culprit rather. And DRC is rather on the favoring side of this particular kick, with Kabonde once again on the receiving end of it. Ball taken into the channel. It looks everybody battle 4-2. Tanzania's number 12, Lupuga. Will now be playing from that far side because they are now playing opposite direction as compared to where they played in the first half.
Yep.
That's a lovely piece of play. But it's well watched by Farijala. Drops into the middle, picks to Masasela. Here's a lovely run from the DRC. Not the best of touch from the man in 18. But he will have to drop it a little bit. DRC retains it. Bogombe, the goalkeeper, just trying to show what he's got a bit.
But they look more organized than the first half. I mean, it's been okay how they are playing. And if they keep on doing this and pushing hard, going to the half of Tanzania, they could get a goal. But again, Tanzania defensively looks very, very sound.
Well, Tanzania coming forward, big opportunity, but just hitting the defender. Looks to be Ambele. With that to save the DRC from going behind twice in this fixture.
Tanzania is sort of direct. They get the ball, and of course, they love to attack. And so they put them through. But like I said, DRC have shown a bit of glimpse of what they can do. Let's see what happens.
Well, so in case you are watching on CAF TV and wherever you're watching us from, watching world, it is the 10th edition of the CAF African Schools Football Championship. Big initiative of CAF, led by the president, Dr. Patrice Motsepe, with a huge Samsung money, $10 million injected into this project. And definitely, I'm sure Coach Siki Akuro, with his experience, will still be shedding a bit of light.
Very, very, very happy about it. I mean, I think it's never done by CAF. Since he got into power, he started this, which is a very, very good initiative. I've always said we need to catch up with Europe, and this is just an example of what can be done. Hopefully, these kids that we've seen so far, the next 5 years, we'll see some great players from this tournament.
Mantula, and here's a number 17 player trying to drift into them with a Bukaya. That's Bukaya near shots in a 17 jersey for the DRC. In a haste, not having or wasting any time at all. But he was just stopped in his tracks by Barua. There's Barua, who was at the receiving end of it. Those two have picked an injury in the process. As the DRC goes long, that's a lovely hit. Again, it has not just got a direction on it. Lacks precision. Rene. And Tanzania losing out on the ball, but it's already out. Well, lots of stuff to at least pick from this exciting play from these youngsters all over Africa, though it's a very, young category in terms of the CAF African Schools Football Champion under 15, but already we've seen so much promise, and even the technique, the arts, the panache, the telepathy, the cohesion among some of the team, absolutely top class.
Fantastic. Indeed, a lot of work from the coaches. They've done a good job, and they've done their best. What we've seen so far is good. We are looking at age 15, and for them to be able to understand the flow of the game, how it's done, how to develop attack from the back and all that, I think is a remarkable job the coaches have done. And we hope and believe that it will not end here, because after this, they're not going to be here again. Then these boys need to be improved and move to the next level of football.
Absolutely. As they will have to run through that channel, but DRC's attacking threats have been hotted again. Just failing to read in between the lines. Maybe the attackers a bit earlier, or maybe the ball just taking too much time to be sent across.
It's got something to do with both. Timing, the moment of pass. If you delay a little bit, the player is off because he's also taking off and he's expecting a pass. So the moment of the pass and how the player also takes off. And of course, sometimes the opposing team, how they also defend, how they push forward and defend as a unit can cause all those things.
Yes, Tanzania. When it's brought back, Barua onto his left-hand side now. Farajala. The centre-back loves to just attack. It's Farajala. Dinks in to DRC's penalty box. There's nobody in the blue set to hack onto it. A bit of pushing at the end. And wins the sympathy of the referee. And it's the skip out the side. TT who goes into the wrong side of the referee. Just watch it again. Bengali fails to deal with it the first time and forcing the skip out the side to commit that error.
This was a physical presence. Probably pushed him too much, and it's a foul.
Well, it's not a big tax for Mukombe to deal with. Nearly textbook header just coming across the face of goal, but as the Tanzanians once more will fail to take the lead, crucial lead in that position. We're just sending a signal to the rest of the group of how excellent it can be if they find their day. And Senegal obviously will be aware of the threats of this Tanzania side who they played yesterday. DRC also seen the rootness of this Tanzanian side.
With Tanzania, yesterday when we saw them, the second half, the first half they were very good, but second half, the energy level and the way they played got down. This is what I've seen with them again in the second half. And as it stands now, 1-0 for them. They are leading by 1. Should DRC equalize, then it becomes another. They need to continue with the energy in which they played in the first half, tactically, and also be disciplined about what they do.
Well, absolutely. But the only team that is yet to test off the venom of this Tanzania side will be Uganda when they take them on match day 3. But so far it's been a very spirited performance from this team. And the last from Kinshasa, struggling to deal with Tanzania. Definitely has been long hours of journey, having a huge toll on this team, and also having to deal with the fact that they've got to play 2 matches.
Yeah.
It's also another big thing to deal with.
That's
But it's nobody's fault. Their own fault, arrived late.
I understand. Of course, we don't have to forget the sun.
Absolutely.
The sun is burning on them, and it's very hot. You know, to contain the pressure and also to run. It's not that easy.
Just crazy temperatures, isn't it? Around 31 degrees Celsius. And the DRC have just thrown in 1 man. And they have taken off their lethal number 19 in Dombele. And they've decided to bring in Dani Vatu. And for Tanzania, they rather thrown in a wild card in Casta Malibeche. "33 minutes played so far at the 10,000 capacity University of Ghana Sports Stadium at the heart of Accra, a capital town known throughout the world. Tanzania nearly gets in a second there, but nearly never kills a bird, isn't it?
They almost got it.
And it's Hemet rising the highest. Fails to really keep it out the way he would have loved it to be intended to. And you can see the DRC living carelessly once again at their own backyard, nearly intercepted by Nodine. And they walk out of danger. Lupoga. TT was trying to outclass Lupoga with a slick idea. Very tricky, but the Tanzanians have been able to read that very well, and now they'll run forward. Malibeche has got a lot of options. And the flag is waved in DRC's favor.
Well, it's the same situation. There's been a bit of improvement from DRC Congo, but nothing really effective. They've not been efficient up front. They've not tried to, play like a double pass or whatever, just to outsmart them. Obviously, Tanzania team is a bit well organized than they are.
Well, that's the FIBA one taken. Probably should have optioned to some of his colleagues that were on standby, like Nudin and even Farajala, but he decides to go long and look for glory. A bit selfish. Master Sailor. It's going down in.
I just hope we all learn from this. Nowadays the trend of football is that you develop the attack from the back, which is good. But if you try it and it's not working, there should be a way of finding. You have to find a different way.
What were the minutes
of playing? And DRC Congo have done that. I thought they were going to improve. it's been the same because Tanzania are aware, and so they allow them to press on them, and then they keep the ball in their own half, and it's not really helping them.
Well, they've just fallen back after starting so well in the second half.
Yeah.
The first 3 minutes, it was the DRC showmanship.
Yeah.
But they've just taken their foot off the pedal.
Again.
Yeah, now Tanzania really telling us why they need to be watching this group. And Farajala. Well, interestingly, it looks to be a bit of tactical change. Farajala loves to join the attacking line anytime they seems to be in possession. A centre-back who has seen most of the ball than even some of the strikers for Tanzania tells you of his quality. Okay.
So he joins the attack, yes. And sometimes you add up in the midfield. When it happens like that, you are more in the midfield. You are able to play more than the opponent. And that is what probably they've done.
No, TT, DRC skipper struggling all alone up front. This could be the second for Tanzania, but goalkeeper Mehdi Bongombe at the right place to claim it. And it's the big man for Tanzania who was trying to go past DRC's goalkeeper Mehdi Bongombe, and he ends up staying on the tap. Nearly caused a bit of worry for the Tanzanian bench with his facial expression, but it's good to continue with the game.
There's a need to play with some sort of an urgency. If they lose this match, they are out of the tournament, and they don't seem to play with that. I mean, they should be aware and ready. Even there's no time for them. Time is not on their side, and therefore it's important.
There's block again from Nodine, doing everything possible, but the man in the 5 set doing everything. Bahasa at the right place to stop him. Coach, you just mentioned something very important. That if they lose this particular game, they are packing their luggages and almost heading for a flight back to Kinshasa. But interestingly, they just arrived yesterday, and then in a space of 2 days,
you have to go back.
Quite interesting, isn't it?
So far, I'm sure this is all about learning. Both management of the team, the boys themselves will have to learn, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, next time, if they are part of it, they need to come early, arrange and come early, and also know exactly what is happening here. To have a taste of it is good.
Yes, today South stand into the center cycle. It's down to number 18. Kusosa. And Tanzania will have to attack again, but Ambele giving Nudin a very difficult time. We're almost edging closer to the final minutes of this game. 39 minutes. And we've got a few seconds left.
It's almost done. It's done. I mean, Tanzania luckily have managed to win. They drew yesterday, and the fact that they've won means there's going to be part of that. But they themselves need to do more in attacking line. They are very good in terms of team organization. Defensively, they are good, but they need to work more on how they attack. In their first match that we saw, the attacking line was very, very sharp. They were able to reach them. This time around, first half, not really. Second half, it's also not, so they need to improve. Maybe, probably, fatigue is beginning to set in, maybe.
Well, the 40 minutes are up. At any moment from now, the referee will take a look at his watch. But let's deal with this. Free kick for the first minute, all bounced off the ground and couldn't find a far post.
That was a very good attempt. A situation where they can score, but.
Well, certainly that concludes it. Tanzania with much needed points against the DRC. And they are at the same level. Senegal 4-point apiece, but in terms of goal difference, At least Senegal will be leading the charge.
Sure.
As we got other games coming up.
Coming up in the next few minutes.
The University of Ghana Sports Stadium in this CAF African Schools Football Championship. And you can see Farijala in your shot, as well as Tanzania's leading man, Kasonge. Well, it's full time. Tanzania 1, DRC 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Kickoff.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
So welcome back. Here we go. We're into yet another fixture. They're coming in thick and fast in day 2 of the Africa Schools Football Championships, Accra, Ghana 2025. Let's talk about the game that's coming up next. First and foremost, Tanzania, defending champions, shaky start yesterday. 1-1 draw against Senegal. Day 2, they have re-established themselves. Up next, a team which is the defending champion of the Girls' Championship, South Africa. Shaky start yesterday. Can they reaffirm their credentials today? They'll be up against the Gambia side that, if we are to go by the game we've seen, then our manga has quite a bit of work to do. That's the goalkeeper. Looked very shaky, almost seemingly any shot on target for the opposition, and Gambia seemed to be allowing a goal to go in. Your thoughts going into this one, particular one, Coach?
Yes, Chico, the next game, South Africa versus Congo. Gambia. More importantly for South Africa, they defending champions. They did not start well yesterday. This is a must-win, I think, for them. And then, of course, we all can say must-win, but you're playing against Gambia, who also want to win. So it's going to be a nice game for me, a nice game for Gifty to watch, but we'll analyze as they go on the pitch. But for me, South Africa have to come out better than they came out yesterday.
Gifty, your thoughts ahead of this kickoff between Gambia and South Africa?
I just want to sympathize with Coach Calvin, because if anything, South Africa has to come out better today. If not for anyone, for you, Coach.
Thank you.
Yes, but like you said, South Africans are the defending champions, and you would want to expect a lot from them. Yesterday wasn't a good day for them. I'm sure they really want to get all the 3 points today, which is very crucial, because then if they don't do it today, then their chances of actually getting to the next stage is almost over for them. And it's not something they would want to do as a defending champion. So we would want to see South Africa dig deep and they give us a South Africa performance. On the other hand, the Gambians, we also expect them to do great, because they also need all the 3 points. So this game is very crucial for both teams.
Crucial for both teams, but one comes into it a favorite. That is South Africa. Gambia will have to defend fully and better as a unit if they are to get anything from the defending champions. The first half of that game, South Africa and Gambia, is next.
Well, absolutely. South Africa against the Gambia is up next in the girls category. And you can see very, very colorful display from both teams. Gambia coming out in their red outfits and the blue shorts. But for South Africa, it's all green affair this afternoon. Lovely colours there. And you can see that they've just lined up beautifully there with the officials in between. And you've got the credit card for initiating such a very wonderful project that is yielding so much results. And we can see the two teams exchanging some pleasantries. That's Gambia, led by Sonko. And you see the likes of Jata. And again, the lady who will be very busy in today's affair will be the goalkeeper, who's got so much work to do. And for this South African side, at least they're not going to sit or retreat at all.
I think South Africa did well.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi. Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, so thank you very much. Is the Waffle A side, the Gambia, who prepares to take on Kosafa side, South Africa. Sing South Africa. Remember, Bayana, Bayana. But at this stage, it's the young lads from South Africa. After losing out to Uganda yesterday, they'll be out here in search of the 3 maximum point against the Gambia side or themselves, who need to lift their game in this particular tournament.
With South Africa, it was rather unfortunate. The defending champions, and they've won. They've lost their first match. This time there's a bit of pressure. They need to win. If it hadn't been the mistake of Thomas, I think they would have gone through yesterday. But let's see what they are able to offer, to do now.
Well, let's see what they're able to do. And that's the big lady in the 2 sets. It's a player you need to really watch, Somila. Looks to be the South African bench. And they'll be led on by coach Angel Kumalo in the dugout. So there we go for the first 45 minutes as the Burkina Faso referee Melissa Karel Traore blows for the commencement of the game. Well, Gambia will quickly love to attack, but he expects South Africa to quickly rush out. That's his cock. Turns it in. Lovely attack there. And it's well dealt with from the lady between the 2 stick. Awamanga are the right place to claim it.
That was a big chance. Very, very big chance for
Very
them.
big chance, coach. And you heard Chico at the pitch side mention that Awamanga's got a big job to do against South Africa.
That is true, and it's clear also for what he said. I mean, they're trying very well from...
Yes, Cock again, and it's in. Cock strikes South Africa into the lead. A beautiful display from South Africa, and Gasu is a right back who hit it and hit it so hard beyond Awamanga. And you can see the celebration galore all over there.
That's good. More fun when you do this. It brings more fun into the game. That's nice.
Well, you need to see the face of coach here in commentary booth. He's very excited with our celebration from Cock.
I think this is the second time he's had a chance. He's very quick. She's very quick, and the second chance she had, she's made a good use of it.
Shirley Cock beyond Amanga. No confirmation of the scoreline. South Africa 1, the Gambia 0. And this game on.
Again, Cock.
She's very rampant, very riot down the right-hand side yesterday. Hard a day, but just that Uganda was a bit quality to tame her a bit in a trap.
I'm happy she started, because yesterday she came in the second half and showed a lot of skills, a lot of her qualities in a game. Today they're making very good use of her. They're using her speed, which has really, really helped them.
Well, absolutely. South Africa once again trying to box things around, looking for Charlie Cock on the right-hand side. She managed to keep it on the turf. But that's an awkward hit, which diverts out of the pitch. And it to be goal kick for the Gambia.
It's always good to have a good start, which they've had. And I think they have to build on that momentum to be able to play very well and also see forward to attack the opponents, the Gambians.
Well, absolutely. It's 3 minutes, and there's something to separate these two sides already. Cork now 10 minutes in, but Gambia has got other ideas as they stop it. And it's the skipper of this Gambian side. That's Sanya. It's brought infield. We'll be looking for the lady in the 11 shirt. That is Mende. That's South Africa back in possession. Gambia once again will have it. Sane. And it's pushed out for the Gambia throwing. And a lot of credit to Mia Messia.
South Africa seems to have team organization in terms of defensive and midfield. The structures are there, it's clearly to see, which is it's beautiful.
Let's see how these two teams will fare at the moment. Well, interestingly about the South African side, they are from some very, very different schools. But for this, the Gambia side are also playing some very wonderful clubs back in Gambia. There's some based in Banjul. But the most important thing is what they got to offer in the next 40 minutes. 20 minutes of both halves. And South Africa already showing that they've got an early punch. South Africa again on the way looking for the second. And it's Manga out of a place to trust that one. Just look at the ball sent for Charlie Cock. South Africa themselves have been very dominant at the COSAFA level, winning the 3 previous edition. And defending champions of this title as well.
Yeah.
And they need to really lift their game. Shocked yesterday by Uganda.
Don't forget, Uganda as well did so well. They were bronze medalists, and it was just they came short to to a certain level in the last tournament. So I wasn't too surprised that they won that match yesterday.
Well, just look at the incident again involving Dabrow. And it's the Gambia number 3. Was just struggling a bit. Jobate. And South Africa on their way once again, but unfortunately it fails to yield to anything successful. Nzuza. Gambia coming out from the left channel, and it's the lady in the 12th set. Oh, bring it forward. Running into the channel. That's Sane, goes down. And that's a brilliant defensive work from South Africa's number 13. Suleiman just watching the run of Sane, unless to prevent her from getting further towards the goal. So the Gambia have been rewarded with a corner kick. Just 6 minutes into the game. And you can see almost all of them are in South Africa's box. Tell you how desperate they are.
For them as well, if they lose again, then that will be it for them. And so there's a lot of frustration setting in, and sometimes you see them approaching the game that way.
Oh, Gambia's corner kick well delivered into the channel. South Africa nowhere near the ball, but the Gambians will have to bring it out. And I think that the South Africans will need to be a bit careful. You don't underrate this Gambian team.
You don't. First of all, they need to be organized as they've been. They were very organized, just that in the last match, they left their back, and of course, in the name of Thomas, who I would say slept a bit, but they were well organized, and hopefully they will win this match to continue to the next level.
Well, let's see if they've got a second punch to sink this South Africans, so themselves a heavy favorite in this year's tournament. It's a throw-in, quickly take it. Back to those in red. It's cleared out of the defense, and here's another big chase. So, and look at the goalkeeper, Manga. And again, the Gambia living dangerously. But wait for a minute, coach. I mean, how would you have dealt with the situation if your goalkeeper is miles beyond the 18-yard?
If she comes out like that, she has to get the ball. If she doesn't get the ball, it means she is anticipating wrongly. And of course, the South Africans had to, Malloy has also been smart enough to just pull the ball away from her to have a better chance of scoring.
Well, the Gambia finished third in the maiden edition of this CAF African Schools Football Championship in Durban. Last edition, they finished the group stages, or the kind of performance they would have wished for, and it looks like they are toying to the same direction.
Of course, because they are better than them, well organized than them, they know exactly what to do, and also playing from the midfield and to attack. And Maloe is very, very quick, and they will always like to put her through, but she needs to keep her composure when she gets up front in the final third, because a lot of chances have come through her, and she's not been able to score.
Well, goalkeeper picks it up, lifts a deep one inside. That's Mafumo, Dakalo Mafumo. But Gambia will now try to come forward a bit. Yoff, Sanya. And it now stays with Sane. Mende, that's a big opportunity. And it's lifted wide off the mark.
No, that was a poor one. A very poor one. But of course, this means that South Africans must also be careful how they defend, because it seems like they live in their wider areas very, very open.
Well, 10 minutes. We've then more than half of the minutes we're supposed to play in this particular half. But that's a long-range effort.
If you don't have a chance of penetrating through, it's necessary to make the attempt at goal from a long range of shots.
Well, absolutely. What a big problem for this Gambia side. Oh, it's the representative of Wafu A is the fact that Jara Bojan will save 2 penalties at the zonal level to bring them into this competition. Looks not to be present at this continental podium, and indeed it is a big problem. You can see really impacting their play, but lots of credit also going to the lady between the two sticks, our Manga. She's able to rise to the occasion. And there she is once again in the fray, picks it up, no trouble spelling for the Gambian goalkeeper. That's Manga with a long one, looking for her tireless ladies up front, who was just struggling to get hold of the ball at the moment.
They have to try to keep the ball. Sometimes it's necessary to keep the ball. Kicking, making that long passes is not necessary, doesn't help. Keep the ball, keep possession, keep the momentum, build from there, and then you can attack.
Absolutely, just dazzling out of play. And the Gambia side will have the opportunity to take a few steps up front, but it will be for those in green. That is Sally Cock. South Africa deciding to use a bit of brilliant stuff, but the flag is already up. She knows it, that it could have been a bit disastrous for Gani Somila.
That was clear. It's obvious. It's too wide, offside. But I think in terms of possession, in terms of keeping the ball, in terms of hitting direct target, South Africa are a little bit better than the Gambians.
That's Gani Somila, a student of Clapham High School in South Africa, representing a school quite well in this tournament. Another scrappy play from the Gambia in South Africa, trying to come forward. Number 19 in the fray. Lots of trouble spelling now for the Gambia, but they managed to deal with it. A lot of problem there. Certainly it's Jobete who forced deep to help with that defensive menace. But South Africa will attack once again, this time around from the right-hand side. And the flag again, hot. Sally Cox run.
I think it's good what South Africa is doing, but they also have to be careful of how they go forward. You know, from one end to the opposite direction, it's always good to take the team by surprise, which they've done several times, but most of the time they are a little bit ahead before the pass gets to them.
Oh, certainly, just look at it. Jobate have been a bit quality, despite the Gambia conceding a bit early. They've had to rather sit on the fence more than attack this Gambian side.
Well, it's because of the way South Africans are playing. You know, they seem to attack more. They seem to keep the ball a little bit better than them. And, of course, it gives them have a bit of chance ahead of them. So they don't have the option to attack, to go forward. The Gambians are struggling in terms of how to keep the ball and how to attack.
40 minutes into the game already. And you can see that there's something exciting. Yes, South Africa lost out on possession. Gambia in the center cycle. But again, just too many for this Gambian side. They've been struggling to keep the ball for even a minute. And Amadou Jatta, the coach for the Gambia.
One good thing with the South Africans, they are organized. You know, so when you get to the middle, they are there. When you get to on attack too, they are also there. Especially in defensive, they are well organized, led by Thomas, who has been able to organize the team. And so their structures are very, very good. It's difficult for Gambia to go through, and some Gambia are just kicking the ball, and it's not too good. They need also try as much as they can to keep the ball, play a bit. Don't have the anxious of going forward every time, and it's not too good.
Well, Thomas was a bit jittery yesterday, but today she looks to have picked the defending boots and is organizing the back quite well. South Africa will look for Molway into Gambia's box and left it very wide of the mark.
Cock was free. If she had watched, would have been an easy goal for them.
The two ladies failing to communicate, and that will have a toe effect on South Africa's scoreline at the moment. As the Gambia build up from the back. Looks to be a long hit up front. And Shonko hits it. And as far as the lady in the 15 jersey for South Africa, that's Rafanda. Yoff running through the flank. Stopped by the lady in the 10 shirt. Sonko and wrap up Dana. Well, Situene have been flagged offside. Situene on your screens at the moment. Yesterday had a very wonderful game.
Yeah, but that is the problem with the South Africans. Even though they're doing so well, they seem to go for it ahead of the ball before the pass comes, and they need to watch these areas because it looks like it's very easy to penetrate through the Gambian setup. When they are able to improve in that area, in the second half especially, they will have a better chance of scoring.
Well, absolutely. Can't agree with Gilles coach, but that is a mandate trying to bring it forward. Goes down, referee up, none of that. Is Rapa Dana on it at the moment for South Africa. Looking for Sally Cock, cannot pick it, but Molloy seems to be coming into the fray and is cleared off by Sonko. And the Gambia now will open wide and try to attack South Africa.
I just wish the Gambians would take it easy, even though, yes, they are losing. It's not all about winning. Try and enjoy the game. Try and play a beautiful football, what you are made of. And then you'll see the end result will be good. But if they are too anxious to win and kick the ball, we won't see the good football that they've learned so far. We'll never see it.
Well, absolutely. South Africa charging forward down there, right hand side, Molloy, and again he flapped the big opportunity. That's the big striker for South Africa who blast away that glorious opportunity. Pulane Molloy.
When she gets into the box where it matters most, she's not composed. You know, we've seen the couple of chances that she's had. Molloy had to take it easy and play. Else, if she had been composed, she would have scored probably 2 goals or more by now.
But I must tell you that Gambia is having a very tough time down the left-hand side where Sally Cock is best, especially for that young lady, Mariama Jame. She's finding it difficult to tame these South Africans, but here they'll have to break for it again. This one from the other end, and they save. South Africa scores the second goal. What a classic play from the ladies there. And easy tap him, and guess who is Gani Somila with South Africa's second.
A good effort from the defender, from the left back. Got the ball, forced her way out and gave her a true pass. And she was very, composed in that end, at the end. Very good attempt at goal.
So certainly South Africa, obviously, leaving their dark shadows from yesterday's game behind. And what a way to score at the death of halftime. And it's the left back, Gani
Somila
with that classic finish. And it's a lot of trouble for Awa Amanga.
Amanga has not done too well for her side, Gambia. Remember in the previous game they played, every attempt at goal was always in. She wasn't standing well, she wasn't positioning herself well, and it has been a poor performance from her.
So it's halftime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, where South Africa striking twice, and Gambia equally showing nothing on the score sheet. South Africa 2, Gambia 0.
Welcome back. It is halftime in South Africa, doing exactly what we expected. Just trying to reduce a bit of the volume here in my ear. All right, so there we go. We expected that half to be pretty much dominated by South Africa, and they have done exactly that. Two wingers, one Somila with the second goal, but it has to be all going down for one knock. Who is Cork, who is the person who was on the right flank. Cheryl Cork has been absolutely fantastic. In fact, comes into this tournament in the first game. We were wondering, when will she start to step up? She had opportunities or was closed down in the first match, but in the second one, she has come alive and looks like the lady who helped them qualify with 11 goals to her name, taking the golden boot in the qualifier and ending up as player of the tournament. Right now, we can see exactly why. So now we'll be waiting for the second half, and while I do not have either Gifty or Coach Johnson with me, I do have some royalty when it comes to African football. In the women's category, Ajua Bayo right there next to me. Now, she is a former Black Queen captain, actually, not to mention FIFA 11 at one point and Africa Player of the Year. This is a lady who knows exactly what it takes to be at the very top, and next to her is the one and only Amanda Dlamini. We've seen her time and again. South Africa, stand up. Africa, stand up, when the two queens of football are right here next to us to walk us through what they've seen of the girls' game. Not just this particular one, but ultimately all round. I'll start off with you, Bayo. What do you think of considering this tournament and what you've seen in terms of female or girls' football?
I think for the first time we've seen this in Ghana. CAF have done so well that they brought this African Football Championship here. I think the ladies playing, some of us, we have seen them, but most of the girls and then some of them coming watching them at the field, they don't know much in football. So I think they are doing well nowadays, watching women playing and then the men too.
Absolutely. Ajua Bayo, man, it's an absolute honor to be next to her. It's an honor, as always, to be next to Amanda Dlamini. Amanda, you were here, you were there last year while we were in Zanzibar. You're here again, and we continue to see the game of football from the girls' perspective just grow stronger and stronger. What have you made of the game so far?
Very impressive. I think it was good to see how the ladies or even the boys just adapt to the weather conditions. Yesterday it was raining. That was a difficult task and a challenge for them. Today the heat is just on another level. It speaks to acclimatizing and just the adaptation, but you can see it's taking a toll on them. 2 games in 1 day is not easy, but we appreciate the fact that these young boys and girls are still giving out good football. There's goals that are being scored. There's a lot at stake. Defending champ South Africa 2-0 up now, halftime, but a tough one against Ghana on the first day. So Ajubai and I were just laughing upstage that Ghana and South Africa are actually looking like favorites.
Let's talk about those two teams. Apart from, actually, before we even get to them, apart from those two teams, obviously it will be Ghana for Bayo and South Africa for you. Who else has stood out for you, Amanda?
I think Morocco, the continuation. I think I was a little bit worried in terms of squad rotation. There's some names that we can't see from last time in Tanzania, which means that probably promoted to the other divisions of the national teams. But it's good to see that they still have a bigger pool of players. The quality is still there. You can see even just by the organization and the shape on the field. I think the coaches are really doing well with that team.
Which team caught your attention, Bayo?
It's Morocco.
Yeah.
Because yesterday it was shaking because the pitch was slippery. But today I think they did well.
All right, looking at this particular game, currently South Africa leading 2-0. Gambia struggling, albeit towards the end of that half, seemingly settling down. What would you like to see from the Gambia perspective, Bayo?
I think when they start playing, you can see from South African players, they want to win. Because when they had the ball, they want to go forward. So you can see from their faces that they want to win.
What about you analyzing this one? South Africa, seemingly they get a shot on target. It looks like it'll be a goal. What would you like to see them do more of?
I think the plan was very clear from the coach. Maybe first 10 minutes, let's get a goal because they're tired. The heat is also quite a lot. So I think in the second half, it's just now to cement things, solidify things, and maybe get 2 more goals just to be secure.
Absolutely. Well, I'm sure they would love to have the likes of Amanda Tlamini right in there to lead the way, but now it's time for the future of football. Amanda Tlamini, thank you very much. And Ajua Bayo, second half of that game in which South Africa are leading 2-0 against Gambia is next. Enjoy. We'll see you at full time.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half between South Africa and the Gambia. A game that promises a lot of stuff. Where South Africa taking the lead in the first half with 2 goals from Sally Cock. And her colleague Gani Somila giving them the needed advantage. Let's at the stands, but for the Gambia, a lot of trouble spilling for them. Well, so quick substitution for South Africa with player number 12 getting ready to come in.
I think so far South Africa has done so well. They've been able to create chances. Maloe has to keep her style going, but at the same time composure when she gets up front. Most of the time when she gets on attack, she ends up missing a lot of chances, and it doesn't be good. So far they've played so well.
So the men's skipper is back on the field. Well, Elizabeth Molefe back with the captain's armband.
Now they've changed the goalkeeper.
Well, absolutely.
She's been poor, and I'm sorry to say it, but in their first match, she wasn't good at all. And today, too, her anticipation of coming out sometimes is even scary, and it's not helped the team so far.
Well, so that means that we would also have to adjust what we say with regards into goalkeeping, as our manga is out for Fatua Sane to come in. And let's see how she fares against this Mauritius South African side in the next 20 minutes. So there we go. And that's the confirmation of the scoreline at the moment. 2-0 South Africa. Comfortable leading this fixture. With the Burkinabe referee blowing for the commencement of the second half. Melissa Traore. Gambia seems to be on possession, but they've given up. Molefe with the first touch since coming in. Gambia back in possession. They will have to use their far left flank. That's a big challenge. And Zosa fails to hit it for it.
Okay, so again, the same story in terms of possession. South Africa exactly know what to do. Sometimes they are able to pass the ball very well, control the game in terms of possession. Hopefully, Gambia will improve from what they did in the first half.
Well, absolutely. Let's see if Gambia can improve, because the coach absolutely will be having a bit of tough time making some decisions in how to counter-attack the South African side. Well, there's a player lying on the turf. We've got 2 players lying. One for the Gambia, also one for South Africa. We'll need a bit of attention there, and a bit of emergency as well, as we see the stretcher being rushed onto the field. But this was the situation. Somila with that touch going back, and the 2 players getting into that hefty challenge. So that was South Africa's own, the goal scorer.
Okay.
Somila. Now we get to see that of the Gambia, but Somila is good to go. Just a bit of knock.
Yeah, she's good. Very good left-footed player, and very smart. You know, the goal she scored takes a lot of intelligence to be able to score such a goal From when we were young, we were taught from left hammer to the right, from right hammer to the left. And she was at the left side and hammer to the right end, so it's good.
Well, Thomas fails to hit it, but he's finally thrust out of that defensive area from Zuza. Forced to no man land. And yes, a strong challenge coming in for the Gambian side with Suleiman hitting it up front as well. Suleiman, and he's stopped there by South Africa. Sitole. Lovely 10 from the lady in the set, Sitwene.
Sitwene is technically very, very good. She's one of the players who can be creative in the team. And
that's Messier coming forward, and it's the skip of the ball. Left foot hits a long one, and then Fatwa tested for the first time, and a return ball, and just drifting wide of the far post.
Maloe. I mean, if they're playing a better team, and it's 0-0, and she's doing this, she's going to waste a lot of chances. You know, it doesn't look good. She has to improve in that area. You know, because they've been a lot of times on attack. She's come on a very good position to score goals, and she's not been able to do it.
South Africa breaking into the Gambia's penalty box again, nearly finding the back of the net, and it's the first goal scorer, Sumila, once again at 10. But what a lovely chip over from the skip of the side, Molefe.
She just needs more. Sumila needs the direction, just the direction. You know, a very good cross. And all she needs to do is to use the direction with the head to get the ball in. You know. I think this game is really good for South Africa because they lost in their first match. They didn't have the chance to really express themselves. Today, they've been able to play very well, expressing themselves, creating chances, which is good for the next game. Obviously, as it stands now 2-0, we believe that they're going to continue still be in the tournament. And so it's very, very important for their game today to build on this play to the next game.
Absolutely. Yeah, they'll have to come forward, but it's a very tall order for Sitwene, who decides to bring it back and finds Sitole. Here's a skipper, Molefe, giving a tall order and a bit of activity. Just 30 yards out, but he decides to bring it back. Suleiman, it's now to the right-hand side. That's a lovely run into the path of Molefe, and again it's cut out by Sonko at the right place to brush it off. That's a big chase, but will amount to nothing. And a big advantage will stay once more with the Gambia, who've coiled into yourselves in this particular half.
I think with Gambia, their spirit shouldn't be down. This is a learning process for them. They should try. What I'm looking for them to do is to try and play. They shouldn't be afraid. They are losing, yes. Nobody wants to lose, but they are losing. And therefore, it's important to get their game together. And this is what I expect from their coach. Play your game. Play your game. Play and show why you are here. You know, have fun. Play beautiful football. And that's it. If they continue to be kicking the ball, and then there's no team shape, collective team effort. We won't see anything of that. So we see the team as a very bad team.
Well, absolutely. Let's see what they've got under their sleeve. Sumila was just trying to pick Molwe, but she couldn't reach it with that pass. It was tapped out of play, and Sitwene now have it 1-on-1 with a lady in the 8 set for the Gambia. And that's Yoff. Yoff having a very difficult time taming this Gambian side together with head colleague centre back in Fatwa Sonko. What's he's done so well in this tournament? Just a bit sad as she's on the losing end as Mende comes off. We'll be seeing Adama Wolo coming. So that's Adama Wolo coming in for Mende, who's been retracted. But the question is, how quality is the Gambia's bench now that they would have to check this game?
That is another question also to ask. Maybe the quality is also not good enough. And that is why I want to encourage most of these teams to play football. You know, that is why you might say I'm a Ghanaian. That's why I love the ladies. What they were able to, play yesterday. They played football. You know, they were relaxed, they were calm, they passed the ball and move on from one end to another. And that is exactly what we want to see. We don't want to focus too much on winning, and therefore it puts too much pressure on the boys. They must have fun, they must enjoy the game, and that should be it.
Well, the idea is to have fun, but while having fun, you also keep in mind that it's a bit competitive. But again, at this age category, it's more fun than that competitive spirit.
Exactly. You don't push them to win. If you come with that idea that the goal of this tournament is to win, then I'm sure you're going the wrong direction. They need to allow them to play, and they will get there when they have to win. I mean, from age 17, 18, that input will come automatically.
South Africa's free kick. Shortly taken. Mane. But there's a bit of defending for Sonko to do. Situene is rushing on it. Somila couldn't connect back to Situene. And it's totally out. Well, you must be a bit inspired by South Africa's plan in terms of telling our quality players in a women's category. We've seen what the Bayana have done in recent times, and even their performance at the Women's African Cup of Nations. Talk about at the 20 level is quite exciting. Even Mamelodi Sandals.
They have a development structure where it's really looking good for them. Last time when we were in Tanzania, I did the same thing with the national under 17. And she told me categorically that she's got some players in the under 15 team, meaning they are the next project, And so there's progression from what they do. And that is why today you can see under 15, you can see under 17, you can even to the national level, the senior national team, that they are improving. They have a very good structure where they follow and they make sure these kids improve to that level.
Well, 30 minutes and the lady limping off is Gambia's Jara Bojan. Was giving that tough battle from South Africa's Sitole. And here South Africa once again will have to construct something. Positive from midfield. Rapadana hits it in for Molefe. Breaks space for South Africa, and it's in this time around. It's Molwe with South Africa stayed lacking around for so long, and finally she has gotten a name on the score sheet.
Finally she scored. That is good for her. Very good for her, because the number of chances she's missed, it could be very discouraging for her for a player, and so to be able to score is a very good work. She works very hard for the team though.
It's just a tap home. Absolutely, this Gambian side were nowhere near. Jobate absolutely out of place, and it looks like the new goalkeeper that have come in, Fatwa Sane, is also just in a bit of trouble here.
Well, that is good. I mean, it's very good for a striker to be able to score. She's made attempts, she's made the effort.
Absolute scoreline, South Africa 3, the Gambia 0.
Yeah. I would say Molwe had made a lot of effort to score. She's missed a lot of chances, but if she had gone without a goal, would have been very, very discouraging than her getting it. So I'm happy for her.
And the South Africans will be a bit relaxed now. As they try to attack once again with Molloy, and it's being diverted. And certainly this lady in 5, very workaholic at the back, Fatua Sonko. Combining well with the centre backs, but it's just unfortunate that after all her defensive showing, they always happen to be on the losing side. But definitely she knows the defense of her squad. Their problem has been up front, creating a lot of opportunities, but they end up just losing.
You mean the South Africans?
I mean the Gambian side.
They don't. It seems like they don't even want to play. You know, kicking the ball away and all that. They're tired.
Oh, Molloy once again getting into that narrow channel, but it's been directed. But gives South Africa a corner kick advantage.
I think it got something to the game. It's got something to do with coaching, maybe, and also maybe the quality of the players. Maybe it's not on the level that we expected. Maybe.
The one for 8 reps, struggling at the moment. They're just really struggling after beating Guinea to be here. It's not been the kind of performance they would have been looking for.
We shouldn't forget this is also probably their first time of appearing, and so it's also good to make such experience. And when they go back, they will know what to do. 5th time.
Absolutely, a 3rd time of appearing. The first edition, they finished 3rd in Durban. Dropped out of the group stages.
Okay.
Zanzibar, and we had Sutweni leaving the field for player number 11 to come in. And Tembo has just been introduced into the game by coach of South Africa, Kumalo. Rapadana on the ball at the moment, gives out the ball to South Africa. Sane, a bit of misunderstanding with the defensive line. Somila. Also, we have Tembo coming in. Sutweni was off. And also for South Africa, we have Sitole, the number 7 player, going out for the lady Simamane to come in. And it just tells you the quality of this South African side in every department of the game.
Has been good, very, very good. We have to give them that credit. They've worked hard. In the first match, we didn't see much of this. But like I said, this is good for them. 3-0, so a good result. And not only the goals, they've been able to play, demonstrate good football. They've demonstrated good football, and that is very, very, very important for their game.
Here's a skipper. Molefe trying to go around everybody. Not the best of a decision, is it? Absolutely not.
No. Sometimes make it easy. Pass the ball.
But it's still South Africa. Simamane with their first patterns coming in, and it's just too high. Lovely touch from the lady in the 5 jersey. Ankuna Simamane, but it's just too heavy. Here it is again in South Africa. Somila with a second at this tournament. And the left back is beginning to have a bit of a party.
A very good left foot.
And Gambia in for a real trouble here, especially goalkeeper Fatua Sane. And the ladies celebrate. Just look at it, a bit of defensive lapses there. That's out the ball to Gani Somila. And goalkeeper Fatu Osane absolutely outclassed on that occasion.
A very strong left-footed player, like I said. And when she gets it on the left, she's always good to go. I think she scored 2 goals now. 4 goals to 0. 4 for South Africa, 0 Gambia.
Absolutely exciting scoreline. We might get to see more, but it's just 3 minutes more left as we even cleared it.
If they get a chance, they will score again.
Here we are, South Africa.
Again, I told you.
And it's a brace.
3.
It's 3 goals for the lady. Hat-trick there for Gani Somila. And look, I've just to be very frank with you, Coach. Fatuma Sane have been a complete disaster coming in for Manga, who was the goalkeeper in the first half.
They both weren't good.
Well, but again, I understand, Coach, because per the regulation, I mean, you need to let the other players enjoy. So, well, the goal party, a bunch of goals, but the players are getting the opportunity to also feature.
Honestly, I must be honest with you. If you look at Gambia, if they've been 3 times in this tournament, then it's really a shame that they've performed like that. It's not good.
Well, scoreline, South Africa 5, Gambia 0. And it's the reality for this Wafu A reps at the moment. Simamane running once again, but there's a Gambian player line on the turf. And it means that the Burkinabe referee, Traore, would have to halt the game a bit to attend to her.
Sometimes it's good to play, but if you concede 5 goals to 0, it's very discouraging. And, but they've not done enough to stop these goals. They've not done enough.
Also, no need to hold back at the moment as Mama Sanya comes in for Asia Satu Soy. And I agree with the coach. There's nothing they can do about the scoreline at the moment, and it's better to allow her players to enjoy the moment of being at the stage.
That is all. What I like about the South Africans, they continue to play, continue to work as a team, as a unit, and it's gone well for them.
We've got top matches coming up. 40 minutes is up, and a moment from now, the referee will take a look at the watch. That is a very, very difficult reality for the Gambia side to accept. But for South Africa, they'll build up on it. So the ends it. Melissa Traore of Burkina Faso blows full-time whistle. South Africa runs away with this 3 maximum point after a classic showing against this unfortunately poor the Gambia side.
A very, very good performance from the South Africans. Unfortunate for the Gambians, but South Africa will have to build on this game to the next game. I think they need to do well in the coming match, which will be a little bit tougher than this opponent, and so they should be ready.
Well, they console each other, and you can see the coach is just trying to encourage the charges. South Africa run riot as many as 5. South Africa 5, Gambia 0.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel team that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Oh,
Visa. Whatever you want to be, One Step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Gambia suffering their second loss of the tournament. South Africa with a victory that will boost their morale. 5-0 in that particular game. Meanwhile, it's a hat-trick for Ghani Somila, and she is the name of the moment. Speaking of hat-tricks, Ghana, who are coming on next, their game against Algeria will be looking to make a hat-trick of victories in the group stage, and that's where our attention goes. Start off with you, Gifty. Ghana looking very good so far. What do you expect in this one against Algeria?
I expect them to have a repeat of their first and second game, to be a lot more possessive, possess the ball more, because that's the only way you can actually get your game plans going, when you possess the ball. So they should do that irrespective of the fact that they are already 6 points in the group. They should try as much as possible to win this game too. I mean, if not for anything, for the aura around the tournament. And then I just think the coach would make a lot of subs and then let the other players also have a taste of the tournament. You are 6 points up.
If there's anything a coach would love to hear that, it has to be Coach Kevin Johnson, who's been very clear that if he were on this touchline, he'd ensure a lot of their players got to play, if not every single one. Roll out those substitutes. Would you like to see that from a Ghana side that has pretty much dominated and has qualified?
Yes, Chico, I think that is important to make sure that every single player within the tournament, no matter what country you play for, you at least have a taste of what it is to play in the tournament. And Ghana can only play the subs now, keep the fresh team, and the same with Algeria, because I think both teams go into their third game, so it will be difficult to maintain a starting 11. This is not Champions League football. This is Champions Children League football. Development is the word that we need to use.
Absolutely. It looks like the coach, at least of Ghana, has heard you. From what I see, and I stand to be corrected, but from what I see, it looks like it will be John Andor, the man who's been sensational for Ghana down that left flank, will be resting. He will be starting on the bench. A few other changes that have been made, so it looks like it'll be good. But considering, regardless of what we saw, some exceptional names, but coach, in terms of the system, what do Algeria need to do to slow Ghana down?
Again, this morning we said, you know what? If you want to beat Ghana, you have to compete with the physicality. You have to compete with the speed, and that's one of the good things in the arsenal, besides being able to strike the ball properly.
Gifty, a quick prediction.
2-0 first half Ghana.
Oh, she's even doing a first half prediction. There we go. Of course she'd say that. Listen, it's going to be an entertaining game, always is. When Ghana is involved, it's them up against Algeria next.
And Algeria.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to the University of Ghana Sports Stadium as host nation Ghana entertain Algeria in its final clash in Group A for the Ghanaians, who've already taken a big step into the next round of the competition. Ghana coming out in their favorite white color, with Algeria coming through the right channel with a dominant green and a touch of white. Looks to be the whipping boys in this particular group after losing to South Africa yesterday by 2-0, with Sehoto and Lutando on the score sheet. But even South Africa couldn't really stand the might of the Ghanaians. And the big question is, will Algeria be able to do so? Well, players taking time to exchange some pleasantries at the moment. And you can see the likes of Akrum of Algeria. And you can see Ghana side led by their skipper, all being very, very quality at this year's competition, showing so much promise. What a pictorial view of this particular University of Ghana Sports Stadium. What an angle to view this particular game. Wonderful camera work. And you can see the officials there in your shot as well.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Okay, sure, God.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, thank you very much. As Ghana is almost getting ready to set up the big match against Algeria, and Algeria will be playing from right to left. And these Algerians know that it's a very, very difficult job against the Ghanaian side, who have been absolutely some level of form in this tournament. And they expect the likes of Debal, Bugera, Akram, Maidi, Wichi, Barkley, and the rest to do the job for them, as well as goalkeeper Ben Sineda, Kilkwao, as well as Mezua at the far right-hand side. Well, I'm still here with Coach Sike Akuno, former Blasters head coach and a legend of the game in Africa.
Well, I've seen a lot from Ghana. Ghana have shown great quality in the way they play. And I'm looking forward to improve from that. Today, this time around, the coach has rested few players. Ando is on the bench. Jamfi is also on the bench, and other few. And so we want to see how they will play without those key players.
Well, let's see. Ghana once again on the offensive slots. Well, Coach just mentioned a bit of tactical twist to this game, with Coach Kwekwodan so resting some of the players, especially Akologo, who came in the second half against South Africa, is starting, as well as entry. All beginning this time around with Welbeck also slotted into the back four position, also starting his first match of this tournament. There's Algeria. They'll have to be in charge of the game a bit, with Badoka being the skipper of the side in the 8th jersey.
This time around, he came with a 4-4-2 formation, and hopefully, like I said, those who have been given the chance will improve, will do well, just like Ando and the rest. As you can see, they are more in possession, they are in control of the game, which is what you need from the start of the game. You need to take control of the game. You need to decide the pace of the game, and that's exactly what the Ghana team are doing.
So it's the man in 13 shirt. Akologo with it at the moment. A lot of over-elaboration on the ball. Ends up giving it away, and Algeria will tip it out of the dangerous area. Here's the man in 6. Back to entry. Fionyaji also in his entry. And he'll find Ghana's number 19, Akogri. Ghana coming forward. This lovely from the Ghanaians now. Akologo. And Algeria stops it on the line. And it's Akram with a lovely intervention. And you can see this game obviously laced with a bit of venom and a bit of quality, as we get to see what these two sides has got under the alliance to offer watching Africa.
It's clear Algeria showed that they want to defend. They're playing with 5 men at the back, and they want to make it difficult for the Ghana team to penetrate. But if Ghana continues to control the game and control the pace of the game, the chance of them winning is huge.
Also, we've also seen a change in terms of the goalkeeping department for Ghana, with a man who have always started, Ajano, been taken out of the game. And we have a new goalkeeper in Kennedy Ado Tete in charge of his first game at this CAF Continental African Schools Football Championship.
Sometimes it's always good like that when you know you've qualified. You've won 2 matches, and the 3rd match means that you have to give the other guys the necessary chance. And it's also demanded from CAF that you allow these kids to play. It's not much, like I said, much of course, they want to win, we want to win, but to enjoy the game is also important.
Oh, the whistle is up, and Ghana's number 10 entry stays on the turf. Oh, just look at the situation. That was a bit scrappy, just trying to break away from Algeria's number 15, Mahdi. And he just hacked him. And he trips to the ground. And Ghana with a fine free kick. Just close to the edge of the 18-yard. And Nkrumah goes behind it. But a big trouble is this man. Bensinada would have to arrange a straight man wall that the captain of the side as well, Bodoka, is in the mix. As well as a man in 10, Debel in a 10 jersey. Barkley as well in. So the 3 men forming the wall. Bodoka, Debel and Barkley for Algeria. Comes off the woodwork, but Ghana stopped that entry, and again that's a lovely strike. And just melts away from the mouth of the goal post. And Algeria survives that one.
This he can take the opponent by surprise or the goalkeeper by surprise. By turning, he made an attempt at goal, which is good. He didn't waste too much time.
Well, 5 minutes into this game.
The Ghana team is very confident. Keeping possession in a very nice, positive way.
Here they'll have to run a bit up front again, but Algeria quickly will strip the line. Reach it. Now the flag is up against him. And it's Winnie, who will not have the opportunity to attack as Ghana will rest for it. Fionyaji will find entry. Big movement from the Ghanaian, but it's been stopped. And it's Kelkal, who is the culprit on that occasion. Just look at that movement from entry. And you can see the young man Mahdi as well as Bensinada. A bit concerned about his colleagues staying on the turf. And he's up on his feet. That is Debel up on his feet. Bassem Ayad Debel.
Probably. I don't know why most of them are on the ground. It's maybe it's too warm for them, maybe. Well, sometimes fatigue, you know. No, but they came early. They were here from the beginning, and so there wouldn't be any complaints. Obviously, I'm thinking it's maybe too warm for them, and that is why. Of course, since we started, Ghana have had a better share of the game. They've had a ball. They have chased the ball most of the time. And all of a sudden, 2-3 of them have gone down the floor complaining of any injury or something.
Well, it's Ghana's free kick. Very acute angle. And it's the same player with the same number, Nkrumah, who goes behind it. Goalless left back to take this one, send it across, too strong by Ghana. Oh, managed to keep it. Ajay. It's back to Ajay. Lining up a long one. And that's completely wasted effort. So Algeria will pick it up. Oh, they have so much to do.
Yeah, they've tried to defend very well, and I think at a point in time they were defending with 5 men at the back, allowing Ghana to take possession, take control. And if you chase the ball for a while, you'll be tired, and we're yet to see. But I believe that they will struggle if that is the style they're going to go with.
Well, Ghana's talisman in John Ando, and the man leading their line, Aquahagan, and he'll be coming off the bench. But for now, it's up to the likes of Entry and Jay to enjoy their moment as they lead this Ghanaian attack full of promise. And for Algeria themselves, you expect that the man in the 70 shirt, Mezwa and Kickoff, will do the damage control for them against the host.
Yes, they want to frustrate Ghana. They want to try and play the way that will make it difficult for them by way of defending. But I think at a point in time, they will open up, especially when they are down by a goal or so. They will open up.
There's Sankuma. Ghana drifting into the center circle from the left-hand side. Ospet to Fionyaji. Here's Sakologo. Sent one, and that's a lovely ball, but again, it's Bensinada who comes out to make that important save. That's a lovely movement from the Ghanaians. And look, Akologo spitting that one into that open space to invite a J on it, but Bensi Benada just watching it well. Yes, Entry. Ghana beginning to find their rhythm. It's Fionyaji. Lovely one into the box and lose everybody, but forced to the Ghanaian last man out the back. Bukera couldn't deal with it, but the captain will do. Bodoka. And he'll calmly start all over again. Mensah. That's Jemfi. Got a lot of options down the right-hand side, but the whistle just hot in play at the moment. Oh, looks like Algeria's goalkeeper is just staying on the turf. Looks to have come off a very difficult challenge. And we'll need a bit of medical attention. Bensi, now that what a quality play has been. Again, have been at the receiving end in this tournament, conceding. We'll be hoping to keep a clean sheet against this Ghanaian side.
You can clearly see the way they are drinking the water. The sun is, I think, the temperature is a little bit high on them. Yes, we agree, but they also need to play football. I mean, Ghana has sort of had a better share of the game, but creating chances has also been a problem because of how the Algerians are defending.
Oh, absolutely. And we can see that's it. Goalkeeper, Bensinada, maybe that's it. Without a decision from the referee. Looks to have gotten his name into the referee's book. And you can see the Algerian players in arms complaining to the referee. They're a bit taken aback what exactly the decision might be in terms of issuing that yellow card. And you can see, yes, Bensinada complaining, and he will not just stop the youngster. Ghana makes that all over again, and it is from their own territory. Jemfi onto the far left-hand side for Mensah. And Kuma. Jay couldn't keep it, but it's Bulgaria
the Ghanaian team have to find a way of attacking because the game is being played in their own half. Most of the possession is kept not in the dangerous areas for them. They need to get into their half, the final third, and head them.
Ghana, and that's the first goal! What a hit! And what a way to take the lead! What a ferocious strike! And it's the chap in the 15 jersey. Jemfi with that real stinker to beat goalkeeper Benson out. Festus Jemfi, you've got to watch it again. Look at the power, look at the panache. And Benson under strike beyond limit, but he cannot just palm it away.
You know, most of the games they've played, the two games or the last game they played, he played with Adai. And Adai is the one who has to go forward. He is the one who sits back. Now Adai is not in. He's forced to come up to do the job of Adai. At the same time, combining with because there's another midfielder who he's playing with. He's playing with Akugri. And Akugri is the one sitting back.
All confirmation of the scoreline. Ghana 1, Algeria 0. And it's game on.
Akugri is the one who is sitting back and allow Jemfi to go forward, and that is exactly what we've seen. If Adai had been there, maybe Adai would be the one doing this.
Well, absolutely. But even as we carry on with this game, the CAF African Schools Football Championship, Ghana again with a real opportunity, but it's been cleared off. Bodoka clearing the lines for Algeria. Not just speaking about even as we play the game at this age level, you have to remember that you have to protect the dream, whilst we also safeguard the players playing as well.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's good that Ghana has gotten a goal because they have played, they have attacked, they have shown.
Entry, lovely way to break in, but Akram will not give him any space to run into his own penalty box. Akologo hits it in. And Mighty tends it away, but Ghana still once again running riot there. It's Fionyaji, brings it back. Jemfi onto the far left-hand side. Ankuma. Looks to be Akologo. Oh, lovely play from the Ghanaians now. Entry. And a bit of miscommunication. Oh, there's Algeria who turns the opportunity away. A bit of miscommunication between the goalkeeper and the defensive line.
Yeah, but I'm so impressed with the way the Ghana is playing. You know, Andor is not there, but we have somebody in the name of Akologo who has shown the same qualities of Andor. You know, speed, dribbling, getting into the final third, and that is what we've seen. And so there's a replacement, which is good. It says.
Another lovely hit. Bessinada will struggle to keep it out of his own net.
That's good.
That's and they concede a corner kick at the end.
So, like I was saying, yeah, that's a very good attempt. This is a left back who has come into the middle to make such attempt. It speaks very, very well of the team. Coach has been able to build a very, very solid team.
Well, that's a lot of credit to Coach Kwekwedansu, who is from Bechem. Up north. It is such a very inspirational coach, inspiring this young Ghanaian side. To take the opportunity and dance the big dance on the continental podium.
He has, because one might think, oh, Andor is not playing, we'll miss his level of playing. We have the same player in the name of Akologo who is also doing perfectly well. And the composure in which they keep the ball. Even though the team...
A bit of trouble for Algeria. Can Kasim get to it? Kasim has it. Three of his colleagues has just taken a step in Algeria's box. But can he go past Bodoka? Brings it back to Jemfi. Fionyaji will receive it on the right-hand side. Beautiful play. And it's onto the front foot of the player in the 19 jersey. Yes, and Kuma, and it's in! Ghana win their second. And it's Ankuma. What a hit there from the left back. And Algeria in trouble in Tatas here. And the fans will celebrate. Benson Benalda absolutely is in a big trouble. Just watch it again. All the attempts beating Algeria have been outside of the 18-yard.
That's very clever from the Ghana team, because Algerians have always been pushing back in the name of defending. He's giving Nkrumah, for instance, the chance to come forward. And once he's very good shooter of the ball, he comes forward and have that space, he makes the attempt, and of course, it has yielded into a very good result. You see, unless they come out.
Oh, absolute Ghana leading by 2-0 against this talented Algerian side.
The mistake the Algerians are doing are pulling the fact that they are going backwards, trying to defend in the name of defending, and leaving the Ghana team a lot of space to play. And when you leave the Ghanaian side a space to play, they will play, and that is what is happening.
Entry running through the traffic of Grimshaw decides to find his player in the 19 jersey. That is a Kukri, and again Bessinada will struggle to keep it, but he picks it for the second time. 19 minutes. With just a minute left in this first half department, and Ghana already are looking like a final bound team.
They are. I mean, for what they've shown in the games we've seen so far, they are candidates. Candidates to get to the finals. No doubt about it.
Oh, absolutely. But
is that not what you said?
It's absolutely in terms of how they're playing. But we've got other teams that might be.
I've not seen Ivory Coast.
Absolutely, Ivory Coast. Close to neighbors. Very, very difficult.
I've seen Senegal, technically very, very good. Same sense of judgment, they're good. They are also a candidate. But Ghana, to be fair, in their first match, we saw a lot of qualities in the way they play. With that age, of course, today, now, they're also doing so well. The coach is also smart in terms of resting some of the players and then giving the other guys the chance. And also have been able to exhibit good football, which is very, very good for the team. This is a very solid team.
Algeria's captain in some deep trouble. Ayub Bodoka lying on the 10th. As you can see, the fans beginning to fill the stadium now. The 10,000 capacity stadium that hosted the African Games. And you can see many schoolboys and girls also trooping into the stands to show their weight behind the host nation.
The Algerians came with the idea of defending to frustrate Ghana, but if you tend to do that, then you have to have an idea of counter-attacking. Yes, of course, the coach and his technical men who have they've done a very, very good job, by raising such a team.
Well, any moment from now, it was just about talking about the conclusion to the first 20 minutes when the referee blows his halftime whistle as Ghana takes 2 important goals into the dressing room.
Very good show. For the first half, I think they've done well. A lot of credit to the coach. He's built a solid team. Him and his technical men, they've done a good job.
Well, so certainly it is Jemfi's goal. And Nkume's lovely strike out of the 18-yard. That gives Ghana the needed advantage into the dressing room. Halftime, Ghana 2, Algeria 0.
Two teams, two different tales. One, Ghana, it seems like it's how good can our attack be and how many goals can we score for their opponents on the day. Algeria, it's more like how good can we be defensively. One has succeeded, the other one has a few questions to answer and come out in the second half slightly different. It's 2-0 to Ghana and two boys who have been standing out to be mentioned. Cyrus Ankoma with a goal and, of course, captain fantastic himself. Meanwhile, opening up was Festus Jemfi. I hope I said that right. I've been getting some lessons from Gifty here. Gifty, what a great first half for Ghana.
It has been great. Apart from the goal, I am more happy about the fact that the team is relaxed, and that is probably because they already have the points they need. They are playing, they are really expressing themselves with the ball. They are being tactically disciplined, which is good. I mean, that's the main purpose of this whole thing. Get the kids to play, to be able to express themselves a lot with the ball, to have a good feel of the ball. And I think the Ghanaian team are relaxed now, and I think their confidence level is skyrocketing now. They are able to do whatever it is that they want to do with the ball, and for good reasons. It works for them. The Algerians on the other side, this looks like a little bit of a tougher battle for them, but hopefully they are able to make a few corrections here and there and then give us something else in the second half.
You know, as commentators and presenters, we tend to sensationalize. So this is the moment I'd say the last time they were 2-0 down, they didn't win that game. But of course, that was just the first game against South Africa. But if history is anything, in spite of it being recent history to go by, then, Coach, it doesn't look like they will be able to come back from this one, especially considering what we're seeing in the first half.
From what I can observe, Chico, when we look at from the first half, Algeria were defending 4-5-1, and they were defending deep. And the Ghanaians were holding the ball very well. For all what it's worth, the right back was doing all the attacking for the Ghanaian players, and he really looks nice for me now, because like Gift alluded to, the Ghanaians look a lot more relaxed than anybody else. So that's why they're able to play a little bit better. But also when I look at how the Ghanaians' goals were scored, that for me is an intelligence either from the players or from the coaching bench.
Coach, now that you bring it up, why don't you walk us through those goals as we watch them?
When they scored, they were trying to get the ball closer to the box. But I think one or two of their goals, both goals, came from shooting outside the area. So the minute the Algerians, the minute the Algerians drop too far back in their penalty area, someone or one there, it's outside the box. He takes a long shot. So you see what I'm saying?
He's a young boy, but look at that. The technique, he leans forward, doesn't lean back. And again, like you said, second goal, another screamer.
And also, before that, there were 2 or 3 shots, I'm not sure, that the goalkeeper of Algeria dropped. He saved it, he dropped. So what I think the Ghanaians are doing, let's shoot from far. If he parries the ball, there will always be a striker that can go on to the second ball, because they've got speedy players up front.
As a forward, how happy are you to see such technique? I mean, shoulder over the ball, take it in stride, smash it, you know where the target is, boom, there we go.
It's exciting to watch, because just like Coach Calvin said, they were not able to penetrate because the Algerians were all defending. Then some way, somehow, I'm sure the instructions would have come from the coach, or the players would have figured it out. That is probably because they have said it in the training grounds and have done a couple of times via the instructions of the coach, that if you are not able to penetrate, shoot from behind the box. And that was what happened. And both goals are shots outside the box.
Very quickly, Gifty, what would you expect to see from Algeria as they come out?
Try to play the game. You are down 2-0. What have you got to defend again? Play the game. You have nothing to defend.
Coach?
I tend to agree with Gifty. Come out, play the game, go forward, don't depend. You're losing 2-0, you might as well lose 4-0.
There we go. Very experienced as a player. Gifty Apia says, come out and play. What are you defending? A 2-0 embarrassment? No, it's a time to learn. That has been echoed by Coach Kevin Johnson. Let's see what they do. Second half, live.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half department of the game between Ghana and Algeria. Ghana leading by 2-0 from that first half. Spirited performance with Nkrumah scoring, as well as Jemfi also getting his name on the score sheet. Well, some of the schoolboys and girls in the stands enjoying this beautiful game, even under the sun. Some families also here as well with their young children to have a look of this Kickoff African Schools Football Championship under 15 category. Really keeping Africa on its toes in the last few days since the commencement of this competition back on Monday. So some spectacular view of the stadium. You can see a lot of dignitaries in the VIP stand. Also, we're hoping to see the two teams. But beautiful colors from all over the stadium. Well, some of these young school children themselves are footballers. Some of them have the dream of playing to the biggest stage of the competition. But left with no option, and with introduction of the Kickoff African Schools Football Championship by CAF, led by Dr. Patrice Musepe, the president for CAF, injecting as huge as $10 million into this project. It tells you that, yes, the African child can dream now and dream big, not just with football, but even giving opportunity for some of them to be mentored as reporters, and all of that is quite inspiring. That's our logo, lovely logo, Kickoff African Schools Football Championship Ghana 2025 final. Displayed on your screens as we have the two teams joining the field. Well, Ghana does not feel like they're mixing the likes of Ando, and as well as the man leading their line in the previous game against South Africa, Heganakwa. His squad of Akologo, Entry, Ejay, Kasim, Akugri, Jamfi have slotted in perfectly, even at goalkeeping position. There's no feeling the absence of Faith Ajanu, because Tete have fitted in perfectly into the puzzle of Coach Kwekwadanso. You get to hear the voice of Africa legend and former Blasters head coach soon, my co-commentator on this particular match, Coach Sike Akono.
Thank you very much. I think in the second half we want to see the Algerians improving their game. They have been too tactical by way of defending, and it has not helped them. They also need to come out and try and play a little bit. I mean, Ghana is a bit better than them for now. We can say that. In the first half, Ghana has shown great momentum of the game and have a better share of it. Now they bring in fresh legs. Hopefully, these are going to make them improve the game, the way they play and the way they attack. I mean, the Algerians. But Ghana must continue to play and believe in this. They've played with a lot of confidence, I must admit. Even though the coach had to bench some of the key players, those who came in have shown good qualities, and the story continues.
So there we go for the second half with three substitutions to this Algerian side, with the likes of Henati coming in, as well as Jalale, and even Borega also coming in, unless to see if they can flex their tactics a bit and cut the Ghanaian side on the break. There's a Kurugri and Ofai Mensah. Gonna take in your time, carefully building up. Caught in a haste to run out of the channel. That's Welbeck. And he now slowly getting into Algeria's half. And Hagen has just come into the fray at the moment. Ghana taking your time, and that's a lovely hit. But just too ambitious.
Too ambitious. I mean, the idea of making an attempt at goal is good, but if there was somebody there to pass the ball to, I think it's better he did that.
21 minutes. That is the same old story that we brought in from the first half department of the game. Ghana continuing in that fine form. And Mubarak Shaibu. It's now Kogri onto the far right-hand side for Nkuma to deal with. Kogri returns it back. Mensah will be saved as he gets into the fray. Mubarak looks for Aquahagen, couldn't find him, but Ghana managing to keep possession. It's a big foot, far side, can he get it? He's got a pass, he gives it on. Managed to beat his marker to it. That's lovely display from the chap in the 18 jersey. Ghana pressed the crossbar. And still Ghana, what a lovely display. Bensi Bernada. And Algeria survives at last.
Very, very good performance from the Ghana team. Very composed in the box. Not afraid to make mistakes. And, I mean, good quality of what they're doing is great.
Well, Kassim just taking his time, breaks into the box. Wouldn't mind the number of Algerian players following him. But mindset to even 10, even under that difficult circumstance, definitely a top class. Chris the crossbar out, but nobody in the white shirt to tap home. And you can see Ando is also on at the moment.
Very, very skillful in the box. I mean, you can only admire it, the way they're doing, the way they're playing. I mean, it's good. They should have gotten a go out of this, out of it.
Well, to be frank, it's been one-sided.
It is.
In the last 23 minutes. But even it's a bit more complicated for Algeria with the introduction of Ando and even Aquahagen.
Yeah, I think it's very important for the Algerians as well too.
And you can see, well, just look at it again. Very difficult angle to be kept on the turf, but he managed to do that. Kassim managed to go past the Algerians, crashed the crossbar, and then absolutely flared out, but nobody to tap it home. This was Ando trying to go past everybody. I think absolutely might be a bit crazy to go for that decision.
Very skillful, Ando. And of course, the team itself are doing very well, very skillful. They're showing great sense of judgment, which area they will have to risk. They've done and very composed.
Ghana still disturbing the final third of Algeria. It's turning big opportunity. Aquahagen! And the man who came in the second half, Ghana's big man, has just found the third one. And the man who was a top scorer, Ghana's top scorer at the zone 11, back in Niger, has just struck once again after striking against South Africa earlier in the day.
I wish, I mean, he's a striker. He senses it where he should be going, and it's good. I mean, he's made it, add some goals to his records.
Well, he really was spotted by that brilliant work again from the far right-hand side with the player cutting it. Went past Algerians. He failed to hit it the first time because Algeria's skipper, Bodoke, was just present. Ghana 3, Algeria 0. It's the story and the tagline at the moment. Yes, Mubarak.
They are controlling the game, how it should be played. Algeria is not doing enough to come out of it.
It's a free kick for Ghana. And behind that one is Akrogri, who goes behind it to see if he can cause a bit of trouble. The man who plays for Brave Royals FC in Ghana. As Ben Sinada also lights up his two-man war to deal with this trouble they've got looming here. And they can see the ball behind it.
Oh,
that's a poor kick.
Poor play from Ando. Probably wanted to do it alone. Maybe he should have crossed for his colleagues.
Skip up, but okay, trying to whip it up front, but there's nobody. But here's a hot chase. And he gets to it. Jalilia.
One good thing with the Ghana team is that even though they are skillful, they are also very physical. They're very, very physical, and it's good. It's good for a team. This is a team that needs to be taken care of for the next level of the game.
Yes, Mubarak. Yes, Ando. Ghana back with possession in the center circle. And it's Akrogri. This could be a long hit.
What was that?
That was a bit questionable. But he feels that that was a big moment. Algeria's goalkeeper Ben Sinada was out of his lines, and Akrogri decided to go long.
Yeah, I mean, the way he managed to kick the ball, the way he took off, he was running very funny. I don't know, but that was a strange one. But indeed, Ghana is on top of his game. And the Algerians doesn't seem to play. They don't want to play. They're trying, but it's very, very difficult for them. It's also difficult for them to come out. Obviously, the Ghana team is well organized, and so they can't. And they are also slow. Ghana team is very, very sharp.
Well, Algeria have just had a new man joining the frame, but wait a minute! Now there's blasted wide. I was just talking about a new addition to this Algerian side. In El Amin Jalouat, who came in, but this was the moment Ghana was searching for their fourth over this tournament, and the man who got a third one, Alko Hagan, in search of his third goal at the Continental Finals.
Yeah.
Looks to be one-sided traffic at the moment, with the Ghanaians dominant in possession. And even in terms of the skills and the panache, they just play with a bit of flair. You have a physical presence. That's Ando. That's it with a bit of class and skill. Cutting, but on his weaker foot.
No. Maybe sometimes he should pass the ball a bit earlier to position himself well to be able to finish. Sometimes the journey to take to the ball to the box is a bit too far. And he needs to release the passes sometimes. But he's very, very effective when he has the ball.
Well, another Algerian player must have an early shot or a late shot in this game as we look to hit the 30th minute mark. And it's a goodbye for Abdel Salam Barkley.
They need to play, they need to come out.
And that's a confirmation of substitution for you. With a new man coming. Hamzi is on the field for Algeria. Yes, Ghana with possession again, loss of possession. Sent by the Ghanaians.
The problem with the Algerian team is that they've given also Ghana too much space. And they are the Ghanaian team are very skillful, and therefore if you give them the space, they will utilize it, and that's what they're doing. They are always 5 meters away from their opponent, from the Ghana team, most of the time. And so when you give a Ghanaian these chances, you are telling him to do what he can with the ball. And that's exactly one of the problems the Algerians are facing. They don't seem to press, they don't seem to be organized, they don't seem to be compact in midfield and also to attack. They are always away because they have the mindset to defend, and so they are always away from the Ghana team.
But okay, with a long one into Ghana's penalty box, it's turned away by Mensah, but stays within. Just lacking around, but there's no Algerian to pounce on it as it's finally cleared to touch. 13 minutes, 10 more minutes left. And Ghana completely taking charge of Group A.
You've won all the 3 matches, isn't it?
Absolutely. Not just winning the 3 matches, but they won it with class.
Exactly. Okay.
And a bit of neatness there as Kasim goes to the ground. And that's a big yellow card to the Algerian player. And that's Debel gets into the referee's book.
One of the key things Ghana have in terms of play, in terms of attacking from the wider areas, Akologo and Kasim are very quick with the ball. And when they get the ball, they always cut in with speed, with tempo, and it's difficult for the Algerians to hold them.
Mensah will fire in Akogri. Left in plenty of space as Ghana will try to create some sort of space for themselves. Spreading very wide to ensure that the Algerians do not cloud at one place in order to be able to easily play the ball around them.
I think Akologo is out for Andor is in for Akologo, and so when they want to attack and they attack through the wings, it always looks dangerous.
So the host pushing forward now, taking a big step into Algeria's box. After losing 2-0 to South Africa yesterday, everybody would have thought that Algeria would have learned their big lessons. Struggling a bit as Maide just hacking into Kasim there, resulting in that free kick set piece. Well, we've seen marathon of games today, and the action will continue tomorrow at the Kickoff African Schools Football Championship, with the semi-finals likely to be at display. By the way, at the moment it's Ghana's free kick. That's a very, very acute angle, very close to the bar line. Drifted in, and it's a textbook header. He fails to at least get his body balance right. That's entry.
He needed to go up a little bit more than he did, and of course bring the ball down.
That's a lovely chip over. And you can see Benson in the absolutely no man's land. It would have been a bit problematic. Eventually had directed the ball at goal. Higgin waiting for it, but Bugera with a live wire. An entry, but finally the hands of Bensinada picks it up. 34 minutes. And it's Ghana's number 10 once again drawing Algeria's goalkeeper Bensinada out of that his defensive cell to try and deal with that menace. Algeria on the receiving end, and that is a big trouble for Algeria. It's a red card. Oh my goodness. Even their problem just got compounded. Is Borrega, Elias Borrega. Getting into the referee's book as Algeria have been reduced to 10 men against this quality Ghanaian side. It's emotional for this young superstar as he walks off the pitch.
It's sad, really. It's sad. First of all, they're losing, and of course, they've taken their man out. But if you have a yellow card already, you need to be careful how you play. And is it the coach is not really happy with him?
Ghana will have to take advantage Well, the fact that they've got at least one number ahead of Algeria in terms of the men on the field. Mubarak on his way off the target. Just 5 minutes more left. And Algeria's coach, Mohamed El Maldi Ben Hadid, in big trouble as far as the hope of qualifying to the next stage of the competition is concerned. Here are the Ghanaians once again. Chilila. Yes, Mubarak. Akrogi. Mubarak from the left-hand side. Beautiful display from the Ghanaian left back. The Ghana managing to keep the ball back to entry. And it's now to the far right-hand side for Fyonyaji to take charge of. And here's Kashim. Beautiful display. All I'm so coach probably might be reminding his early days as a young footballer.
I mean, they've played the Ghana way, the way Ghana loves football and how they want their teams to play. That's how they are demonstrating, and it's good to watch.
It's back again. Mensah will have it. This has been the sort of only untouchable centre-back in this Ghanaian team for Coach Kwekudansu, who normally love to retract most of his players, but with Mensah, he keeps him on the field all the time.
Yeah, there are key players that you need to build the team on, and I think probably he's one of the guys. But they've kept their, even in their first match, they're very composure in terms of how they develop the attack patiently, build it up from one end to another, and it has looked very good to watch.
Well, Ben Sinada is off, and we might be seeing a new face in Algeria's goal, and certainly it's going to be Mohamed Anis Chachal will be coming on, and you can see the expression on Ben Sinada's face. It's been a very tough day for him.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, once you lose him, it's also better for the other colleagues to have a share of the game and experience it. It's the best moment of their lives, and therefore it's good for them to have a bit of the game.
Just getting up from the right-hand side, taking your time to pass the ball around, caress it, and always trying to be very tricky with Algeria, trying to draw them out of their defensive cell.
That's a very smart way of playing. I mean, and then also the other idea, especially in the first half, making an attempt at goal, range shots, from far. That's what they did to score the 2 goals. Because you could clearly see the goals that they scored. There were a lot of men from the Algerian team back defending. And so probably a good work from the coach, which he has sort of advised them to do that when they come across such situations.
Algeria have got in a free kick now. And it's Ghana's keeper, Welbeck, who is the culprit. Oh, just what is again. That's a bit careless from the Ghana's main man on the field. But okay, with a long one in. And even more complex is the flag. Already up. And Debel would have to live to see if Algeria can create another chance. But just a few seconds to hit 40th minute mark. And the chapter on this game, and in fact, in this particular group, would have been over.
It is over. I mean, from the onset, Ghana were in control. Oh.
Also, certainly that ends it is Ghana with another wonderful performance against the North Africans, Algeria. This CAF African Schools Football Championship with Algeria reduced to 10 men. Almost 10 minutes to the close of this particular game. But what a performance from Jemfi, Hegenakwa, and of course Ankuma from Ghana with those long-range efforts. And also a tapping from Ghana's leading
Ghana 3.
attacker.
Algeria 0 in the boys.
Goalless Fulltime at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. Ghana 3, Algeria 0.
Of the day in the girls category. In the next few minutes, Ghana versus Malawi.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Oh,
Visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Another dominant performance from the host side, only this one was the boys' championship as Ghana cruised to a 3-0 victory over Algeria. Expected, perhaps. Impressive, most definitely. But can the girls replicate the boys' form? That's what we're about to find out in the final game of the day, day 2 of the Africa Schools Football Championships 2025, Accra, Ghana. Well, it's been a great one so far for Ghana. In terms of the boys, in terms of the competition, what do you expect to see from the girls, Gifty?
Just like you said, hopefully they are able to replicate what the boys did. They've won their first 2 games so far. And this game, I think this game looks a lot promising based on the tactical and technical abilities of the players and what they have displayed so far. The Malawians on their second game, they came out playing when they were already down 1-0. And I thought if they had started the game off to open and play, it would have been a different story, because after they went down, they played some beautiful football, and that was what we were expecting. And Ghana, they are known to be possessive, to carry the ball, keep the ball, and I think the Malawians also showed that. So it's going to be very beautiful. 2 teams who can keep the ball, who have the flair on the ball. It must be exciting.
Now, Gifty, in commentary, kind of pointed out alongside Victor how the Malawi side have a squad that has come together and have been playing together from the same academy. They did perform pretty well in the second half against South Africa, but Ghana is a different ball game altogether, Coach. Your thoughts and expectations?
Yeah, my expectations is always like when you're in a youth tournament, the boys have done well, and you know the girls are always going to say they can't beat us. So I expect the Ghanaians to come out and be exactly like they've been in their last 2 games. But I hope they are aware that the Malawians are an exceptional team that have been together for a few years.
Listen, during the build-up to that prior game, she said Ghana would be 2-0 leading at halftime. We've got to give you props. Your prediction for this one?
2-0 Ghana.
2-0 Ghana.
2-0
no
Ghana.
halftime. Ultimately 2-0 Ghana.
They'll go
well,
into
it's coming up.
halftime 0-0.
0-0 at halftime for the coach.
Sir.
Let's find out. First half coming up.
Well, thank you very much, as we have Ghana and Malawi taking to the pitch. Very exciting stuff from the two sides, with the host nation, Ghana, coming from the left channel, and Malawi also coming through the right channel as well. What dominant performance today from the Ghanaian side, running right against Benin. Right, 4 goals to 0. And they've got a big one here against Malawi. It is Malawi inside. It's a team with so much promise, but it's a bit disappointing at this stage of the competition. Lacking a lot of firepower up front. Well, I hope that the girls themselves, led by coach Bridget Chiwa, who is opting for 4-3-3 this afternoon with coach Siki Akuno. The tactical brain will be breaking down for you a bit when he takes over. Coach, big game between Ghana and Malawi. So those are the officials in your shots. Lovely faces. As we have the two teams equally posing for the camera. Oh, beautiful view.
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Kickoff.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to Accra, Ghana, for the Kickoff African Schools Football Championship. And it's Ghana taking on Malawi in the final dance and the ultimate kick in Group A in the ladies division.
Well, I'm really excited about this team. The first time I saw them, they really demonstrated good football, played very, very well, very composed in the way they played. They were able to build play from the back to attack, and they were not shy. They were very, very confident to play, and it looked really, really, really good. So I am very excited.
Well, absolutely, it's Malawi taking on Ghana, and the Ghanaians already having a free kick situation. Ghana will be taking time to build from the back. You have to play a very beautiful football, enjoy the moment, keep the ball onto themselves. But missing a bit in Coach Joyce Boateng's side is the fact that they have been a bit sluggish up front from what we saw yesterday. But with the fact that they went 4 goals up against Benin in the game a bit earlier, just tells you that maybe they could have rewritten their wrongs and now have got it. A bit of inspiration up front.
You mean the Malian team? Oh, sorry, the Ghana team. Yeah. I mean, yesterday, for instance, when they played, it rained. And most of the teams that played were not too sure, so they ended up kicking the ball, long balls and all that. With the Ghana team, they didn't do that. They build up play. They were very, very sure, confident of their play, style of play, and never afraid. They were never shy to risk. They did everything, and I think it looked very, very good. It's just that they couldn't score. I hope today that story will change. The Malawi team has not done enough, and so it's going to be very, very difficult. I have to be very, very difficult for Malawi team to do something, but hopefully they will. I mean, there's always a chance for them to improve. So I'm hoping that they will improve in their play.
Well, Malawi lost again Morocco, and it's El Mekawi's goal making that big difference, but they're now facing host nation, who will be looking to follow up in the footstep of their male team. And it's a very interesting sight with the likes of Owusu, Kwa, MF, Roots, Pente, Ahiaku, Tewia, Adam in the game at the moment for Ghana. But for Malawi's side, they've got a very, very exciting lineup. A few changes to the team as well, with Gondwe coming in. But they've got an exciting backline of Gugudre, but it's Ghana trying to come forward with from the right-hand side. And Tewia have been stopped, but Ghana will still push up front. And that's Adams. The supply have been quickly cut off. Well, just running through Malawi's starting lineup, or in terms of the players that are playing for them. That means a bit of changes to the squad that took on Morocco. Even as you watch that highlights of what unfolded a few seconds ago. Complete change with Chilimba, Tambala, and also Enoch, the only regular feature from the Morocco's game. Ghana goes long, and Malawi struggle to keep it. And it's the goalkeeper for Malawi, the lady in the assistant said Rhoda Peter, struggling to tame it, but it was less with power, less with better, and a hit absolutely very, very encouraging from the Ghanaians.
Yeah, very good attempt, but it was a bit far. The follow-up was also a little bit too slow, and so, you know, I said earlier on Ghana, in terms of play, yes. Creating chances, yes. But to put the ball in the net was a major problem for them. And hopefully they will improve in this game.
Well, let's see. It's Malawi now trying to come forward. Lovely play, but Ghana are back in possession. Running out of danger. Decide to retract back a bit. They're just trying to pick Kishiwa on the far left-hand side. That's a beautiful piece of skill. Fine Kisiwa. But she's been dispossessed of the ball. And it is Kalua with that great effort of forcing the Ghanaian to come in that era. But Ghana's skipper stays on the tape. Adam limping on the best of sight in terms of the Ghanaians who are all over the stands. And even from the technical area. That's Malawi ready up for this free kick. Just watch the situation once again. The moment Ghana's captain went down, Adam. And Precious will pick it up for Ghana. Back in field. Two teams taking your time, but it looks like in terms of the awareness, in terms of the energy, it's far, far better in terms of what we saw yesterday from the Ghanaian team. That beat Morocco. Here they'll come again into the channel. Lovely display. Ghana looking to take the lead, but the whistle is already up.
I don't know why.
Well, we are sending that killer.
I mean, a very good pass by way of crossing, but I don't know why it's foul. I don't understand that. Anyway.
Adam confidently turning away, but gives the ball to Malawi's number 2. The referee noticed something unusual against Enoch. Kishiwa, Adams, And it's lifted deep into Malawi's territory. He lost everybody. Trouble spelling for Malawi. But the whistle saves them from despair. And it stays intact.
Ghana is able always to get the ball to the final third very well, but when it gets there, they seem not to have the ideas of scoring, ideas of creating a chance to score.
Well, Malawi staying very, very focused. Keeping their composure despite playing against a Ghanaian side who loves to play very fancy football. But they'll punish you if you blink your eye a bit.
Yeah, they will, because of the way they construct passes and how they also attack. The options are always there.
Kisiwa. It's back to Adams. Will have to take a few steps up front, but it's been blocked by Enoch. Just a few meters away from the edge of Malawi, stopped away by Enoch, the centre back. They're searching for their skipper, Analyst Fabiano, against Ghana's captain Best Adam to it. Fabiano and the Ghana's skipper finally manages to just put that one off a bit. Well, it's Malawi's number 2 who stays on the tap from that fast play. And this lady in your shots, she's been everywhere. Tokozani Enoch. And it'll be Malawi's free kick.
Malawi this time around, I think, a bit better than what we've seen so far. Ghana, as usual, has played, but not inefficient up front.
Also, Precious Akangui will have to deal with this one, and it's lifted deep from Fabiano and Ellis, and just tells you that it's not a very pleasant situation for this traveling Malawi team. The Kusafa team have never appeared at any continental stage, failed to qualify in 2022, 2023, same in 2022, 2024 in Zanzibar, but they managed to get to the continental finals for the first time in their debut season. And the performance absolutely will have a bit of stain in it. Exactly what we're witnessing. Ghana coming forward. It's a big opportunity for the Ghanaians. Can they take the lead? Right, it's been well dealt with.
They are slowly getting there.
And it's Roda Peter. Who'll space it out quickly.
I like the way they link up play in terms of the way they attack forward. They show for the ball most of the time. But the final third is always a problem. Oh.
Also, interestingly, Ghana creating a lot of openings, but they're failing to time their running.
I don't think it's an offside, but let's see. I mean,
we'll watch it closely once more. Given away from Tavia. Absolutely not offside for commentary position.
No.
But again, it's a very difficult angle for the...
But she sees better than us, so maybe we'll have to allow it. But what we are seeing here
absolutely
doesn't look like it's an offside.
Adams will be looking to hit back to a goalkeeper, but she's got out the ideas, decides to go solo. Now putting pressure on the Ghanaian back, and it's Fabiano, and Precious is equal to the tax
Fabiano, the captain, seems to be the one for the Malawi team to look a bit dangerous, because she knows exactly what to do, and her target is most of the time to score, attempt at goal. She's also a striker from the left side. And so
Jennifer scored yesterday against Morocco. Goes down by referee, up none of that. And the decibel levels in terms of the sound is just crazy from the Ghanaian fans. I'm a bit surprised of that decision. I think it was just nothing relevant to result in a penalty. Absolutely spot on call from the referee.
No, that cannot be seen as a penalty. Neither is it a foul against the Ghana team.
30 minutes played. Then Malawi thrusting forward through Kalua. The Ghana has it back. Tambala looking for Fabiano, but the supply has been cut off by the Ghanaian captain. Adams hits it forward and was in search of Tavia. Ball is getting a bit dirtier in terms of the physicality. Let's just look at it again.
Tavia seems to be a bit stronger, but this wasn't intentional. It wasn't something meant to happen. She was trying to take the ball, and unfortunately she rather got the girl instead of the ball.
Well, you can see Malawi's coach, Bridget Chiwa, issuing so many instructions, no sitting down. And same for a counterpart.
Malawi seem to be a bit organized than they were before. They seem to probably have a little bit of sense of judgment in terms of play, how they play, keeping the ball. They are not able to keep the ball though, but to go on attack, I think it's better than what we've seen so far.
Well, I was just telling Gifty Apia in commentary position, I think earlier in the day that this Malawian side have got as many as 11 out of their 20 players who are here from the same team. And so tells you of the telepathy, tells you of the cohesion, and tells you of the level of units they play as a team. And the credit is to this coach, Bridget Chiwa, who did everything to get them to this stage.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. No. It's a very difficult job for coaches to bring kids like that up. And if they do get them together and they are performing well, then we need to really give them the credit. And that is what the coach has done for the Malawian team.
Well, Ahiaku have been a bit quiet into this game. Christina Ahiaku, Ghana's leading top scorer at the zonal levels. And even when she appeared in Malta for the UEFA Invitational Tournament, one of the most rampant scorers of this side, even at the national under 17 level, goes for power that is just too heavy.
She needed to look around to pass the ball because there were people available to get the ball to attack.
Just joining us, Pente, Eunice Pente. But Malawi will now send this one out of their box, picked by Kisiwa. And here's Pente once again, Belinda Pente in the 10 jersey for the Ghanaian side. Well, coach is a big fan of this Ghanaian side, not
I am.
With the fact that he's a Ghanaian, but with the fact that this side play very expressive football, take the ball to the wing, brings it into the middle, and they happen to be everywhere.
Today we've not seen what they did yesterday, but again, it doesn't mean they're playing bad. But they are a team that are calm. They need to play and have the chance to play and attack very well.
All right, it's a long range. And you can definitely understand why Ghana is doing everything possible to see if they can get the opener here. 17 minutes, less than 3 minutes left in this big game for the Ghanaians.
Yes,
and absolutely, you understand why Coach Joyce Boateng is up on her feet.
Yesterday they played so well, but it took them time to get a goal. And I can see the same situation now. They are playing, they're doing well, passing the ball, looking for the options to attack. And they are very calm about it. But they need to be more direct in terms of how to approach the game and create chances for themselves to score goals, yeah.
Well, Ghana in Malawi's final third. This is a big moment.
Yes,
and
yes.
Ghana scores. And it's the lady in the loving shirt who scored yesterday, Jennifer Wuku. Once again, has scored for Ghana. And the crowd will celebrate.
I think they heard me.
Exciting stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Just watch the goal again. Belt inside into Malawi's penalty box. It looks everybody. And that's Jennifer Wuku. Simple job beyond Rhoda Peter. But a lot of credit to this young lady, Kisiwa.
Of course, from one end, the ball was crossed from the opposite direction. Jennifer was calm about it, controlled it, and then put the ball at the right place. I'm a fan of this team, and I hope they go far in this tournament.
So Ghana 1, Malawi 0.
I was saying that they played very well, but it took them time to score the goal yesterday. Today, they've made it in the first half, and I hope they'll get more goals.
But again, you look at other teams, the likes of South Africa, also Uganda. You cannot play like this against South Africa and Uganda.
No.
You need to be a bit quick.
Sometimes too, it depends on your opponent, you know, and how they play. It can also quicken your way of playing, and so I'm sure if they meet another opponent which are tougher than this, and from the beginning they will exactly do better than they are doing.
Ghana's goalkeeper have been on the virtual holiday after just making 2 or 3 attempts or so. But it's half time at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, and it's Ghana with a deserved lead after all their play against Malawi.
Pitch 1 game between Ghana and Malawi.
And it's Jennifer Wuku who scored for Ghana. And Malawi would have to re-strategize as they head back to the dressing room, with Bridget Chiwa will be having a lot to say. Also, it's half-time. Ghana 1, Malawi 0.
Perfect for beating the heat and keeping the vibes high. Grab yours now and taste the refreshment.
Man, oh man, what a first half there from Ghana up against Malawi. Malawi, we're talking about how as a unit they could be difficult to break down, and we heard from Gifty Appiah, if they came out to play they could be a problem, but it looks like Ghana has been pressing them back throughout. 2 predictions were made, one is still on course. Well, Gifty Appiah said it would be 2-0 to Ghana. It's 1-0 at this particular moment. At halftime, Coach Kevin Johnson had said 0-0. In fact, I'll let you in on a little secret. We were watching the game. Just before the goal, he said, I want my flowers. I said 0-0, and then, well, it happened. Coach, what a first half. I know you may have lost out on your prediction, but you must be entertained.
Yes, very much so. I think the Ghanaian team came out, they playing very good football. They looked relaxed. They're moving the ball around, and it was only about time before they actually scored the goal. That's what we thought. The Malawian team, like we said, I don't know if they like to start slow, but the last time we watched them, they started exactly like this. And then in the second half, they came out and they played better football. So we're hoping that the second half they do that, but I'm sure the Ghanaians will be up for the challenge.
Tempted to say the second half South Africa allowed them to play better football. Doesn't look like Ghana could be making the same mistake. Listen, something else interesting happened as the goal went in. Jennifer Awuku may have scored the goal, but all credit from the fans came to Esther Kisiwa, who is in jersey number 4. She's the one who delivered that cross. In fact, there's a nickname that's ringing out from across the stands. Your fellow Ghanaians are calling her who exactly?
They are calling her Akite, and Akite.
And Kudus, I've heard that name as well.
Yeah, people are saying Kudus and Akite. Everybody's trying to give her a name because, I mean, she's brought a lot of life to the game. Considering her stature, she's very tiny and she does a lot of work. This was it. And how she turned and, you know, take the defenders on. It was beautiful. It was a lot of work. She did all the work, and there they had the goal.
What a delivery. Now, look, she first takes it, fakes, and then almost like, I'm going to go, and then turns back, goes back. They settle down, they calm down, turns again, right down that right flank, instant cross, and everyone was celebrating her from the stands.
I mean, I was impressed, and I was happy with the fact that she was taking defenders on, but I really did not believe she was going to get that power in those legs to carry the ball across. I didn't think so.
No, but I think, Gift, we have to allude as well. What we saw with the boys, we are seeing with the girls.
Mm-hmm.
True.
The structure of play, come from one side, switch the ball over to
the other side.
The other side, far post. That's exactly what the number 4 done, and they score the goal. So we like the pattern of play that's happening. Looking at the boys play first, and then watch the girls play after. There's a lot of similarities, and that for me is really, really good for the development of this tournament.
Interesting you should say that because just hearing a few people shouting Kudus already, she has grabbed the hearts of Ghanaians. But Coach is right there. If I could be very honest, Gifty, it's almost like I come from Kenya, so you tend not to see a systematic approach from the youngest part of the game up to the national team. It's almost disjointed. That's not the case here in Ghana.
Well,
it's not proving to be the case in Ghana.
It's good. It's good to hear this, and it's actually a lot more refreshing to see that there is a certain similarity, certain pattern, not just with the girls, but with both teams, which is great. Everybody knows Ghanaians to have this flair and all, but in the past, we haven't really had a system of play. You know, whilst just like the Brazilians have samba, we don't have that in Ghana, but we have the flair. So if today we can see with this kids having a pattern of play reflecting in both the boys game and then the girls game, that is beautiful. That looks like we have something in the pipeline, and if not for now, for the future.
And the future is looking extremely bright, considering what we've seen in the first half and what we've seen with the boys' game. She's right. It's looking like there's a system in place. They may not have had it in the past, but they do have it now. And now they also have the flair that she's talking about. And I dare say they have more coming their way. If you are a Malawi fan, some sad news. Number 20 yesterday, Mary Kumar, has been warming up, and we know when she comes in holding that midfield position, that's one person that brings a smile to Coach Kevin's face.
Always, Chico. She, from the day one, we watched her. Myself and Gifty were always in awe about how she holds the midfield and actually makes them play. But that's the other thing also that's very, very similar to the boys. We have the one player there, I don't know what's his number now, but they have that player as well. So that for me is all good for the future of Ghana football.
Well, the future of Ghana football is looking extremely, extremely bright. What would you expect to see from Malawi going to this second half if they are to get anything from this game?
Come out and play. Because, I mean, if what they did in the second half against South Africa is anything to go by, come out and play. Because we can see their quality when they open up to play. Again, you are down 1 goal. What are you defending? So you come out and play, because they came out and they played in the second half of their second game, and they were brilliant.
Yes.
So just play.
I conclude with Gifty. Come out and play and show your qualities, because, like we said, when we looked at the school they come from, they all come from one academy. There's a lot of players in the Malawi team, so they know each other. So, again, come out and play, girls, and enjoy the game.
Well, they've heard you too. They've come out. In fact, they're the first team to come out for the second half. Okay. It's coming up next. It is Ghana who lead 1-0. Malawi have been in this position and they played much better against South Africa. Can they do it again? Let's see if they can replicate.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome back to the second half of this intriguing fixture between Ghana and Malawi in Group A. Penultimate group fixture. And the fans already enjoying every moment of this lovely 20 minutes exchange. And that's Ghana international Amate, who also played at the African Cup of Nations in Cote d'Ivoire. Daniel Amate, formerly of Leicester City. And then in a moment from the referee, we'll take a look at the watch. But before that, Malawi have got double substitution to do. And they'll be taking off certain players. And one of the casualty will be the lady in 17 shirt, Lisa Kenneth. And also they've thrown in the lady in the night jersey. So we have jersey number 9 coming in. Rejoice Suluengwe, as well as Hamid Alifa, who started against South Africa. Ghana have also decided to take off a very fanciful player, MFA, and they brought in Mary Kuma. And confirmation of the scoreline that we went into the halftime break with: Ghana 1, Malawi 0. And it's game on already with Ghana in possession. Ghana have a throwing advantage, quickly to be taken by Owusu. It's played out again.
They need to try and control the game as they did in the first half and probably maybe improve from that end. Kuma, who is a ball juggler, a creative player, has been brought in, and hopefully it will improve the style of play.
Well, Malawi having a very difficult job to do. That's Jennifer Oku, the goal scorer in your shot. That is back to Owusu. And Malawi managing to keep it out once again. And guess who is Kachala? The Malawi defender just stepping it out. Brought infield. And here's Mary Kuma with the first touch since coming in. Spread to the far right-hand side. But again, it's just too heavy, and the player arrives to still late beyond the bar line, and it's goal kick Malawi. Two teams taking their time to play. Ghana not in a haste. And even Malawi, that is down, are absolutely taking their time to box the ball around, not jittery.
Yeah. They need to improve their game a bit. They need to also make it difficult for Ghana. And I wonder how they will play and then move forward and then attack. You know, it's been difficult for them because of the quality of the Ghana team. Ghana seem to have the ball more, and when you have the ball more, somehow, in a way, you're also defending. You know, and so it's quite difficult for the Malawians.
Well, absolutely back into the center cycle. It's now on the left-hand side. Owusu Assist commits a foul there on the Malawian player. Well, looks to be the new entrant that came in, Hamida Lifa. A bit shocked that she was retracted to the bench by Bridget Chiwa because they're against a very, very rampant South African side. She's still proven metal and showed her quality.
Yeah.
Also seems to be the decoy in this Ghana side at the moment, with every ball passing through her at the left-hand side. Gongwe, and it's Malawi's throwing. Messi Gongwe picks it up again, belts it in, looking for the red shirts. Couldn't really reach Siluengwe. And Ghana trying to tip it out of danger. And it's back infield. Not the best of decision from Banda. And pressure struggling to keep it. What that is just a red hot alert warning of the Ghanaian goalkeeper that she shouldn't really underrate this Malawian side who may try the attack from outside of 18 yards. Needs to be scanning the defensive areas. Merikuma brings it back, whip towards her again. She's got a bit of support to her left-hand side, and it's Kwa. Beautiful display. Tewia, Ghana running. Tewia, can she put Ghana into the lead? Tewia.
Oh, no.
And it's the Malawian goalkeeper, Roda Pita, the real heroine on that occasion, magnifying herself to prevent Ghana from taking two against them.
That was a very good move from the back to attack and created chances, a chance for themselves. But unfortunately, I mean, she wasn't able to. Yeah, this is a matter of placement. Either dribble, pass, go past the goalkeeper, or place it well, and she didn't. I think the goalkeeper also anticipated very well by coming out to make the goal post a bit smaller, and it made it a bit difficult for Tewia to score. It was a clear chance for her. I mean,
25 minutes, and the host nation still cruising in that one goal from Jennifer Awoku. There's Malawi stepping out of their comfort zone. As they'll have to capture the very, very far side where they've got a lot of players, the likes of Ongane Masamba, as well as Enoch Chilimba and Fabiano, the skipper out the side. Such a very dangerous player to watch in his Malawian setup.
Yeah, she's the girl that we know, if anything at all might come from her. She's the light of the team and does a lot of things. She makes a lot of things happen for the team.
Absolutely. This Malawi coming for it from the far side, and it's the lady we spoke about. And then it's Fabiano, but she's been beaten to it this time around. This is Kisiwa. Lovely piece of play from the very diminutive player.
I think it's Kisiwa. Yeah, the number 4 shirt. Kisiwa, who even gave the assist for the goal, for the first goal. She's brilliant. Brilliant the team. Very smallish, but
she's got big engine in terms of her movement and everything.
Yeah.
You don't underrate.
No.
The potential of this young chap in your shot at the moment.
Again.
Brings it across, looks for Jennifer Oku. Tense a bit late in Malawi. recover and they win the sympathy of the referee, unless they'll be able to relax themselves.
Talking of Kisiwa, she's very brilliant, has the energy, you know, to run and sometimes fix one side and then move to the other side. A very, very good player.
Well, goodbye for Belinda Quinte as they introduce Mabel Domate. So that's it. Quinte is off. And Domate is in. It's Malawi. And the skipper led in by Sampo. Now growing so well into the game. Met by Kisiwa. But not the best of Clarence. Mate coming in at first touch. Wins Ghana's free kick.
They should try as much as they can to use more of Kisiwa's side, because the moment they go through there, it looks good for the Ghana team. But their style of play hasn't changed, and that's what I like about them. They continue to play, you know, developing attack from the back. The level of confidence that they have.
Well, lovely display from this Ghanaian side, long range. And you can understand why everybody just tapped onto their feet for a few seconds. Watch it again. Taking from Oswa.
That's a very good turning, you know, and then trying to place the ball at a very particular area, which is very clever, intelligent.
It's Ghana again. Tawia, this time around should be stopped. But Kisiwa will be a bit late, but advantage will stay with Ghana as we look to do half an hour. Well, it's been a one-goal project from the women's side.
Same with the boys' side.
No, with the boys' side, they've been very, very rampant. Don't forget that against the quality we saw from them, even against their opponents, South Africa, they went very riot. And this same against some of the toppest opposition on match day one, Uganda. Ghana, big opportunity. And Ghana takes the lead. And finally, she has a goal.
Tawia, right?
It's Tawia. And look at the celebration. Absolutely crazy. And the stadium going wild at the moment.
Goal for Ghana. Goal scorer, Margaret Akusha.
Excellent view of how it feels to be here at the stadium, Coach.
I like the way they play, you know, and try to create chances. Indeed, this is a chance created by, as a team effort, you know, and of course Tawia smart enough to be around that position to score.
Well, just look at it again. Curled in by Jennifer, the first goal scorer and goalkeeper. Rhoda Peter out of her own penalty box, punished.
Jennifer went in deep and gave an assist to Tawia. She wasn't selfish at all. Tawia, very, very calm, a stop, and then the finish, which has been very, very good.
Good way, absolute cross ball watching. Ghana 2, Malawi 0. Ghana chasing the third here. 31 minutes. And it's brushed off. Owusu's fit.
I'm happy at least today. 2 goals. Yesterday it was 1. They played greater chances, but they were not able to score. Today, at least they've been scoring.
Well, Coach, interestingly, before this particular match, they scored Benny by 4 goals to 0.
Oh, okay.
So it tells you it's been avalanche of goals there for this young Ghanaian side. Certainly crossing in. And Rhoda picked at the right place, claims it.
That one direct to the goalkeeper.
Back in the center cycle. Malawi quickly breaking away. Oh, the whistle also just going in favor.
For me, I see the joy of playing, you know, from these girls. The joy of playing and not being afraid to play, not scared, you know. And I think it has to do with something of what the coach has done. The coach has instilled that belief in them, and they're able to play and possess the ball in a very way that they might look like they don't want to go on attack to score. They keep the ball, and at the right time, they look to give a passes that leads to goal scoring opportunities.
Absolutely. Not much of Talandire Kachala. This afternoon for Malawi, the young lady in the 15 jersey. But at least they've got Hamid Alimfa now on the right hand side to push that one for it. Blocked by Ghana's Christiana Ahiaku. Not really having a tournament. Tewia and Malawi will defend the out once again, and it's Masamba who stops it and wins the sympathy of the referee. Just look at the moment Masamba went in with the head, and let's to stop Tewia.
Wow.
Here she is on your screen, goal scorer. Margaret Akosia Tewia. For a bit of substitution, we've got Jennifer Wuku off. And we have a new player in. And we will certainly be seeing the face of Daniela Abbas. As well as Azim Paga. And so that's a confirmation of Christiana Ahiaku going off at the moment. Ghana's top scorer not having a moment. And it's Daniela Abbas who missed a lot of chances from open play yesterday against Morocco. Who comes in?
Oh, Kisiwa is going out.
Kisiwa is off for Enum to also come in. She's playing a part.
Yes.
And Esther Kisiwa is going to having a late shower. Ready to be Ghana's corner kick. Going to the fact that Malawi's defensive line couldn't really deal with that one. Kujue fell into keeping it on the tap, rewarding the Ghanaians a big corner kick. And Malawi all over in their own penalty box with just one player on top, and that's certainly is Rejoice Siluengwe. Ghana hits it in. Malawi clears their line. The big chase is on down the right-hand side. That's a big run from the big lady.
Wow.
Etel Tambala stopped by Mary Kuma. Oswa.
They're never afraid to play. Never.
Absolutely.
Even at an angle where it's dangerous, they still want to play. And that is the level of confidence they have.
A bit of scrappy situation at the far side, and the flag will slide in favor of Ghana. It's Daniela Abbas who wins it for Ghana.
What a tackle.
That's from Merikuma on Tambala, stopping her right in her track. Ghana's free kick. And you can see the likes of Daniela Abbas, Inum, and even Tewia all in the mix there. And the situation for this Malawian defense And the question is, can they really keep these Ghanaians at bay? Kadri, Ghana looking for the turn, and it is in. Ghana with the attempt. 37 minutes. And guess who is celebrating? Looks to be the lady in the 7 again. And the Ghanaian fans will keep on jubilating all over the stand. Rhoda Peter bit into it again. Well, watch it. Enjoy the moment. Rhoda Peter fails to pick it. Fell to Kadri. Daniela Basfield and is the number 7, Teria, who slotted in.
Okay. Again, this is the second time, right? Yeah, I think she's done so well. That is a good free kick from the wider area, into the box.
From the skipper.
Yeah, and they struggled a bit. Goalkeeper, the time of the goalkeeper was also poor. Came out, she couldn't get it, and then Ghana utilized the chance they got from it.
Ghana 3, Malawi 0. This CAF African Skills Football Championship, Ghana 2025.
It has been a one-way traffic, if I should say that.
Absolutely, but it's equally fair to say that we've enjoyed playing in terms of the way the Ghanaian players are just spreading the ball among themselves.
In the first half, of course, because of the way the Malawi team also played, it made it a bit difficult for Ghana. But in the second half, I think they've been able to express themselves, do well now. It's coming a change, another change, and it's looked good for Ghana.
Also, Agnes, also Buafo coming in place of Precious Akangui. But interesting stuff, coach. The final take, especially with almost 80 to 40-minute mark. Big investment by CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe.
Wonderful, wonderful. We are all inspired by the way he has handled this thing. And I kept saying, this is a wake-up call for all of us, to help him achieve this, because we are looking at the next 5-6 years that they should be improved. These kids are going to be grown up. They will be in their 20s. And we want to see them improve in the game. It's important for us to keep this squad for the next next generation. Keep it, especially even the Ghana team, the boys team. They have shown quality of what they can do, and I think we need to improve. The next national under 16 should be looked at. The coach who is in charge of this should be able to look at this squad and say, okay, come on, guys, I want you in the squad. This is a solid squad. This is a good coach who has built a solid team. I mean, with the girls as well, who has played very, very, very well.
Also, we have a new entrant. That is Mata Unwakikunga coming in place of number 8, Messi Gongwe. And I'm not even sure that Mata Unwakikunga will even have any touch before the final whistle is blown by the referee, as if done more than necessary in terms of the time on the clock.
And as I was saying, it's just also for Ghana, but it goes to all the countries as well. Those who have been part of this squad, whether the team did well or not, they need to keep the squad, they need to keep it going. So we help the president achieve his goal.
Well set. Ghana on the right foot once again, but it's been twatted. She's been very busy at the heart of defense this evening. That's Enoch. But just look at it again, it was the ever-present Terrier who was at the end of it, was looking to caress it into Malawi's box, only to be directed. Lots of money on the table for the winner of this competition. $300,000 for the winner, and $200,000 for the first runners-up. And the second runner-up is taking $150,000, and that will be the end of the matter between Ghana and Malawi. Exciting stuff, and the Ghanaians once again proving their quality.
A good progression from what they did yesterday. They scored only 1 goal, even though they played and created a chance. Today they've been able to score 3 goals. which is really, really good for them for their next game. I think it's a motivation for them to believe in themselves and do well in the coming matches.
All exciting stuff from Ghana. 2 goals from Tavia, as well as one coming from Jennifer Oku, who scored yesterday. It's full time. Ghana 3, Malawi 0.
Next match is played here, phase 1, tomorrow, 25th of
For those who love it, those who support it, and those who play it, Orange is here. Orange, proud sponsor of African football.
Just 49 keys inside a metal thing from 1958. Or it's the first step to becoming a writer, and your book gets turned into a movie by your favorite director, aka new best friend. Or becoming a chef who makes croissant nigiri. Or starting a travel scene that takes you from South America to Scandinavia to, hi.
Kickoff.
Oh, visa. Whatever you want to be, one step can take you everywhere you want to be.
Is there a greater statement that has been made than that of the host nation, both the boys and girls doing their nation proud, giving the fans something to celebrate and something to look forward to, not just in this tournament, but ultimately in the future, the flag of Ghana flying high, not just out there on that pole, but actually right here on the pitch. The girls, 3-0 victory, and the boys, another 3-0 victory, 6 goals from them in the final 2 games. Entertainment galore. I know you're celebrating the fact that somehow you managed to watch the Africa Schools Football Championships, which are being held in Accra in 2025. And boy, oh boy, was it worth the wait. Start off with the thoughts of Coach Kevin Johnson alongside Gifty Apia. Kevin, your thoughts on this game and ultimately what we've seen today?
You know, for this game, the Ghanaian girls really lived up to play against Malawi. But I thought they put the effort extra because of the boys. And Malawi came out better in the second half for moments again, but the Ghanaians, I have to give them respect. I have to give them the praise, because what we saw today is that they're not only the host nation, they're also the host nation who wants to win this championship.
True.
And this is what I see from them playing the 4 games today, or 2 games each. So big ups to the Ghanaians, and of course to all the supporters that's giving them the support. But also, again, it's development, and I'd like to see a lot more changes within the teams. For example, the Ghanaian boys, I don't know if they're looking for man of the match or highest goal scorer, but they brought on the number 8 again, Kano, one of their most important players. Let him relax and let him come and play the next game. With the girls, the number 20, they're giving her nicknames. The number 4, they're giving them nicknames. So there's a lot in the girls' arsenal that looks bright for the future of Ghanaian women football.
Oh, it's all about future of football, not just in Ghana, although that is our focus because those are the last 2 games, but ultimately in Africa, and that future is looking ultra bright, if I may say so myself. Now, both of these 2 right here, Coach Kevin and, of course, Gifty, will not be disappointed in the fact that both their predictions didn't work out. One predicted a goalless draw at halftime. We got a 1-0. And then the other, Gifty, predicted a 2-0 win for Ghana. Surprise, surprise, it's 3-0. Far from disappointed. What do you make of the performance of both Malawi and the home side, Ghana?
I think I would want to start with the Malawians. They did not believe as much as they did in the second half against South Africa.
Yes.
Playing against Ghana, they did not have that belief, because I was so positive that if their game against South Africa was anything to go by, I was positive they were going to come out in the second half and play. That did not happen. For a moment, you think they were doing it, but they couldn't. They didn't. They didn't come out to play like they did in my opinion. The Ghanaians on the other side, beautiful, exciting to watch. They were composed. They had fun. They were having fun, and that's the whole point of this competition. Let the kids have fun. Let them be expressive on the ball, and that was what the Ghanaians did. At the end of the day, they entertained us. So I think it was a beautiful game to wrap up the day because it was very exciting for all of us. We were all entertained.
All right. What do you think? Is it a case of Malawi didn't come out, or they were not allowed to come out by this Ghanaian side?
I just think they were not allowed to, but I mean, whether you play or not, it's not really the opponent's decision to make. You have to make a decision. You have to make a choice. You have to step out to play, whether or not they want you to play or not. You have to bring your game on.
All right, we've seen some good games of football. Here's the thing. Like I told you at the beginning of this one, it's not all about the games on the football pitch. It is about developing the game, and we're seeing the great results. But when it comes to CAF and it comes to the Africa football, Schools Football Championships, there's more. There are different pillars, from leaders, reporters. Heck, we have medics of the future being trained, and that's where I actually want to introduce one of the reporters who's learning about the game and how to tell the game, and he is going to join us right now. His name is Andrew Sifa. I need to learn to say that very well. And so now you've been under this program, you're experiencing it. How's the reporting been for you?
Yeah, it's been great so far. I would want to say, first off, thank you to CAF President Dr. Patrice Motsepe. It's because of him that we have the honor to be reporting on this as young journalists. I think it's a great initiative, not just on the field, but off the field too. He has been immense in both ways, and he has helped us to get this opportunity. I know there are different languages in Africa, there are similar cultures, but the unifier remains football. So if he's given us this opportunity, I want to express my gratitude for him, because I've learned a lot, not just from my peers, but then I've connected with brilliant minds across the world. They've taught me, and then I've acquired knowledge. I've sat under the tutelage of people that I didn't even think about sitting. It's just been, I can't even express myself. The experience has just been out of this world experience, and I've enjoyed every bit of it, and I'm really grateful to CAF President Motsepe.
Speaking of your experience, now that you're covering this game, what would you say and tell Africa and tell the world is the future of football? Because you are part of the future going in as a reporter. What have you seen here that really gives you hope?
Yeah, I think the dynamics has changed. The landscape in African football has changed as compared to a decade ago. There's been much investment, and there's attention to detail just from the infantile level throughout the stages. It's not like it used to be before, where it was neglected. We have a president who is dedicated, committed to grassroots football, helping people change lives and then transform lives. I think we just need a few more years, and then we'll catch up with the elite. The testament was at the African Cup of Nations. We saw it. So we are getting there. We are making baby and tiny strides, but eventually we'll get to the top.
Biggest viewership of football, actually, when it comes to Africa Cup of Nations. Motsepe, the president, has said that Africa will win the World Cup, and we know that future is coming. But here's the thing, Africa, we don't hear just talk about the future. We actually make it happen. This is Andrew Sifa. He is the future. We're the old guard, so I'll step aside and let the future sign us out.
Thank you so much, Chico. So it's a wrap here at the University of Ghana Stadium in the ongoing African Schools Championship, where Team Ghana, boy oh boy, can they be defeated? That is the biggest question, because at the moment it looks like no, because 3 wins from 3 for the boys and the girls. Oh my God, they are impressive and they are utterly dominant. But the biggest winners today were South Africa, who claimed a 5-0 victory in the women's category. They have shown why they are the defending champions. But we'll be bringing you more action, so stay tuned here. But till we meet again, stay tuned and do stay blessed.